Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku was the quirkless son of All for One? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. You want to be a hero too, Tenya? Tensei laughed, disassembling his hero suit and putting the parts away. Yes. Little Iida replied, waving his arms. A really cool one. With robot arms? Tensei smiled. Big brother? Little Iida asked after a second. I wanted to ask, what drives you to become a hero? Well, our grandparents and parents were all heroes. So, everyone expected I would stay in the family business. Tensei murmured, turning to put away his metal torso. Tensei beckoned for his metal helmet, which young Iida quickly handed him. Plus, he grinned while taking it. It made sense to me. I think the coolest people in the world are those who do things for others. I want to help someone when they're in trouble. And not be a police officer? Iida inquired. Think of what I'm saying. Tensei chuckled, ruffling his younger brother's hair. You take things at face value too much. But my secret is this. Knowing that you look up to me makes me better. You are truly something special, Tenya. I have to make sure that I'm the one who makes you proud. Iida stepped out of that memory, back in the now. Here he was, taking his brother's name on and not living up to it. Watch your right. Izuku called frantically, still paralyzed. Todoroki aimed his flames in the direction Stain was coming at him. Stain dodged and leaped away, cutting down the ice barriers that Todoroki kept throwing at him. You're right, hero killer. These three are different from me. But still. Iida thought as tears fell down his face. Ice and fire. Stain cackled. Try dodging this, hero killer. Kirishima called, the alpha charging up one for all in his legs as he hardened his upper torso and slammed into the killer, only to be thrown away from the older alpha. Anyone ever tell you that you rely on your quirk too much? Stain inquired as he dodged and ducked, getting closer to Todoroki. Izuku screamed, seeing what was about to happen. Makes you a careless fighter, Stain concluded, running under the blast of fire and swinging his sword at Todoroki. Todoroki's left arm was going to get sliced off. Todoroki! Izuku screamed, seeing that the dual-haired boy would not move in time. If I don't move now, I'll never be able to be as good as Midoriya, Kirishima, or Todoroki. I won't bear the name Ingenium if I don't start now to be a hero. Iida thought, standing in slow motion. Iida's engines fired up, and he launched himself at Stain, punching him away from Todoroki. Todoroki was unharmed, and no blood was drawn. Iida stopped himself by Todoroki, and Stain got to his feet, now a good distance from them. Iida! Izuku cried with relief, while Kirishima came back over to the other three and pulled Izuku off of the ground. Though the Omega soon realized that he was regaining feeling in his body once more. You're free too? Todoroki asked. Todoroki, Kirishima, Yamada, Iida panted. This has nothing to do with you. I apologize. This again. Izuku gritted his teeth, now able to move once more. We're not leaving. I'm okay, but no more of any of your blood will be shed tonight. Iida stated. It's no use trying to put up a heroic front, no, Stain grunted, his blade now broken in half. A person's nature doesn't change in just a few minutes. You'll never be anything but a fraud. You're a fundamentalist lunatic, Iida, don't listen to him, Kirishima growled. No. He is completely correct. I have no right to call myself a hero, but... Iida responded quietly. Streams of blood dripped down Iida's suit armor on his arm. Izuku and Todoroki noticed this and were worried. But Iida only clenched his fist. Even so, if I give up now, then the name Ingenium will die. Iida went on. Pathetic. Stain's eyes glowed a bright red, and he lunged at both Iida, Kirishima, and Todoroki. Todoroki shoved Iida and Kirishima out of the way and unleashed a huge flame burst at Stain. He yelled at Izuku to duck, to which he did. He kept up a steady torrent of fire, but the paralyzed pro behind them spoke. Idiots! He's only after me and the white-armored kid. Get Endeavor's kid and the green-haired boy out of here and go. The pro called out, only for Kirishima to growl quietly under his breath. I don't think he'd let me run even if I wanted to, Kirishima called back. He's gone almost rabid now. Stain jumped from his safe perch on a wall away from the flames down to Todoroki's right. Todoroki stopped his flames and sent an ice attack the hero killer's way. Todoroki thought quickly in his mind about how Stain fought and how his quirk worked. Using it on too many people with unpredictable blood types was hard, but they would have to keep away still. He was dangerous. Iida tried to fire up his engines, but they only sputtered. Crap. Did they stall or get beaten when he attacked Stain? Todoroki, can you regulate temperatures? Iida shouted as Todoroki shot more blazes at Stain. Not well with my left, but yeah, Todoroki grunted. Freeze my legs by plugging the engine exhausts, Iida called. Todoroki looked over at his classmate questioningly but obliged. As Todoroki moved to do so, his flames went out. Stain threw a knife at the dual-haired boy's chest, but Iida took it for him in his arm. Iida, no! Izuku cried. Though both he and Kirishima immediately had to block another attack from Stain, Izuku making a wall of shadows while Kirishima hardened his body and stood in front of the Omega, both doing their best to shield the other. Why won't you stay down? Stain yelled, tossing a larger blade at Iida. Iida's arm was pierced straight through, and he fell to the ground. Though Kirishima immediately went to punch away the killer, only for his torso to get slashed, Izuku was able to use a shadow to grab the offending blade before the older alpha could paralyze Kirishima. Hurry up! Iida ordered Todoroki, gritting his teeth. Todoroki froze Iida's way the way Iida wanted to, telling him it was done as he fired off more blazes at Stain. Iida used his teeth while he was on the ground to force both knives out of his arm. I will fight with or without my arms. Iida thought as he stood slowly, the knives clattering to the ground. Recipro.extend. Iida's engines fired up over time, going at their full limit. He shot off directly at Stain, who was subject to gravity now as he fell close to a wall, having dodged Todoroki's attacks. Kirishima made his jump at the hero killer, using full force. While Izuku sent shadows to spin around the group, creating a powerful wind current. Knocking the killer off. Balance. If I just keep. Iida thought, nearing the falling hero killer. If I just keep going. Kirishima yelled in his mind, cutting his leg on some stray ice but swiftly shooting onward. Go guys, Todoroki exhaled, as he and Izuku watched their two friends. I'll use my leg. Iida shouted in his head, raising his strongest and more dominant leg, preparing to kick the hero killer hard and away. I'll use my arm. Kirishima breathed in his head, preparing his fist and drawing it back. Stain saw both kids, but could not move in time due to the wind currents around them. That's all I need to beat this guy. Both Iida and Kirishima yelled in their minds, landing their strong blows. Kirishima punched Stain's face, his head going sideways and his neck receiving severe whiplash. Iida's kick landed straight into the hero killer's side. Stain was overpowered by the four young heroes. Meanwhile, in Hosu, Gran Torino, Mirko, Endeavor, and other heroes were busy with the Nomus. One of the scrawny Nomu's quirk was absorption and release, but Endeavor knew it still took damage from his hellflame. The beast was shaking and drooling, but still fighting. Its muscles grew, and it launched itself at the elder Todoroki. Gran Torino shot at it and pummeled it down, knocking it out instantly. Nice work, old man, Endeavor nodded, extinguishing his flames and looking at the horizon. These local heroes need practice, however. Things should be under control by now. Let's just tie this freaky thing up, Gran Torino said, observing the Nomu. The police will take care of him from there. Endeavor then remembered something as he watched the elder move. Shoto, there's trouble ahead. Endeavor called back to his son. I'll show you what it means to be a hero. Todoroki was running behind him until he stopped. Endeavor noticed this and paused as well, extremely vexed that his son had stopped. It only angered him more when he pulled out his phone. Damn it, you should be watching me. Endeavor growled, the alpha growing tired of his Omegan son's resistance, before watching his son run away. Wait, where the hell are you going? The alpha roared while Todoroki didn't so much as look back. An alleyway, 4210 Echo Street. Todoroki yelled back as he ran. Once you're done, or if you see extra pros, send them there. I'm sure you can handle this by yourself. My friends might be in danger. And the young Todoroki was out of sight. Shoto. Endeavor muttered as he turned to the elder alpha. Leave him to my agents, Endeavor said, motioning to one of his heroes behind him. He'll make sure the cops get him. There's an address I need you to investigate for me. I'll take care of the rest of this mess myself. Kirishima grabbed his arm as all three people fell. Did he use too much power? It didn't feel broken. 2 attacks, Todoroki thought, raising a fiery arm. My turn. But Stain had other plans. He snapped partially out of his pain daze, grabbing one of his long blades and slicing at Iida. The sword cut off some of Iida's hair, but Iida dodged in midair in time. And all the while, the 3 people fell. I will defeat you, Stain. Iida yelled. Don't let him get away. Izuku shouted, shooting a torrent of shadows to try and capture the killer. Iida used his still-active engines and kicked Stain directly in the gut, making the killer drop his blades. I am a hero. Iida cried out. Blood gushed from Stain's mouth, and Todoroki's flames enveloped him. When they drew back, Stain was slightly burnt and completely dazed now. Todoroki laid up a bed of ice and caught Iida and Kirishima, both students, sliding down next to their classmates. Todoroki then caught Stain in a capturing mound of ice. He's got to be unconscious after all that, right? Izuku asked, sending a shadow to feel the killer's pulse. While Izuku shuddered at the feeling of wounds opening slowly from the alpha's quirk. Kirishima noticed Izuku's discomfort and quickly swatted the shadow away while Izuku shook off the feeling, smiling at the redhead. Then let's restrain him and get him to the streets, Kirishima said. Maybe we can find some rope in this alley. Todoroki muttered. We should take his weapons, too, Izuku added. Good idea, Todoroki replied. Iida only looked on at the three of them, his gaze drifting up to the hero killer. Iida laid out the hero killer's weapons on the ground. He had many blades, ranging in size and shape. Todoroki had bound Stain's hands and legs and had set the hero killer on his knees. Native, Izuku whispered tiredly. Can you move? Yeah, I'm as good as new now, the pro-hero grinned. You sure? Izuku asked in a small voice. Yep, the wound isn't as bad now, and your leg is much worse. At least let me do this for you. He hoisted the boy up onto his back, hooking his legs through his arms as Izuku slowly draped his arms around his shoulders. Thank you. He trailed off, blinking his eyes in an exhausted fashion. I should be thanking you, the pro chuckled, walking off. I can drag Stain from here, Kirishima offered, extending his hand for the rope leash attached to Stain's bonds that Todoroki held. No, I saw you grab your arms. You most likely have injured yourself. Todoroki answered, turning and walking away, a hero killer in tow. I have to apologize for being a useless pro back there, Native sighed as the 4 walked over to the street. No, it took all of us to even knock out the hero killer, with a bit of luck, Izuku replied tiredly. The use of his shadows had drained him immensely, though the boy was too scared to speak up about the slight sting in his arms. No doubt from his scars reopening once more. We barely won, his own mistakes helped us, Todoroki replied, though staying silent about the seemingly damp state of Izuku's sleeves. Let's get him to the police dash, Native suggested before he was interrupted. Lad, what the hell are you doing here? Gran Torino growled, walking over to Kirishima. Gran Torino, Kirishima breathed. Gran Torino whapped him on the head as he neared. I told you to stay on the bullet train, he scolded. Who's that? Todoroki asked. Gran Torino, the hero I'm interning with, Kirishima mumbled. How'd you find us? I was told to come here by someone else, Gran Torino grumbled. Glad you ain't dead, at least, you thick-headed D. Me too, Izuku's eyes fluttered, painfully adjusting himself. While Gran Torino looked over to the boy, only to tilt his head slightly as he recognized the Omega. Well, I'll be demed. Grantorino thought to himself, only to notice Izuku's damp sleeves and the small array of scars that were visible on the boy's arm. They looked as if they were scabs about to tear. Did you all take down this one? Gran Torino asked as he pointed to the tied-up villain. Yes, they did. The armored kid and I both wouldn't have made it if this one here hadn't shown up and called for backup from these two. Native replied as he nodded to the boy on his back, while Gran Torino's eyes widened slightly. A boy nothing like his father. It's hard to even believe that he could be related to him. They seem far too different. Gran Torino thought, shaking his head. Around the corner, a female voice called, though Izuku perked up once he recognized the voice as Mirko. Who's that? Todoroki questioned again. That's Mirko, the one I'm interning with, Izuku stated with a sigh, both thankful and worried when Mirko and a few other pros came around the corner. Holy shit, Mirko muttered as she walked forward and grabbed Izuku from Native, allowing the boy to lean on her as he stood. Endeavor told us to come help here, but a pro stopped. Children. Another exclaimed. Those injuries look bad, one noted. I'll call an ambulance. Wait. The female cried, looking down. Is that Stain, the hero killer? I'll get the police on the line. The first hero exclaimed, fumbling with his phone. Can you walk? Mirko asked Izuku, being sure to keep a firm grip on the boy. While Izuku only nodded softly. Taking down the hero killer. That's badass kid, I'm impressed. Mirko stated with a smirk, rubbing the boy's back encouragingly. You're bleeding badly, a pro told Iida, Kirishima and Todoroki. The ambulance will arrive soon. Guys, Iida said, ignoring the hero and standing in front of Kirishima, Izuku, and Todoroki, bowing. You were all hurt. Because of me. I'm truly sorry. Because his head was bent, no one could see the boy's tears. I was just so angry that I couldn't see anything else. Iida whispered. I'm sorry too, Iida, Izuku replied, his eyes softening. You were going through so much on your own, and I didn't help you sooner. Even though I'm your friend. Pull yourself together, Todoroki inclined his head at Iida. It's over, and everything's going to be fine. Right? Iida wiped his eyes and straightened himself. All things considered, the fight with Stain lasted about 10 minutes. For the 4 students, it felt like a lifetime. But it was a lifetime they would not soon forget, where they stood side by side and fought as friends to defeat an enemy. Suddenly, a loud screech pierced the air. Everybody, get down. Gran Torino yelled, recognizing a Nomu's sound. Everybody did as they were told. But Izuku, with his injured leg and hurting arms, couldn't double over fast enough. The flying Nomu, blood spewing from its eyes and head, snatched up the green net with a roar. Izuku cried out in pain and fear. Let go! He screamed, struggling. Izuku! Todoroki yelled, bolting upright and running after the disappearing boy, but a pro held him, Kirishima, and Iida back, though Mirko quickly began to run after the Nomu, hell-bent on getting her in turn back. The monster is bleeding. A pro hero exclaimed, some blood spattering on her cheek. He's too high. Gran Torino shouted, unable to fly out after the boy. Stain, now conscious and unwatched, slid a knife hiding in his sleeve into his hand. He cut the bonds holding him together and leaped at the pro who had yelled about the blood. He liked her cheek and raced after the now falling Nomu. Stain had escaped and had paralyzed the Nomu. And now he was running at it, passing Mirko as he used the hilt of his sword to jab the alpha in the face, throwing her back onto the ground as the killer jumped into the air, grabbing the Nomu. Izuku cried out and braced himself from the impact of the ground, drawing nearer to it due to gravity. Have heroes lost all meaning in this world? Stain snarled, leaping at the falling Nomu with blood-red eyes and an outstretched knife. The world is overrun by fakes and criminals. He stabbed the Nomu right through the head, killing it instantly as all 3 crashed to the ground. Izuku was still slightly trapped in the beast's claws. The Nomu twitched violently as the life fled from its body. Smoke and rubble disappeared or scattered on the ground, and Stain's many scarves settled around him as he held onto the murder weapon with an iron grip. "You must all be purged," he sneered. In one swift motion, he drew the knife out of the Nomu's head with a gory yank, splattering Izuku and himself with the remnants. "Everything that I do," Stain chuckled, a chilling noise, "is to create a better society." Stain kicked away the Nomu's claws, kicking Izuku in the process. He held in everything, not breathing and watching him with fearful eyes. He staggered to a kneel, and somewhere in the distance, Shigaraki and Kurogiri watched. The handman was very displeased with this turn of events. But that is something to focus on at a later time. Did he just save that kid? A pro asked. "He killed that guy with no hesitation." Another took a step back. "Everyone be on your guard." The female hero who had discovered the blood first shouted. "We've got a fight on our... Why are you all just standing around?" Endeavor called in an annoyed voice as he walked up to the group. And then he saw it. He saw the dead Nomu and Stain. "Let go!" Izuku yelled, struggling. "Let go of me!" Stain was holding him down by his back with one hand, and the Omega couldn't move. "Let me go!" Izuku tried to kick the hero killer as he cried out. "Endeavor!" Stain rasped, his ragged eye mask falling away as he saw the number 2 hero. "Hero killer!" Endeavor smirked, firing up his hand and preparing to blast the murderer. "Wait, Todoroki!" Gran Torino shouted, holding up both hands and looking worriedly at Stain's area. "The boy!" Endeavor stopped. He saw Izuku on the ground, struggling to get up. However, Stain let up his hand and staggered into a standing position, stepping on one of the dead Nomu's wings as he faced the group behind him. Izuku pushed himself up with great effort, whipping his around to glare at Stain. But that expression was short-lived, changing into one of pure and utter fear. With his mask gone, everyone could see all markings of battle and burns from the most recent fight. Every ugly scar was visible, but that was not what made everyone's hearts stop beating. His weapons, his fighting style, and his freaky quirk did not compare. It was his eyes. His blood-red eyes glowed fiercely and dangerously, a hungry lust for blood and vengeance in them. It was seared into every mind and stopped everyone in their tracks. No one was safe from his paralyzing gaze. It split everyone's soul to the bone. The moon seemed to glow a blood red behind him, and dark clouds and shadows appeared. "You false heroes," Stain cackled, taking a lumbering step forward. "I'll make this right." He took another step forward, and every hero in the area was frozen under his intense and unwavering gaze. "These streets," he growled, taking another shaky step towards them all, "must run with the blood of hypocrites." Even Endeavor and Gran Torino were afraid. "Come on." Stain held out at them. "Just try and stop me, you fakes. I will reclaim the word hero and make it for what it used to be." Izuku fell back, his elbows slipping in the Nomu's blood. But Stain did not turn. "There's only one man I'll let kill me," Stain grinned. Unstable, he reared his head back and held out his arms to the dark and foreboding sky. "All might," he roared. "Only he is worthy." And with that, the shadows that had crept into the world seemed to open Stain-like eyes, blood-red and terrifying, staring down at everyone at that moment. Some pros fell over, and the UA students' eyes were fixated on the murderer. Endeavor's flame flickered, now very small. But, just like that, the knife Stain had used on the Nomu clattered to the ground. Gran Torino was the first to break out of the horrifying trance, and soon everyone else followed suit. Stain's eyes seemed to have no pupils now, and he stood frozen in his stance. His mouth had blood and spittle all over, and it was as if he had been frozen in time. He stood in a towering stance but did not move. The shadows and the blood-red images ceased to exist as if they had never been there at all. "I think," Endeavor murmured. "I think he's out cold." Iida fell to the ground, and Todoroki sank to his knees, while Kirishima fell to one knee, squeezing his eyes shut and shaking his head. Gran Torino doubled over and coughed for a second. He had forgotten to breathe. Other heroes got up or tried to still their palpitating hearts. Izuku brought himself upright slowly and unsteadily, staring with wide eyes at the man in front of him, only for Mirko to shoot up from where she had been thrown and grab the young Omega, pulling him close to her as she hugged him tightly. Later, of course, they all quietly learned that one of his broken ribs had pierced his lung. It took some time, but he died standing at that moment. He had not used his quirk on anyone but the Nomu, and in that instant nobody could bring themselves to move. They were all paralyzed under his terrifying ideals and last words. Hospital beds. Pale blue hospital gowns. White bandages. Did you sleep well, Izuku? Todoroki asked, gently opening the curtain that separated them from Iida and Kirishima. The hospital they were staying in had many occupied rooms, due to the chaos of the previous night and all of the havoc the Nomus caused. Therefore, Izuku, Iida, Kirishima, and Todoroki, having known each other and being a part of the stain incident, were placed in the same hospital room. Some nurses came in beforehand to put up a curtain in the middle of the room, between the Omega's beds and the Alpha's. It was supposed to be one of subtle privacy. Not really, Izuku mumbled, rubbing his eyes and sitting up in his bed. He wasn't beneath his covers and was right next to the window. His arms and leg were wrapped with bandages. I figured, Todoroki sighed, stepping away from the open curtain and sitting back on his bed across from him. Me either. Looking back on our fight, Izuku said, looking up. We did something pretty amazing. It's a miracle we're even alive. Yeah. Todoroki nodded. Hey guys. We're back. Did we miss anything fun? Kirishima asked as he entered the room, the Alphas and Omegas having been put on different schedules for checkups to ensure privacy and such. Unless you mean us boring ourselves to death, then no, Todoroki answered blandly, Kirishima merely chuckling awkwardly in return. The room's door suddenly opened. Oh, about time you lazy degenerates woke up. Gran Torino grumbled. Gran Torino? Kirishima exclaimed. Manual. Iida faltered, seeing the hero he was interning with behind, the retired elder. Mirko! Izuku cheered, truly the only one happy to see the pro they interned with. While Mirko smiled at the boy, the woman also being the only one who wasn't cross with the children. Idiot, Gran Torino growled, stomping up to Kirishima. Ah! He shrieked, ducking back a bit from the old man's hand that went to smack his head. I could yell at you for hours, you know, he scolded the younger Alpha. I know, I'm sorry sir, Kirishima whined, rubbing the back of his neck. But before I do, you three zygotes have a visitor, he interjected, turning around. A tall person walked in. He had the head and limbs of a dog but walked tall like a human. He wore a suit with a formal tie and looked at the three kids. This is Hosu's chief of police, Gran Torino introduced. Kenji Tsuragami. Tsuragami? Izuku thought, remembering the name vaguely. Todoroki and Iida stood. They were able to do so, as their legs were uninjured, their arms were the wounded parts. Izuku and Kirishima tried to do the same with great effort, though both had an injured leg, causing the action to be difficult. No, please, the dogman woofed, waving the two off. Stay seated, I would want you both to strain yourselves, woof. Woof. So, you're the UA students that brought down the UA killer, huh? He asked. We are, Todoroki responded, not sure as to why the police chief came all this way to see them. Stain received many broken bones and severe burns, the police chief explained. The injuries were so great that one of his broken ribs pierced his lung. He is dead, to say the least, unfortunately. All four froze. Dead. Stain? Unfortunate. No life, no matter what was done with it, should be valued over another, Tsuragami went on. It is disheartening that he is dead so he won't be able to face his crimes, but I suppose you kids are relieved that the danger is over. None of this seemed to compute with the teens. Here's a lesson you should have already learned, the chief barked. The police force is the main way of maintaining crime, even if the heroes are put front and center by the public. We decided not to use quirks as weapons. Long ago, but we could still use them to help. If they were licensed, of course. Woof. All four flashed back to the night in the alley. It would be impossible for the police to condone the use of unlicensed quirks without causing an uproar, Tsuragami continued. We're here to stop such harm from being done. That is the work of villains, as they do not follow the strict code of ethics laid out by the government that the pros abide by. That's why it was illegal for you to use your quirks to cause injury, much less fatal ones, to the villain, Tsuragami sighed. You are unlicensed and mere children. That means that your supervisors, the heroes you were interning with, will receive harsh punishments for you three acting out of line. What you did had no authority behind it or approval. This was gross use of your powers. Now, wait a minute, Kirishima chimed in angrily, taking a few steps toward the chief of police. Finally, being able to force his leg to cooperate with him, the Alpha took little regard to the pain it caused him. Native would have been murdered if Iida had not stepped in. Kirishima. Iida muttered, shaking his head and trying to cut the other Alpha off. And if not for Yamada, he would have died too. No one else even realized Stain was still in Hosu. Are you suggesting we should have sat back and watched more people die? Kirishima plowed through, looking at the greenette. Kirishima. Izuku held up his hands, looking nervously at the chief. Please. Calm down. So, it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way? Tsuragami replied, looking Kirishima dead in the eye. Sir, it's a hero's job to save people. Todoroki joined in, gritting his teeth, frustrated. I see UA and Endeavor have not been teaching you near enough of the things you need to know before you become a full-fledged pro, Tsuragami responded. What a shame. This sent Todoroki over the edge. Udaman Mutt, Todoroki snarled, angrily taking aggressive steps forward, standing next to Kirishima. Todoroki! Iida warned, worried. Listen, he's right. Todoroki! Kirishima! Izuku whispered frantically. Stop there, kids. Gran Torino held up a hand, making Todoroki and Kirishima pause as the elders stood in front of the chief. You may want to hear him out. What I've said was the official stance of the police department. But that punishment would only be required if this went public. Tsuragami sighed. Izuku's eyes widened. Huh. If it did, citizens would applaud your actions everywhere. But there's no way you could escape reprimands from officials and the government. However, if we said that Endeavor and Mirko saved you four from the hero killer, and certain events in the area led to his unforeseen death, very few witnesses would be able to testify against that. Even then, I doubt the people who saw, which were just the local pros, would do so. Tsuragami explained. We agreed to do that if that decision was made, Manuel nodded. It would mean that no one would know the truth behind it all, but no punishment will come to any party. The choice is really up to you four, as you are the ones who were a major part of that night in Hosu. Tsuragami said. The four were silent. Personally, I know where I stand. I don't want to damage any young careers, and you all showed extreme promise and amazed the ones who truly know about this. The chief smiled, giving them a thumbs up. We will have to take some responsibility for being negligent supervisors. Manuel lowered his head, silent and exaggerated crying happening inside him. Though Mirko merely patted him on the back. But it's worth it. You four were amazing, you handled the situation with great care, you worked well as a team, and you saved a life. You should all be proud. Mirko chimed in, giving the four a thumbs up. Thank you, ma'am. Izuku chimed in. Kid. No, ma'am, sheet. I'm too young to feel old like that. Sorry. I'm sorry, Iida apologized, stepping forward and bowing, being careful not to move either of his arms in their heavy-duty slings. I should have listened to you. Yeah, Manuel flicked him on the head. You caused us a lot of trouble. Remember that, and don't repeat it. I apologize as well. Izuku bowed slightly, using the bedpost to support this movement as he got off his bed. Me too, Todoroki bowed low. I'm sorry as well. We'll leave it to you, Kirishima stated as he bowed. I know it's not fair, but at least. Allow me, the chief of police, to thank you for fighting and putting an end to his terrors. Tsuragami chuckled. Tsuragami bowed low as well, surprising the students. You could have started with that, Todoroki muttered, looking away slightly. Izuku laughed a bit at his friend's embarrassment, and the heroes left them alone. No one would find out about the battle in the end. But that night would continue to eat at the three long after, as their wounds healed. The people learned of Stain's end through a prolonged battle with Endeavor. The people were relieved, not too much on the outside, of course. One can't be happy about another's death, it was rude. News channels talked about possible connections linking the Hosu Nomus to the USJ attack, but they mostly discussed Stain's path of destruction. A strange and scary video was even released by some anonymous person. It was confusing to some, but most people were just glad that the tension was somewhat gone. Let's take a moment to talk about what happened in Hosu, Best Jeanist told his interns and agents. Stain's death and the capture of more Nomus that resemble the one that attacked UA are all over the news. It's likely that this all stitches together. We're all concerned, and people tend to come apart at the seams in times like this. That is why we heroes must remain calm. We are here to protect others, and not seek vengeance or act out of line. In the back, Bakugo was shaking in annoyance and anger. His hair was stuck the way Jeanist had combed it, and his breathable black pants had been replaced with skinny jeans. He was not happy. This place was the fifth circle of hell. May our minds and bodies be as sharp and crisp as our genes, Jeanist went on. Thank you, Best Jeanist. Everyone but Bakugo chorused in unison. A minute, I'm so ready to blow this FNG sheet hole and leave. Bakugo seethed in his head. That's so scary. Ochako said into her phone. I'm just glad you three are okay. I got nervous when the only thing you sent was your location. Yeah, sorry, but it's all had time for. Izuku mumbled over the phone. Don't worry about it, Ochako assured him. You rest up, I'm sure your parents and brother are going to be on your case once you come home. We'll talk later. Izuku groaned in response. The boy had forgotten to call either of his parents or brother due to the situation, and he knew that if he were to check, there would be at the very least 100 messages from the family chat, seeing as he sent his location to them as well. Don't remind me. My parents are going to kill me. Then Toshi will resurrect me and kill me again. Izuku whined while Ochako laughed over the phone. Tell Iida, Kirishima, and Todoroki I said hi. Bye Izuku. I will, bye Ochako, Izuku stated as he hung up the phone. Hey, Todoroki, Iida, Kirishima. Izuku nodded, walking back from the hallway into their room, limping slightly. Phones weren't allowed to be used inside the rooms for some reason. Though Todoroki was quick to grab the other Omega and sit him next to him on the dual-haired boy's bed. I just finished talking to Ochako. Izuku, Todoroki interjected quietly, making the boy pause as he looked at the boy next to him. Iida just got his test results back. Izuku looked at Iida, immediately concerned. I may have permanent damage to my left hand, Iida said after a moment, looking at the floor. Permanent. Izuku repeated softly, his lip trembling. Both of my arms were pretty torn up, Iida said, moving them a bit. The injury to my left arm was especially severe. I'll spare you the technical terms, Yamada, but I'll have trouble moving my fingers. And I'll experience some numbness. It could be healed with nerve transplant surgery. Izuku shifted slightly, moving forward somewhat towards Iida. When I came across the hero killer, Iida went on looking down. I stopped thinking rationally. I should have called Manuel first, but my anger swallowed me whole. Stain's words of Iida being a fake and a vengeful disgrace to the hero society struck him once more. I hate him so much, Iida looked up. Even in death. I can't deny that he was right, though. So that I'm choosing to leave my left hand as it is, a reminder of what I did that night until I can call myself a real hero. Are you sure? Todoroki inquired. If I had been a better friend. No. Stop it. He's already accepted. All of what happened. It'd be selfish to make it about me. Izuku thought you himself, subconsciously rubbing his scars, though Todoroki of course noticed the action and placed his hand on top of Izuku's, placing a grounding weight on Izuku's limb, helping to settle him. Iida. Iida looked up again from his bandaged arms. Izuku held out his open palm, revealing the vines of scars that wrapped from his fingertips up to his collarbone, a weak smile on his face as he leaned on the bedpost. I feel the same way, and if you know that is what will help drive you, then you have my support. He murmured, understanding in his viridian eyes. My hand is a reminder too of my past. Let's get stronger together, okay? Iida nodded after a moment of looking at his hand, the alpha wanting to ask multiple questions, though choosing now was not an appropriate time. So, he decided to place a bandaged arm on the boy's palm, almost like a handhold of sorts. Todoroki looked down. I feel that kind of bad, he mumbled. Izuku said, looking at him. Why? Well, first with the sports festival, Izuku broke his arm and hand, and now Kirishima and Iida have hurt their hands and arms as well. Am I cursed? Todoroki asked while the other three stared at him with slight confusion. Huh? Iida frowned. Am I cursed to be the hand crusher? Todoroki asked. Dead serious. But it wasn't so serious to the other three. It only took 3 seconds before they burst out laughing. Who knew Todoroki could make a joke? Kirishima hollered, trying to breathe in between laughs. This isn't a joke, he pleaded with the three of them. Stop laughing. I'm going to mess up everyone's hands for the rest of my life. Todoroki whined desperately, fully serious about his anxiety. While Izuku only hugged the boy tightly, purring quietly to ease his friend's distress, Todoroki merely purred back just as quietly, nuzzling the boy's hair with his cheek. Look out, everyone, hand crushers coming to save the day, but not your hands, Kirishima wheezed. I'm not going to be able to save people's hands? Todoroki questioned frantically. Dear gods, this is comedy gold, Iida laughed. He looks so serious too. But I am Todoroki tried before stopping himself. It was no use to try and persuade them. Guys, he is serious. Izuku chimed in, trying to help his friend, though also growing slightly peeved with the alphas for joking about his friend's distress. Iida and Kirishima could only choke further on their laughter, both shaking their heads frantically, trying to stop their laughter, only for the actions to worsen it as they tried to apologize through their laughs. Though Izuku and Todoroki merely rolled their eyes as they curled up closer to each other, both taking comfort in the cuddling. Besides that, it was good to see them laugh, after everything that had happened. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone. Hello. All Might answered. I may commit murder today. Just once. Aizawa thought before All Might bolted upright. Look, the man heard about what happened in Hosu with Endeavor and Mirko, and he had yet to hear from his child. So, he was not in the mood to deal with anything or anyone. Nor was Hizashi or Hitoshi. You could have warned me about that kid of yours. Gran Torino grumbled into the phone. My pay has been cut, and my teaching license has been suspended for 6 diamond months. What the heck are you teaching this boy? I humbly apologize, All Might in his skeletal form stammered into the phone, sweating bullets. This is bad, I'm truly sorry. I don't care about the teaching license anymore, the elder harumphed as All Might walked out of the teacher's lounge quickly. I only got it to teach you originally, to keep my promise to Shimura. And I thank you for everything, All Might muttered into the phone so that no passerby could hear. It's because of you that I'm the #1 hero today. Then why the hell don't you visit? Gran Torino growled. Think an old geezer would take up too much of your time? That's not. All Might assured him quickly. My new life as a teacher is just really busy and I called to talk about the hero killer, Toshinori, and AFO's boy. Gran Torino interjected solemnly. I only saw him briefly in person, but in that amount of time, he shook me to my very core. The child? What did he do? All Might shouted, though immediately covering his mouth to avoid being heard as he looked around him. What? Do you mean the literal puppy of a child who looks as if he shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence as that monster? Have you finally lost your mind, Toshinori? The elder alpha shouted while All Might instinctively shrunk back. I'm sorry, sir. I had only assumed you meant him. Toshinori, I can understand why you are skeptical, and you have every right to be. Seeing as what has happened, I was skeptical about the boy when I saw him as well during the sports festival and when you called me about him. But that child is nothing like his father. He is DMN near paralyzed in the hospital right now. When I saw him and Kirishima, he couldn't walk. But I was referring to the hero killer. Gran Torino stated while All Might hummed in acknowledgement, though sneering slightly at the thought of Izuku not truly being like his father, not fully believing his mentor's word. Besides, Izuku seemingly had everyone else fooled, he would just have to hope Kirishima would listen to his warnings. He frightened you? All Might repeated incredulously, stepping into an empty room and closing the door behind him. What scared you? It probably stemmed from his fanatic ideals of heroes, Gran Torino replied. He was obsessively intimidating. He's got the same determination as you when it comes to anything, but he puts it into reverse motives. Simply put, you both had charisma. Now that he's dead, and that crap video has been published, his morals will sweep society globally. He could inspire similar outbreaks of villains. He could create copycat villains, All Might agreed. They may strike out on their own, but pros will be there to stop them. That's where the League of Villains comes in, Gran Torino said, making All Might pause. The Hosu incident with the Nomus and everything suggests that the two were connected somehow. And now that he's dead, the LOV could be very unpredictable in their next move. Will they strike out in anger and unleash more havoc? Or will their rage build up and then they let it all out and we can't stop it? And the people worldwide who embrace Stain's dying ideals, or have already felt the same way? Those heroes shouldn't be paid and put on pedestals, that they need to be worthy to inherit the title of a hero? They'll look for that organization first, to partner with it or work with it. If enough mindless people join forces or submit to morals, then soon they could grow and enforce those ideals. The villain behind all of this will have made a brilliant strategy, whether he saw Stain's death or not. Gran Torino stated. That he's back, isn't he? All Might said in a low voice. You're referring to the man who killed Shimura? Gran Torino clarified. You're afraid All for One is rising once more? Yes. That is why I am so skeptical of his boy, All Might muttered darkly. For him to survive such injuries, however, it's something I want to believe impossible. And I hope the fact that you and those other pros separated that child from him early on would mean that he would have no way of communicating with him or helping him. Gran Torino stated. Take a look at my stomach wound, and you never know, sir. There have been speculations of a traitor in UA, All Might growled. Tashinori, is he not with Eraserhead and Present Mike? Have some faith in your students. And have faith in your colleagues. That I will, All Might murmured, though he still couldn't help the doubt that settled in his gut. It's been 5 days now since our UA students started their internships and 2 days since the little-known Stain incident in Hosu. Izuku sat in his hospital bed on his phone, as his injuries had not yet healed. And he was now waiting for Aizawa, Hizashi, and Hitoshi to get there, seeing as the hospital had finally given them the information since the situation had been cleared up. Everyone on the news, he noticed, was still obsessed with Stain and that freaky video that kept getting published after being repeatedly removed. They told the public Endeavor had saved 7 pros and 3 students, and the battle between both him and Stain had resulted in an unfortunate death. No names were made public. Few knew the true story of what had happened that night. But in the end it didn't matter. Right? It was all over now anyway. The injuries they had sustained would be passed off as accidents during Todoroki's, Iida's, Kirishima's, and Izuku's internships. The night Iida got back the examination results for his arms, he went back to his house with his mother. Todoroki, Kirishima, and Izuku watched him leave through the window, nodding a meaningful nod when he looked back and did the same. Todoroki and Kirishima had light injuries for the most part, so they both left that morning. Todoroki wanted to learn what he could from his father's agency, as his internship was still important to him. He also wanted to see his father's expression, knowing that he had no part in what occurred with Stain. While Gran Torino made it apparent to Kirishima that the boy had some hell to pay, so he needed to go back to his internship, though the Alpha did end up pleading with Izuku to call the cops if he didn't hear from the redhead in 24 hours. Izuku chuckled, knowing that Gran Torino wasn't letting the boy off easy, though promising to send reinforcements for Kirishima if he didn't hear from him. He looked out the window and smiled to himself, watching the fluffy clouds in the bright blue sky pass by. He was sure everyone was well and working hard right now. And he would be lying if he said he wasn't a bit worried for his friends, The situation they had been in was not one most could move past easily. Izuku Yamada. Though the poor boy had much more pressing matters to worry about now. Izuku jumped when the door to the hospital room was slammed open, a very sad Aizawa standing in the frame of the door, Hisashi and Hitoshi standing behind him while the blonde alpha looked just as sad. Though Hitoshi's expression was a mixture of shock and annoyance. Hi P Papa. Izuku stuttered as Aizawa charged forward to his son, though Hisashi and Hitoshi both decided that it would be safer to stay back a safe distance, the older Omega radiating murderous intent. Though Izuku was both relieved and shocked when Aizawa said nothing and just wrapped his arms around his son tightly, the boy gently did the same as he thanked the gods that his father was seemingly showing him mercy. Though the boy was taken by surprise when Aizawa pulled back and cupped the boy's face with his hands. You are grounded until I'm not mad anymore. And I'm happy you are okay. But if you ever scare me like that again, I will confine you to a sleeping bag for the rest of your life. Do you understand me? Aizawa declared as he glared into the younger Omega's eyes. Why, sir? Izuku squeaked while Aizawa's gaze returned to his normal tired expression, bringing the boy back into a hug as he positioned the two on the windowsill to where Izuku's legs were draped over Aizawa's lap while the boy rested his head on the older Omega's shoulder. Izuku happily snuggled into the warmth and comfort that Aizawa radiated. The boy had missed the feeling of physical comfort. While Aizawa motioned for the two alphas to come forward, the two knew better to get in between an Omegan parent who is concerned for their pup. Izuku, what happened exactly? They didn't tell us much, and it's not a good sign when the hospital won't tell your parents anything or allow you to come to see them. And why in the hell did you not call us? Hisashi questioned, the alpha still on the fence about the entire situation. I don't know how much detail I'm allowed to go in, but basically Kirishima, Todoroki, Iida, and I all faced off with the hero killer, Stain. And we all got pretty hurt. But the police are saying it was Endeavor who faced off with him and took him down. And we can't really talk about it with anyone. And they told me I wasn't allowed to call either of you since you're both pros and it would cause some conflict with the situation until it was settled. Izuku explained while Hisashi growled quietly. 1. They're idiots. 2. I'm going to end up getting nothing but gray hairs by the time you two graduate with how you both are doing things. Hisashi stated while Hitoshi laughed at the statement, Aizawa, and Izuku merely rolled their eyes at the man. I'm serious. Look at these hairs and tell me you don't see gray. Hisashi whined as he grabbed a strand of his hair. All I see is that same horrible blonde and a man who's officially lost his mind. Aizawa teased while Hisashi gasped dramatically. Wounded? By my own mate and husband? Hisashi exclaimed dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. They all laughed at the alpha's antics, the relief of having his family with him easing Izuku's anxiety, while the Omega then realized that he would be allowed to continue his internship with Mirko the next day, thankful that he would be allowed to see the woman again, and thank her for everything she had done for him. It is possible that people inspired by Stain's morals and death will be more active now. This may just seem like a patrol, but keep your guard up. Best Jeanist stated as he and Bakugo walked along the street. Yeah, Bakugo grumbled. His hair was combed down like Best Jeanist had styled, much to his distaste. The jeans were something he had sort of gotten used to now, but that didn't mean he liked walking around the area in front of other people in skinny pants. Here's a question for you, the pro asked, looking back slightly at his intern. Patrols are meant to deter villains from doing their work, but it also has a secondary purpose. What would that be? If we see some villains, we beat them up on the spot. Bakugo answered immediately with an evil grin. Wrong. Best Jeanist replied. Hey, it's Best Jeanist. A schoolgirl squealed, and her friends around her shared her lovesick look and ad-libs. The right answer is, Best Jeanist went on, waving and earning fangirl giggles. To remind the public who we are, to give them peace of mind. I've told everyone this for quite some time. Teach, Bakugo rolled his eyes, disgusted at the girls. Gods, don't they have a little normie school to be at? I swear, they're worse than Howdy Dash. Bakugo thought to himself, only to cut himself off at the end of his thought, trying to not allow himself to grow angrier than what he already was. especially at the reminder from the back of his head that Izuku hadn't talked to him since the Alpha confronted him. This helps weave a tapestry of trust, Genist added, taking away the Alpha's focus from the green-haired Omega. I think you just like getting recognized, Bakugo retorted. Hey! A little 7-year-old kid said, pointing up at Bakugo to his friends. I've seen him before. God damn it, another stupid fan from that dumb sports festival Dashta. The sludge monster guy. The kid added, making his friends snicker. He almost cried like a baby. Yeah, he was saved by that black-haired kid too. I saw him on the news too. What did you say? Bakugo yelled, rounding on the 3 kids behind him, his hair bouncing straight up from its delicate style back to its old wild ways. The kids started crying, afraid now of the angry UA student. Bakugo, have you forgotten everything I've been saying? Talk with them like a pro. Best Genist scolded the younger Alpha. Bakugo rolled his eyes and grunted, looking back at the terrified children. Yeah, whatever, he grumbled, leaning down. Listen up. I wasn't helpless and I didn't cry. I was just coming up with ways to fight him off. Sometimes a hero has to pretend he's been caught. Do you really think that I would lose? You'll eat those words when I become the new #1 hero. Never laugh at me again if you know what's good for you. The kids sobbed and bawled even louder now, shaking and clinging to each other. Best Genist rubbed his forehead. Bakugo had too much pride in him. If you channeled your hubris into a passion for a fight with a villain when the time comes, Genist chided roughly, then maybe we'd get somewhere. But at this rate, you'll either turn out to be a very poor hero with a villain or superiority complex. Genist looked at the angry twitching boy. What was he going to do with this one? I know I wasn't here long, but thank you for everything. Gran Torino yawned, leaning on his cane on his porch. Kirishima in his uniform, he was leaving for UA early in the morning. It was time for everyone to return to school. Their internships were over. There's no need for that, the old man replied. I wasn't even around when the big stuff happened. Yeah, but the only reason I was able to stand all the big stuff was because of your instruction and sparring. The redhead responded, his hero suitcase in his arms and his backpack slung over his shoulder. Suddenly, his previously injured ankle was given a swift knock by Gran Torino's cane. You only made it through because that hero killer let you, Gran Torino corrected sternly as Kirishima hopped slightly on one foot. I will admit, you have learned quite a bit and can control your quirk somewhat now. But don't think I didn't see your results from the hospital. You went over your limit and got a stress fracture on your right arm as if it wasn't damaged already by your reckless ideas. You're too impatient and need to think before you move. Kirishima looked down at his scarred hand. I'm sure you know this already, but if you want to be a true pro hero like All Might, you have to learn much more. The elder stated gently, giving the younger Alpha a gentle slap on the arm. Yes, sir. Kirishima responded. See you around Dashta. Gran Torino began to walk back into his home. Wait. Kirishima called. I have a question. I've been wondering for a while now, but there was no good time to ask. I was mostly in the hospital in the recent days, as you know. I mean, now isn't the best time either, but here I am. Out with it. Gran Torino interrupted gruffly. Even though you train the #1 hero and you're really strong, Kirishima muttered, looking down. Your hero name is almost unknown, sir. Why is that? I was never interested in long-term hero work, Gran Torino shrugged. What? Kirishima shouted, surprised. In the past, I had a resolution that required the free use of my quirk. Gran Torino looked up at the sky. That's the only reason why I got my license. It'd be better to hear this from All Might. You can expect more from him, as your main mentor. That's all. Have a safe trip back, lad. Thank you very much again. Bye. The Alpha bowed and then jogged off, waving behind him as he ran to catch his train. With that, Gran Torino turned and went inside, slamming his door. He leaned against his cane, thinking to himself. This boy is the world's future. He may not look or act like it much now, but he's just like Toshinori himself. Hey boy. Gran Torino poked his head out, yelling at Kirishima and making him stop and face him just before he turned the corner. Who are you? He called. Seriously? He laughed. I'm Iida Kirishima. That's not right, Gran Torino chided. I'm Red Riot. He called, waving his arms. My name is Red Riot. Gran Torino grinned and waved shortly, walking back inside. Together, he and Toshinori would have to keep a close eye on the young alpha. If they didn't, they may miss something truly special. There were great things ahead of him, that much was apparent. Haha. Kirishima and Shiro burst out laughing. Holy crap. What the heck, Bakugo? You bees, Bakugo growled, twitching as he tried to ruffle his hair back up to its normal, wild state. My stupid hair that got used to this that I'll kill you all. I'd like to see you try, pretty boy. Shiro teased while Kirishima was losing his sheet on the floor. What the hell did you call me? Bakugo roared, his fists sparking and ready to hit someone. His hair popped back up at that moment, spurred on by the blonde alpha's violent yell. Hey look, there he is. Shiro wheezed, the black-haired alpha doubling over next to Kirishima on the floor. You got to face actual villains? Awesome. I'm so jealous. Mina exclaimed to Jiru, the beta girl, then blushing slightly. I only helped people evacuate, Jiru shrugged. That's still pretty fun. Mina pouted, as she hadn't done much at her internship. I spent a lot of my time doing exercises and cleaning the whole ship, so you put a finger to her mouth. The beta catching the attention of the other two girls. But we did fight some drag villains. Okay, now that's cool, Mina and Jiru deadpanned, looking at their friend in awe. What about you, Uraraka? How was your week? So you asked. There, before them, stood a spiritually peaked Ochako with a strange look of peace and calm. It was very enlightening, Uraraka replied quietly, punching with precise movements in the air. I think her fighting spirit was discovered, so you noted. Yeah, that battle hero must have taught her a lot, Jiru agreed. She's a totally different person after 1 week, Denki remarked. Don't be fooled, Kaminari, Mineta laughed, before getting a dark and frightened expression on his face. All women are demons, and when those demons awake, there will be hell to pay, innocent or not. They hide their true personalities until it's too late. Dashed. What did MT Lady do to you? Denki wondered aloud, slightly concerned, but not too much. Still a little salty about the beta's comment on Omegas during Izuku's first day. Everyone in my internship loved me and it was pretty great. Now, if you want to talk about the ones who really changed, it was those 4. Denki motioned at Izuku and Iida, who stood near Todoroki's desk. And then to Kirishima. The 4 stopped their conversations as everyone crowded Todoroki, Iida, and Izuku. After all, what Denki had said was pretty true. The hero killer. Shiro remembered, his collar still held by an angry Bakugo, the alpha then looking at Kirishima, remembering that all 4 of them had been there for the ordeal. Are you okay? That must have been scary. Ochako latched onto Izuku's arm. I didn't see the video until long after you called. It looked freakier than you told me. Yeah, I think we're all good. Just glad we all made it back okay, Kirishima sighed, his collar also held by Bakugo. We all got worried, Yoro's aside. You were lucky Endeavor saved you guys, Sato grinned. So cool. Hagakure echoed happily. Todoroki merely looked at all of them, and Iida, Kirishima, and Izuku bit their lips. What would he say? Only those 4 knew the truth of that night. Well, those 4 and Hitoshi. Yeah, that's right, Todoroki said, looking down a bit. But shut up about it already. You'll make them uncomfortable. Hitoshi commanded, the room falling silent for a moment, while the 4 looked over to Hitoshi with a thankful smile, the purple-haired alpha merely nodding in return. Everyone's been saying he was connected to the League of Villains, and the video that keeps getting released is only freaking everyone out, Ojiro mentioned. Following in Hitoshi's lead by trying to draw the attention away from the 4. Just imagine if he was actually at the USJ attack. He is super tenacious, and that video made him look kinda cool. Denki stated only to be cut off. Hey! Izuku frowned, crossing his arms. Alright, Denki rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry. Alright, Iida said, inspecting his left arm. He is tenacious and I understand your thought process. But he chose to purge others as a result of his beliefs. No matter what, in that aspect he was wrong. To keep anyone from turning out like me, I will once again walk the path of a hero. Yeah, Iida. Izuku cheered, pumping his fist into the air to match her friend's robotic arm motions. Now let's start class. Iida called back to his old self. He's so loud, Tokoyami complained. Great job, Kaminari. You talked about weird stuff. Jiru grumbled to the blonde Omega. Sorry, Denki apologized. Okay, I am here. All Might exclaimed as he stood in front of his students. Though he didn't notice how Izuku purposely stayed behind Hitoshi. Though the Alpha gladly aided his brother in his attempts to hide. Anyway, All Might was saying to Class 1A, we'll start now. You're all in your hero suits because we're back at basic hero training. Long time no see, boys and girls. Since you all finished your internships, we'll have some fun with a rescue training race. Shouldn't we do this at the USJ? Iida inquired. He was not in his hero suit, as it was under repairs. That place is training you for disasters, All Might explained. Do remember what I said? Race. That's right. This is Field Gamma. He made a huge wave of his muscled arm at the large place behind him. It was composed of intricate pipe and tunnel structures. There were ginormous cylindrical stores, and it was clear that traveling on the ground would be near impossible. Up top would be the best place to go if they were going to try and win the race. It's a dense area filled with factories arranged to form an intricate labyrinth, All Might said. You will be placed in 4 groups of 5 people, though one group will have an extra. You will split up and race each other one group at a time. I'll send out a distress signal, and you all will race from different but fair starting points to see who can reach me first. Also, try and keep building damage to a minimum. All Might stated, pointing to Bakugo slyly. Don't point at me. Bakugo growled. All right, first group. All Might clapped his hands and ran off. Get in place and wait for my distress signal. Minutes later, Kirishima stood at his intended starting point. Iida, Ojiro, Siro, and Mina also were at their own places. The rest of Class 1A watched each individual from their own telescreen that displayed their live footage. Iida hasn't recovered yet, right? Sato noted. And he doesn't have his hero suit to help his engines. This group has everyone with good mobility, Hagakure added. Kirishima has a huge disadvantage, Momo pointed out. We know he's strong and all, but he can't use his quirk fully without hurting himself. Momo continued while everyone hummed in agreement. I think Siro will be first, though let's give everyone some support. Izuku chimed in. Everyone else agreeing with the boy with quite murmurs and nods. Yeah. Ojiro's pretty quick, Kaminari shrugged. Ashido has a super athletic butt. Mineta crowed unhelpfully. Ashido will be last, fuckers, Bakugo snarled. Iida could still win, Uraraka guessed. His engines still work even if his arms are a little messed up. Karo, Tsuyu agreed. All right. All Might called, his voice booming over the telescreen speakers. Here we go. He pressed a button on a buzzer, and a burst of light and noise emitted from his location. Siro's tape shot out from his elbows, and he swung himself up and away. Ashido jumped on top of a spiraling pipe and sprayed her acid to create a quick slipslide, moving swiftly towards All Might's released location. Ojiro used his tail to shoot himself up and forward in huge bursts of energy, quickly heading towards where everyone else was headed. Iida ran with alarming speed across beams and steady areas. See, look. Izuku pointed at the screen. Siro's in first. In a jumbled place like this, you should always seek higher ground. Siro has a good advantage in the air, with how agile he is. Shoji nodded. Isn't this a little too perfect for me? Siro chuckled. But his smile was shocked off of his face, and quite literally too. In a flash of red, something covered in red lightning shot past him faster than his eye could follow. It was Kirishima, his hair flying as he soared through the air. He hopped and jumped off of pipes and beams, getting ahead of everyone in his group. They only watched and tried to catch up, completely dumbfounded at the redhead. It's too perfect for the training I did with Gran Torino, at night, and with stain. Kirishima thought to himself as he focused on his footwork. All Might's face brightened when he saw the boy leaping through the air with ease. "Whoa, Kirishima!" Mineta and Kaminari gasped. Class 1A couldn't believe their eyes. Well, Iida, Iida, and Todoroki were unfazed. After all, they had seen his moves during the fight with Stain. "What's with those moves?" Tokoyami inquired. "How is he doing that?" Shiro shouted, trying to speed up his efforts. "His moves?" Tsuyu murmured. "Those jumps are crazy." Tako exclaimed. "He's moving like..." Todoroki trailed off, looking at the original owner of those movements. Everyone stared at Bakugo, but his eyes rested only on the screen. "Looks like you shitty hair has stopped acting like effing beta," Bakugo thought smugly. A villainous grin spread across his face as he watched the screen. The rest of Class 1A merely cowered back away from the blonde in response to his expression. "Are you kidding me?" Mina cried, her acid burning through the walls as she traveled. "His bones must have broken. How are they healed?" Ojiro asked aloud, resting briefly on a beam. "Okay, I'm doing well, keeping my energy at 5%. I just need to stay calm and focused." Kirishima thought to himself, reaching a fake factory rook and running across it to the other side. He jumped off of the roof onto a lower pipe, only to stumble slightly, quickly hardening his skin to brace for his fall, only for Shiro to pass him within a moment. The redhead then shot back up to chase after the other alpha. "And it's over!" All Might's voice boomed. Shiro, just a minute later, had won. He wore the winning ribbon and gave a thumbs up to All Might, while Kirishima patted the boy on the back. "Good job, man." Kirishima congratulated his friend while Shiro returned the gesture. "I was so close." Mina harumphed, with Ojiro sighing behind her. "That was crazy though. When did you learn to do that, Kirishima?" Shiro asked while the redhead chuckled. "I learned it during my internship, though since this area has unstable footing, I should be aware of all my surroundings. I need to be more alert, and the slightest wrong move could end up like my fall there. Though I'm lucky I hardened my skin fast enough." Kirishima replied while Shiro nodded. "Young Shiro may have come in first, but you four also did very well. You all have grown a lot since the start of the year. Learn from this experience, and congratulations to the whole lot of you for completing the race." All Might began ushering them off the platform, clearing the area for the next group. Kirishima began to follow after his classmates. All Might stood with his back to him. He rubbed his neck sheepishly before hearing him speak. "Good job," he heard the older alpha say in a low voice, giving him a subtle thumbs up. "You surprised everyone, and that included me. You're progressing well, young Kirishima. But come see me after class. It's time I tell you about One for All in its full story." "Why, yes, sir," Kirishima replied, a small part of him in the back of his mind praying that the man wouldn't say anything that would force the redhead to lose the confidence and trust he was slowly starting to grow with Izuku. With that, All Might walked off to make sure the other four found their way back. Kirishima jogging to catch up with his friends. The quiet exchange of words went unnoticed by most of the class, who were buzzing about Kirishima's improvement or making bets for the next race. But one person did see the mouths move, and the silent understanding of something. And they didn't like it one bit. "Come have a seat, young Kirishima," All Might ordered as he patted the table where he sat. Kirishima gulped and did as he was told. The school day was over, and the sky was a hazy orange as people left the school to go home. All Might was in a yellow and black striped suit and was in his deflated or normal form. He looked serious and his hands clasped together. "You've gone through a lot. For a week, I'm sorry about all that happened, and how I couldn't be there. Gran Torino talked to me." "Don't apologize," Kirishima said, sitting in front of him. "It's fine. What did you want to talk to me about? With One for All? That's more important than the past in my eyes." Kirishima retorted, though that small part of him started to grow louder, his prayers fighting to the forefront of his mind. "The past holds much more significance than you believe, young Kirishima. I know I have not told you much of All for One, and I have primarily tried to instill a sense of caution around young Yamada. But this is something you must know. About both of them." All Might stated grimly, while Kirishima's stomach sank when All Might said Izuku's name. The original name of that monster is unknown, but he chooses to call himself the same name as his quirk, which is All for One. All Might began. You said, is it still around today being passed down to other people? No, not exactly. All for One takes other people's quirks and makes them its own, storing up multiple powers to use as they please. It can give quirks to others as well. Everything for one person? Kirishima breathed, his brow furrowing. When quirks first began appearing, the basis of what made someone a normal human crumbled away. Laws and human rights were a major problem all of the time, and civilization's progress couldn't move forward in this time of fear and confusion. Society began to decay. If quirks never existed, we'd be living in space or something right now, right? Kirishima asked. Basically, All Might agreed. During that panicked PRD, there was someone who was the first to unite all of the people in the world. His name, through his power, was All for One. He stole quirks from others, and then, with his overwhelming abilities, he spread his influence across the country. He manipulated others, and his evil was met with little resistance. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of all villains ruling Japan. I've seen rumors about that whole ordeal online. Kirishima said, his hands tightening into fists on his pants. But isn't this just a fairy tale? An exaggerated truth? When I looked elsewhere, for more hero research I couldn't find it in school, textbooks, anything to do with history. They can't put secret dealings in your history books, now, can they? All Might inquired. People need a place to use their powers. How does this relate to One for All? Or Aizawa? Kirishima asked, tilting his head. All for One gives quirks to others, and Yamada can borrow quirks as well, not to mention his control on the shadows themselves. All Might said, staring straight into Kirishima's ruby eyes. All for One made people surrender or trust him by giving them power. However, many couldn't bear the burden of new quirks, becoming mute living dolls, just like the Nomus. Kirishima's eyes widened. In the meantime, there were quirks that mixed or changed as they were passed on. All for One had a sickly younger brother, who had a strong sense of justice. It pained him to see what his elder brother had done, so he continued to resist. The elder forced a power-stalking quirk onto the younger, and it is impossible now to tell if it was out of brotherly love or forced espinson. Don't tell me. Kirishima's hands fell off his lap, and he gripped his chair as he leaned forward. The younger was thought to be quirkless, but there was something inside of him. All Might continued slowly. It was something that neither he nor anyone else had noticed. The quirk to stock power mixed with the quirk to pass on quirks. All Might dropped his outstretched arms from his demonstration previously to his sides, his face deadly serious. That is where One for All was born, he said. I still don't understand something. How does any of these relate to Yamada? This was so long ago. And he hasn't done anything to show me that he's bad like that monster. He saved Iida's, Todoroki's, and my own life. He was in the hospital longer than any of us because he pushed himself so far. Kirishima exclaimed, his prayers finally reaching the forefront, and the Alpha knew that he needed to stick up for Izuku with this. Yamada has a quirk similar to All for One. Not to mention he is the direct descendant of All for One. He is not adopted or a grandchild. He is his son. And he was raised by that monster. He was raised to be a villain. All Might stated grimly, while Kirishima huffed. But what about Hitoshi Yamada? His brother? Wouldn't he know if his own brother was still on the side of evil? And All for One is dead, isn't he? You always referred to him in the past tense until just now. Kirishima tried to argue, only for All Might to raise his hand, signaling for the younger Alpha to go silent. Young Kirishima. All for One is still very much alive. He is most likely the one behind the League of Villains. All Might stated bluntly. What? But how? It doesn't make any sense in general that someone who could very well be hundreds of years old has a son who is my age. But he's still alive. I thought you defeated him. Kirishima exclaimed, still trying to keep his hope for Izuku at the front of his argument. He can steal quirks. It is most likely he stole an immortal type quirk. And tell me, Kirishima, how do you believe the League of Villains found the USJ? All Might questioned as he stood and walked to the window, Kirishima following after him quickly. I don't know. But Yamada wasn't even in our class during that attack. So, why you can't think? He is under the care of Present Mike and Eraserhead. Not to mention his brother was in the hero course from the beginning. It is very plausible that one of them could have told him the location, only for him to relay that information to his father. All Might stated coldly. Wait, Mr. Aizawa and Present Mike are their fathers. W8 No, not the main thing right now. But you can't possibly think that Izuku is a traitor? Kirishima exclaimed, his argument slowly becoming less and less believable with everything All Might said. His father is alive, young Kirishima. The very fact that villains could find a secret location that no one but the pro-heroes knew about. And now that there are actual speculations of a traitor in UA, I'm afraid I have no other choice but to speculate on such an assumption. Now tell me, has Yamada not acted strangely around you and me both? Hesitant, weary almost. Well, yes, but that could just be because he's still new to the class and he's just shy. Kirishima was practically pleading at this point. He didn't want to admit that All Might's reasoning made some sense to him. A liar's own behavior will give them away. There is a chance he senses something from you, and he knows to be cautious to not get caught. Young Kirishima, all I ask is that you proceed with caution. I would hate for that boy to trick you, and for your kind nature to be used against you. All Might reasoned while Kirishima bowed his head as his shoulders slumped. I'll do my best, Kirishima said firmly, his fists clenched and his eyes became determined. All Might turned to look at him. His feet were planted at shoulder width, and he looked at the ground with a fierce stubbornness. All Might dropped his hands from behind his back, and they fell at his sides. I'll believe in your words, sir. I trust you. But I still want to keep hope about my classmate. And if he is still teetering on which side to choose, is it not smart to make sure he chooses the right side? Kirishima faltered, however, when All Might covered his face with one hand. And I will trust in your decisions, young Kirishima. All I ask is that you don't let your guard down. That was all the symbol of peace said, not looking at the younger alpha. The deflated symbol of peace watched the boy leave after he had told him he could do so. I'm sorry, young Kirishima, but I refuse to allow that monster or anyone related to him to take away the life of someone I care for. Not again. All Might thought sadly, his heart burning with pain and something along the lines of guilt. All right, class, Aizawa sighed. That's it for today. There's 1 week left before your final exams, and I'm sure you all are definitely studying. Don't forget to keep track of your training. The written exams are only one element. Aizawa started to walk out of the class as he spoke, all of his students sweating and nervous. Well, not so much Izuku and Hitoshi. The two had been reminded of the exams daily by their fathers. The practical exams are also something to think about. Good luck, he added, closing the door behind him. We've barely taken notes this semester. Denki groaned while Mina laughed at him. With the sports festival, internship, and all my other classes, I didn't even look at the textbook. Mina was 20th in class, and Denki was the 21st. Indeed, we haven't had much free time, Tokoyami agreed, the 15th ranked in class. We barely learned anything when we took our midterms, among everything else, Sato added. Those didn't seem hard, so I'm kind of worried about these. The Sato and Kota, in order, were 13th and 12th. As someone ranked in the top 10, Mineta cockily shrugged, 10th in class. What? Mina exclaimed. Shouldn't you be, like, busy with pawn or whatever? Denki asked frantically. Weird little creeps like you are only likable if you're stupid. Denki exclaimed. Peace, whatever, little jealous one. Mineta waved his inferior classmates off. Ashido, Denki. Izuku called, walking up behind his despairing friends. We still have time to study. I was ranked 4th in the midterms, and if we all work together and try hard, we'll be able to go to the summer training camp as a whole class. Izuku encouraged while Mina held back a coo of appreciation. Though Denki merely hugged his friend desperately, Izuku gladly allowing the other Omega to do so. Yes. Iida echoed, raising his hand, second in the class. As class representative, I have high hopes that will make UA proud. It's hard to fail if you pay attention in class, Todoroki said, 5th in rank. Why do you all have to put more pressure on me? Denki whined. Don't worry, you too. Momo assured them, 1st in the class. I can catch you up to speed on all of the important things. You're the best. Mina and Denki praised, grateful. I won't be any help when it comes to the practical though, Momo sighed. I've been studying a lot recently, but I still have trouble with quadratic equations, Jairu said, 7th in their class. How good are you with classical Japanese? Siro asked sheepishly, 18th out of the 21 students. I may be 8th, but there's a lot I still don't get, Ojiro admitted. Please. Everyone who had problems chorused, begging Momo to teach them. Yes, of course. She shot up from her seat, giddy with anticipation and excitement. All right. They all cheered. We'll hold a study session at my residence this weekend, Momo said, bouncing with every word. I must tell Mother to open up the hall. What kind of tea are you all partial to? Hall. Can't wait to see your house. Mina pumped her fist in the air. Tea. Siro repeated. In my family, we always drink Harrods or Wedgwood, so if you have any preference, let me know. You can always trust me to help you study. Momo explained happily. We're peasants, Denki muttered. Anything is fine, Jairu replied. And that's how you ask people to study, Kirishima cringed. Want me to beat this sheet into dumb butt? Bakugo growled. You're 15th in the class, you can't say anything. Bakugo was 3rd in the class. Sure. I need the extra studying, and with you pretty close to the top, it'll be awesome, Kirishima grinned. Everyone's panicking now, shouldn't you in 19th place, try cramming? Shoji, 11th, noted. Hush now, peasant, I am capable of flawlessly passing these pitiful tests. Aoyama waved him off. Aoyama, if you like you can study with me and Hitoshi, he got 6th so I think we could help. Izuku offered while Aoyama turned quickly to the boy with his classic dramatics and smile. Why thank you Moname. I would be happy to. Aoyama stated as he posed dramatically, Izuku laughing at the boy's behavior. Great. It's like a dad too. But weirder. Hitoshi grumbled under his breath while Izuku quickly slapped his brother's arm in response. Be nice to our friends. Izuku scolded while Hitoshi squawked at his little brother, quickly taking to pulling the boy into a headlock as he roughed Izuku's hair playfully. Beat his but green bean. Mina cheered while Izuku flushed at the use of the nickname, though happily taking to the challenge of wrestling his brother, pulling the larger boy onto the ground with him as they wrestled. Denki, Mina, Ochako, and Siro all cheered all the while. Yamada's. Just because you both are brothers does not mean that etiquette means nothing. Iida scolded as he tried to break the two up, only for Hitoshi to pull the blue-haired alpha down with him. Cackling as Iida sputtered. Oh my, I wish you could see this. Then maybe you wouldn't be so weary. A certain redhead thought to himself as he watched the wrestling match with a fond smile. I'm kind of freaked out by the practical exam, since we don't know what's coming, Izuku admitted, taking a bite of his katsudon. I doubt it'd be anything too crazy, Iida assured him. The alpha having broken up the two brothers and got them all to lunch. Yeah, the written exam should be a breeze, Izuku nodded. That easy, huh? Ochako asked with a feigned smile, her wide eyes showing that her 14th-ranked self was in no way prepared for either exam. The practical exam should still be hard, though, Izuku continued. It's a comprehensive test of everything we learned this year, Hitoshi said. That's all Mr. Aizawa will say, Tsuyu shrugged. So combat, rescue, and basic training then? Chako guessed. We can't just study, we have to stay in great physical shape. At this point, he was cut off when the back of his head was jostled slightly. He let out a yelp and brought his head back to where it was. He turned around quizzically. Could it be Kaken? No, he hadn't even so much as spoken to Bakugo since the sports festival. Right. If it isn't dear little Izuku. Minoma purred while Izuku only sighed at his friend's behavior. Do not touch him, Todoroki commanded coldly, not realizing that Izuku wasn't at all hurt or upset by the blonde's actions. Oh, How frightening. I do hope you aren't trying to challenge me, though it would make sense, seeing as your class must always be in the limelight, Monoma teased while Todoroki stood to make himself appear bigger. Monoma. Don't start sheet. Hitoshi threatened while Izuku quickly stood to block Todoroki from Monoma. Monoma. What are you doing? Leave them alone. Kendo shouted as she marched over to the table. Guys! Izuku shouted, summoning a few thin shadows to push everyone apart. Okay, let's do some quick introductions. Because I refuse to deal with this. Izuku commanded, reeling the shadows back, while everyone stared at him. Guys, this is Nito Monoma. He's my friend. And he has been since the beginning of this year. Izuku stated, turning to the group at the table as he gestured to Monoma, the blonde merely smirking smugly at the group. Nito, these are my friends. Ochako Uraraka, Tenya Iida, and Shoto Todoroki. And you know Hitoshi. Izuku turned to face Monoma, gesturing to the group behind him. Everyone stayed primarily silent, except for Todoroki slurping his soba loudly, giving Monoma the stink eye. Hold on. Monoma, you're friends with him? I thought you swore everyone in 1A as your rivals. Kendo asked quietly, the beta girl leaning close to the blonde's ear. Izuku is and will be the only person in 1A that I will not declare as my rival. Besides, he was in the support course first. And I frankly would rather keep my fabulous costume designer on my side. Monoma retorted, not truly caring who heard him. There shouldn't be any sides, Nito. We're all trying to be heroes, we should all just be friends and get along. And I told you that design for your hero costume would be better, Izuku piped up, though his tone turned smug at the end. Easy green bean. I'll play nice, but I don't want to catch whatever kind of rabies that shithead has, Hitoshi mocked tauntingly, while Izuku only whined, knowing his brother was trying to start a fight. Oh dear, Toshi, such cruelty. I thought you loved me. Though it must be for the best. I wouldn't want to catch whatever disease you must have to have such heinous eye bags. Monoma retorted teasingly, while the two alphas only smirked smugly to each other, their silent challenge to each other clear as day. I can't tell if they're insulting each other, or if they're friends and they're just teasing, Kendo muttered while Izuku shrugged, the boy honestly had no clue. I'd like to think that they're friends, Izuku muttered while Kendo patted the boy on the back. Acquaintances. Hitoshi and Monoma stated in unison. Ahem. Well, you both would care to, you may join us here for lunch. Yamada is correct about there being no sides and we should all be cordial with one another. Iida offered. I'm good, but thanks anyway. Besides, I need to help a few of my friends with studying for the exams. Kendo stated with a polite wave. Yeah, the exams. I have to say the physical exams are beginning to feel a bit intimidating, Ochako chimed in. Oh that? It should be just like the entrance exams. They're using robots again, one of my upperclassmen friends told me. Kendo stated. Kendo. That was our leverage. Monoma hissed. Robots? Oh, that's different. Well, I hope we all can do well with it. Ochako chimed in. There is no doubt Class 1B will surpass all of you. Though the only reason your class will have at least a shred of dignity left will be because of Izuku. Seeing as he clearly will be the only to pass. Monoma spat tauntingly, while Kendo and everyone at the table glared at him. All except Izuku, who merely just covered his eyes with his hand and shook his head. Though in retaliation to the comment, Kendo smacked Monoma on the back of the neck, causing the boy to slump slightly as Kendo dragged him away. Hitoshi cackling the entire time. Well, that was interesting. Iida muttered. If it's robots again, it'll be easy, Denki sighed with relief. Yeah. Mina agreed. You two look like you'd have a hard time controlling your quirks against people, Shoji remarked. Yeah, but if I can let loose with a robot, it'll be a cinch. Denki pumped both fists into the air. And I can melt them all. Mina crowed. And with Yoro's study help, you'll be all set for the finals. Siro added. We can go to the training camp now. Both students cheered, already seeing their victory. It doesn't matter if they're people or robots if you still beat 'em up, right? The blonde alpha growled. What are you idiots talking about it being a cinch? He asked gruffly. Who are you calling an idiot? Denki protested. Shut up. Bakugo shouted, silencing both Mina and the electric boy. If you can't control your quirk, learn to control it already. Idiots. The blonde shouted while Denki pouted at the boy's command, Mina merely sticking her tongue out at the other alpha. I don't need another half-butted result like the sports festival, Bakugo sneered, shoving his hands into his pockets. We get individual scores for these shitty tests, so we'll see who's better, whether you like it or not. I'll beat you with an indisputable difference. I'll kill you. He then rounded on Todoroki. You two half and half be. Bakugo shouted. Todoroki merely nodded once, his gaze icy. You shouldn't talk to them like that. They are your friends, Bakugo. The blonde went silent at the statement. His head snapped quickly as he stared at the greenette. Izuku had been the one to speak up. Bakugo said nothing, only staring at the Omega with an expression between shock and frustration. Though the primary shock was soon over as he growled quietly, turning fully to face Izuku. The blonde slammed his hands onto the boy's desk loudly while Izuku jumped slightly, though keeping his expression stern, never breaking his gaze from the blonde's eyes. Deku, you still owe me a DMN good explanation. And my patience is going thin. So, if I were you, I'd watch what you say. Bakugo whispered harshly, while Izuku pursed his lips and gave a small, barely noticeable nod. With that, Bakugo walked away and out of the class's door, slamming it behind him. It's been a while since I've seen Bakubro that tense, Kirishima said aloud. He is impatient, Tokoyami stated. Outside the room, Aizawa stood, unnoticed by all. Bakugo had definitely gotten worse in his eyes. And then, the first day of the written exam arrived. Aizawa started the time, and his students set to work. Each person studied the paper, answered questions, and may have been confused over 1 or 2 points. Some clicked their pens or mechanical pencils in concentration. Others furiously sped through it all, writing everything they knew down in a frenzy. A few still struggled. It was a very stressful time for all either way. On the 3rd day of the exam, Aizawa stopped them all. Their time was up. Those tests had all passed very quickly. Last person in each row, come forward and collect everyone's exam papers, he droned. Thanks, Momo. Denki and Mina bounced, jumping up to the startled Momo, who was collecting Izuku's paper at the moment. Your study group helped us a lot. And so, the 3 long and exhausting days of written exams were over. It had passed too quickly, to most students. After the written test, came the bigger exam, the practical. The next day was when it would take place. Now, we'll take the practical, Mr. Aizawa said, flanked by every pro-hero working at the school. The students were slightly confused by how many heroes they were, but they, in their own hero suits, didn't dwell on that fact for too long. It is very possible to fail this exam, Aizawa warned. If you want to go to the training camp, then don't make any stupid mistakes. There are a lot of teachers, Jiru whispered to Momo, coming back to that certain point. I expect that you all gathered info ahead of time. You have some idea of what we are doing, no? Aizawa continued, unfazed by his student's remark. We're fighting robots again. Denki cheered. Suddenly, Principal Nizu popped out of Aizawa's special scarf. Too bad. His furry muzzle grinned. For various reasons, this year we shall change that. Huh? Everyone exclaimed. Change it. Ojiro repeated. We wanted to focus more on person-to-person combat and rescue, Nizu explained, climbing down from his perch. This stresses teaching that can better prepare you for real fights. So, we'll put you in pairs to fight against one teacher. Though there will be one trio, seeing as it will even the score with their opponent. And you have an uneven number of students. The teachers? Uraraka asked timidly. The teams and their opponent have already been chosen. They were based on my discretion on various factors. This included fight style, grades, and interpersonal relationships. Nizu continued. Everyone's stomach dropped. This was getting bad. First, Todoroki and Yoorozu are up against me, Aizawa said, grinning slightly. Izuki Yamada, Katsuki Bakugo, and Iida Kirishima are also on a team, Nizu continued. What? Izuku yelped, the boy's anxiety growing slightly due to the realization that he would be placed with the two boys that he had done his best to either make peace with or some would ignore. Bakugo looked equally shocked and definitely angrier, though Kirishima merely chuckled as he patted the blonde's back before reaching from behind Iida to grab the greenette and bring him closer to the two alphas. "You three will be up against me." A voice boomed, and All Might crashed down in front of them. "All Might!" the three students exclaimed. "Work together to beat me, you three," All Might advised. Kirishima, Izuku, and Bakugo stared at each other. Class 1A and even some teachers looked at the trio and their opponent. This would definitely be a memorable fight. Though Aizawa and Hisashi both turned to each other quickly, both hoping the other had an explanation as to why Izuku was on the same team as Kirishima and Bakugo. The two knew that the two alphas would face against All Might, but they and the other teachers had planned for Izuku to be placed with a different pair. "You pay close attention, young Kirishima. If placing you in close combat with Yamada is what it will take for you to realize, then so be it," All Might thought, watching as Izuku quickly scurried away from the two alphas and over to his brother, who was originally staring at the trio with wide eyes, before quickly aiding Izuku in hiding behind him. "Let's continue to announce the teams," Nizu called. Rikido Sato and Hitoshi Yamada against Cementos, first match. Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami against Ectoplasm, second match. Ojiro Mashireo and Tenya Iida against Power Loader, third match. Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yoerzu against Eraserhead, fourth match. Chako Uraraka and Yuga Oyama against 13, fifth match. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido against Nizu, sixth match. Koji Kota and Kyukaju against Present Mike, seventh match. Mezu Shoji and Toru Hagakure against Snipe, eighth match. Hanta Siro and Minoru Mineta against Midnight, ninth match. Katsuki Bakugo, Ijiro Kirishima, and Izuku Yamada against All Might, 10th match. "The time limit is 30 minutes. Nizu said, holding something up in his paw. "To win, you must put these HNDCFFS on your teacher. However, you can have one of you also escape from the stage," Nizu explained. "Capture the teacher or escape, it's like the combat training," Denki murmured. "Is it okay to run away?" Mina asked. "Yep," Nizu assured her. "It will be different from the combat training. You'll be up against someone way better than you," Hisashi warned. "You've got that right," Kirishima muttered. "I can't imagine that," Jiraiya replied, ignoring Kota's efforts to quiet her. "Hey girl, watch your mouth," Hisashi pouted. "It will be like a real battle. Please, think of us as villains." 13 added. "Assuming you come across the enemy, if you believe you can win through fighting, go ahead and do so." "It's all right," Snipe interjected. However, Aizawa interjected in a low voice. "In cases where your abilities have a huge gap between them, it would be best to run and get help. Todoroki, Iida, Kirishima, Yamada. I'm sure you three understand this well," Aizawa stated as he looked at each of the boys. Iida remembered that time. He clenched his fist. Running away would never again be an option for him. He swore it. He would be smarter now. "So, we fight to win or run to win," Izuku's brow furrowed. "That's right," Hisashi shouted. "This is a test of your decision-making skills. However, some of you may believe that your only real choice is to flee. That's why the support course made these fantastic accessories for us." All Might pulled out a large metal bracelet and everyone could tell it was weighted down immensely. "Behold, ultra-compressed weights," Hisashi crowed. "These babies add about half of our body weight to our physique. It isn't much, but it'll eat up our stamina and limit our movements. These are heavier than I thought. We had a contest to come up with these designs, and May Hatsum won." Hisashi continued as all of the teachers strapped them onto their wrists and ankles. "Good for her." Izuku grinned to himself, proud that his friend was doing so well. "Let's begin," Aizawa sighed. "The teams will take the practical exam in the order you were called. We have a stage prepared for you. Sato, Hitoshi Yamada. You're up." "Yes, sir," both boys chorused. Those waiting their turn can either watch the exam or try to strategize together as a team. It's your choice. That's all. Aizawa went on as everyone began walking away. Ojiro, I'd like to discuss how we might coordinate the use of our quirks. Iida turned to his partner. Great, Ojiro smiled. Tokoyami, let's go come up with a plan. Tsuyu tapped his shoulder. Agreed, the bird nodded. We've got to figure out a way to destroy Ms. Midnight's thin costume. Mineta cheered. You are such a little scumbag, Ciro sighed hopelessly. Yes. Everyone get prepared. Because even though we teachers have these extra weights, we will not be going easy on you, for today we are the villains. All Might commanded encouragingly, though Bakugo merely growled quietly as he grabbed Izuku and pulled the Omega out from behind Ochako, though the Beta girl gave the Alpha a distasteful look in response, not exactly enjoying the fact that both Alphas immediately took to just grabbing Izuku and dragging him. You think we need a handicap to win against you? Bakugo snarled. Think again. Haha. All Might laughed, his blue eyes piercing everyone's gaze. This will be fun. All Might retorted challengingly, successfully getting Kirishima and Bakugo to take on the challenge, while Izuku could tell there was malice behind that challenge. And it wasn't meant for either Alpha. Izuku. The Omega then turned to see Hisashi rounding the corner to the hallway that Izuku has been hiding in. The boy had escaped from Kirishima and Bakugo for long enough to find a place to hide. Hi, Dad, Izuku whispered as he raised his head from where they had been resting on his arms. The boy curled up on the floor with his knees hugged tightly to his chest. Are you okay, Zu? I'm sure that I could talk to Nizu and explain that you need to be placed with a different pair. I doubt he would deny you. Hisashi offered as he kneeled in front of his son, placing a gentle hand on the boy's head. And while Izuku looked hopefully at the Alpha for a moment, the boy quickly shook his head in denial. Izuku? Hisashi asked gently. No, All Might doesn't trust me. If I pull out of the team with Kirishima and Bakugo, then it will give him all that much more reason to not trust me. But if I can help us pass the exam, it might make him see that I'm actually on the good side. That I'm not like ... Izuku Yamada, Hisashi commanded while Izuku fell silent immediately, the boy's statement having been cut off before he could finish. Izuku, while I couldn't be prouder of you, you shouldn't give two sheets what that douchebag thinks of you. He's wrong. And you shouldn't put yourself in a potentially incredibly dangerous situation just to prove something that everyone already knows. He's just an a-hole who's too caught up in his pride to see how wrong he is. Hisashi stated as he reached out hesitantly, offering a hug to the boy, though allowing him to deny him if he didn't want it. Though Izuku immediately jumped into his father's arms, thankful for the physical comfort. I know, Dad, but I'm also doing it for me. I guess I just want to make sure that I know that I'm not like him. But I'll be okay. Besides, it's 3 against 1. If anything, I can just help make sure that we can run. Izuku stated while Hisashi hugged his son tightly. Alright, fine. But just letting you know, if he does anything too serious, you're allowed to call off the exam, you're allowed to surrender. So please, just do that if it gets too dangerous. Or your papa and I just might kill a man. Hisashi joked at the end while Izuku nodded. Wait, aren't Jairu and Kota next? Don't you need to get to the arena? Izuku asked while Hisashi went wide-eyed. Oh shit. I forgot about that. Hisashi screeched as he jumped up, pulling Izuku up with him. Think about what I said, Zu. Stay safe. Do good, I believe in you. Kick All Might's butt. I love you. Hisashi rambled loudly as he ran down the hallway while waving goodbye to Izuku. Love you too, Dad. Izuku shouted back, though Hisashi already having rounded the corner and sprinted long down the hallway. So far, the passing students were Hitoshi Yamada, Kyukajire, Momo Yoeorozu, Todoroki Shoto, Koji Kota, Tsuyu Azui, Fumikage Tokoyami, Ojiro Mashireo, Tenya Iida, Ochako Uraraka, Yuga Aoyama, Toru Hagakure, Mezu Shuji, and so far, the only ones to fail were Hanta Siro, Minoru Mineta, Denki Kaminari, Mina Ishido, Rikido Sato. Sato was the only one who hadn't failed along with his teammate, seeing as Hitoshi was the one to take down Cementos, Sato having passed out due to his sugar crash. And now it was time for the final exam. Izuku tried to calm his beating heart and followed in behind Kirishima and Bakugo. The two alphas still running hot from All Might's challenge from earlier. The entry doors slammed shut behind them. At the very end of the line, by the exit gate, All Might stood in his signature pose. His wide trademark smile gave chills to anyone who saw him. It was time. The last match had begun. Team Bakugo, Kirishima, and Yamada. Practical exam. Ready? Go. You're seriously pissing me off, Bakugo growled in his head, turning slightly to glare intensely at Izuku. He felt his eyes on him and glanced at him warily. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to be under a murderous gaze. Izuku quickly looked away and looked down, Bakugo's command for an explanation ringing clear in his head. So, he turned back to him, about to say something. However, Bakugo took a pounding step forward, storming on without either Kirishima or Izuku. His outraged expression did not waver. But, Baku bro, we need to stay together. We're a team in this. Kirishima shouted as he jogged forward to catch up to the other alpha. Only for Bakugo to growl warningly at the redhead. Nervously, Izuku followed behind Kirishima, though being sure to keep his distance. I have to talk to him. We're a team. We should be going over a plan. Communication is the only way we can win. Izuku thought to himself. Keikasi dash. Bakugo. Izuku called, nearly calling the blonde by the old nickname, though catching his tongue quickly. But what neither of the other two noticed, Bakugo almost looked back hopefully at the Omega's slip-up, only to growl quietly at the use of his surname. Listen, for this exam, All Might is the villain, and we have to be the heroes. We need a solid plan. Normally, I'd suggest analyzing the villain's combat ability and making our decision then, but here, All Might is the one we're up against. At this point, it isn't even a question. Combat against him is impossible and a complete suicide mission. We could never beat him. Izuku tried to reason while Kirishima reached behind him to aid Izuku in keeping pace with the other two boys' long strides. Though Izuku quickly hurried his pace, trying to avoid having to touch either alpha if at all possible. Stop following me. Bakugo snarled, walking ahead as Kirishima and Izuku froze. Bakugo. He's right. Listen to him on this. Kirishima argued. Stealing his nerves, the greenette ran up to try again. All Might is probably waiting for us on this main road. We should take another route. Izuku once again tried to reason as he slowly came upon the blonde, coming to walk beside him. I'm not gonna wait for this fight to happen, I won't run away. It'll look better if we blast that smile off his face. Bakugo growled. No, we should avoid fighting him, no matter what it takes. Izuku protested. We'll toy with him until the time is almost up and then knock him unconscious for real. Bakugo scoffed. Izuku stopped, watching the tall ash-blonde walk on. As he looked at Kirishima for help, while the redhead groaned quietly at his friend's stubbornness. Why do things have to be so difficult between me and Kaken? I don't have time to worry about upsetting him. Or about our past. Izuku thought to himself. Think about this. Izuku shouted, running up to him again. While Kirishima sprinted close to Izuku, keeping pace with the greenette. We've seen the way he fights. Even with the handicap weights, it'll be impossible to win in a fight against him dash. In one quick move, Bakugo whipped around and smacked him backward. Izuku's head collided with his grenade gauntlet, with a small yelp. Though before he could fall to the ground, Kirishima caught his falling form. Though the redhead growling caused a small vibration to emit onto the Omega's back. While Izuku shuddered at the vibration and at the feeling of the flame that was one for all, the boy realized that the flame had yet to calm since the sports festival. I don't want to hear another goddamn word, Bakugo growled, using his tone as a warning to Kirishima, while the redhead refused to cease his growling. If anything, the sound only became louder. Bakugo, we are a FING team. We work together. Now swallow your FNG pride for 5 minutes and listen to what Yamada has to say. He's right, fighting All Might head-on is stupid and a surefire way for us to fail. The redhead growled while Bakugo glared at the other alpha, while Izuku pushed himself away from Kirishima, now standing in between the two alphas as the two continued to glare at each other, both waiting for the other to back down. Though neither planned to. Izuku! Ochako cried, watching with fearful eyes. What is his problem? Momo growled. Oh dear, recovery girl. Sighed. There's no teamwork between those three. I thought at least Kirishima and Bakugo would be able to get along and Izuku could help from the sides. But those two arrogant alphas can't get their heads out of their buttes. Mina shouted, flabbergasted at the behavior of the two alphas. Don't they realize the trial ahead of them? Momo questioned. The two female alphas merely shook their heads, disappointed with the two male alphas' behavior. And still, All Might loomed menacingly by the exit gate, his signature pose and smile never faltering. Here we go. All Might boomed, pulling back one of his arms, fists curled. I am here to test them. Dimminute you too. Izuku shouted, finally having grown far too irritated to deal with the two boys. The Omega then used two shadows to shove the two of them a foot or two away and onto the ground. Right now is not the time. We are a team, whether we like it or not. And right now, all three of us want to pass our exam. So, stop acting like 7-year-olds who are fighting over a toy. Izuku commanded, the shadows retreating into the darkness while Izuku crossed his arms over his chest, looking between the two like a disappointed mother. Both alphas merely stared at the Omega in shock for a moment before they both stood and nodded slightly. Thank you. Now please, can we figure out what to do before All Might finds us? Izuku asked as he looked between the two once more, his tone no longer stern. Though before either alpha could agree or even make a suggestion, All Might released his fist and punched forcefully forward. The air around his arms surged into a powerful blow, traveling swiftly and picking up momentum in the direction he had punched. The impact of his powerful arm move grew and grew and grew. In a mere second by the time it had reached Izuku, Kirishima, and Bakugo, it had turned into a full-blown explosion of power. Kirishima, Bakugo, and Izuku were knocked backward by the debris and damage of his punch. The arena, staged in a city area, was torn apart immediately by his power of one for all. Cars went flying, and tall buildings began to crumble and break apart. Lampposts, fake bushes, the road, and more were all violently disrupted by All Might's quirk. This was very bad. Smoke and rubble began to clear, and Bakugo waved it away roughly. While Kirishima wiped some of the debris off of his arm, Izuku shakily sat up, looking ahead. The outline of a giant silhouette began to fade into view, through the smog. Who cares if I destroy this city? All Might boomed in a menacing tone, walking over slowly with great thundering steps. What? Izuku thought, his face paling. When did he get? How is he? Kirishima thought. So, intimidating. All three thought in their heads at the same time. All Might walked out of the majority of the smoke, his trademark smile looking colder now. His broad shoulders made a looming shadow in the sunlight. He certainly did play a villain well. Taking a giant stomp, the ground rumbled, and more wind and pressure erupted, aimed forcefully against the three students. Izuku struggled to remain upright, while Kirishima hardened his feet, planting them into the ground so he could create some sort of foundation, and Bakugo shielded himself, with great effort. If you think of this as an exam, but not a real fight, then you'll be sorry, All Might warned, one of his eyes shining a piercing bright blue as smiled evilly. I'm a villain now, heroes. Remember that. His tone chilled the students to their very core. They were frozen in place, fixated on his hypnotically blue eye. They had never seen All Might look so scary. You better come at me with everything that you've got, he said in a low voice. I won't pull my punches. All Might declared. Izuku's eyes widened and he scrambled up. It's over if we fight him head-on, he exclaimed, grabbing Bakugo's right arm and Kirishima's left as he made a reversing turn. We have to run. Don't tell me what to do, Diminu. Bakugo yelled, wrenching his arm away from the frightened boy. Bro, I think we should dash. Though before Kirishima could finish, All Might jumped off of where he stood, launching himself at the three. How about a stun grenade? Bakugo shouted, lifting his hands and firing a powerful blast at the oncoming teacher. The explosion stopped All Might instantly, and he shielded his eyes from the brightness. The explosion was contained partially, and the effects were a blinding white light trapping the four in the arena. It wasn't a trap, to be sure, but rather a move that encased them all. "You said you wanted everything I've got." Bakugo snarled, leaping high into the air at the pro-hero. "As if that wasn't my plan. I never dash." Bakugo was roughly cut off. All Might caught the boy's face in his large hand, holding him high into the air. The stun grenade had faded a second too soon. The blonde's angry protests were muffled, but he now swung both of his arms irritably at All Might's face, firing off blast after in rapid-fire motions. Normally, if you grab someone's face, they reflexively try to pull your hand off. All Might strained against the explosions. "Guess he is only concerned about winning," All Might thought to himself. To stop the onslaught of explosions, All Might used his other hand and grabbed Bakugo's left gauntlet. Now with two holds on the boy, he pivoted and slammed the student down hard on the ground. All Might removed his hand partially, and Bakugo coughed, his head twitching as he gasped for air. "Your rapid-fire blasts were weak," All Might hissed. "Hardly more than a sting. And where are you going?" All Might shouted as he caught Izuku slowly backing away from the scene, though Kirishima was nowhere in sight. Frozen, Izuku watched as, without a plan on what to do, All Might suddenly came from behind him. And the presence of the teacher had never been so horrifying. The teacher had zoomed behind him, looming over the green net as he twisted around. He gasped in fear and looked up at the symbol of peace. Horrified. "Don't think I forgot about you already, young Yamada?" All Might chuckled hollowly. "Were you really going to leave him here and run?" All Might hissed, though the alpha didn't hide that the idea of Izuku doing such a thing angered him, as a low growl laced his words, adding an even more threatening aura to the pro-hero. "Why does he remind me of the hero killer?" Izuku's mind cried out as he summoned his shadows to wrap around his arms and up to his collarbone, creating a capture weapon similar to Aizawa's. While Izuku used one side to grab Bakugo, the other reached past All Might and propelled the two boys past the pro-hero and closer to one of the destroyed buildings. "You really think that's going to work?" All Might grinned, not moving. Though All Might's cocky expression was soon replaced with shock and a hardened foot slammed into the back of his neck, causing the pro to fall to the ground, and Kirishima tucked and rolled out of the way, sprinting over to Izuku and Bakugo. "Sheet! Move it, Deku!" Bakugo called out in a panicked voice, jumping up into the air at the same time as Izuku once again used one of the shadows to swing them away from the symbol of peace. "Bakugo!" The green net yelped, while Kirishima quickly launched himself after the two. Yet due to another powerful blast, the three came crashing down onto each other. Two want to run from the opponent, and the other only thinks of attacking and winning. Kirishima might have a few reservations about attacking his mentor. And it's clear that Izuku possibly has qualms against attacking All Might, due to his views on Izuku. But such fear is limiting him, and I fear All Might could know this. Recovery Girl mused as she watched the fight. Bakugo shakily stood, fighting himself for balance. He walked forward with determined steps towards All Might, murder in his eyes. Izuku picked himself up off the ground, standing a little between both of the alphas. "Bakugo!" Izuku pleaded, his voice breaking. "Out of the way," Bakugo growled, pushing past him. "Bakugo! Haven't you been listening?" Kirishima snapped, which caught both Bakugo and Izuku by surprise. It'd be a suicide mission to fight Dash. "Shut up, scum!" The blonde snarled, walking on with an angry expression. "I will win this. That's what it means to be a goddamn hero, Deku, shitty hair." Izuku froze, something coming up in his mind. "At the very least, we need to avoid him," Izuku implored, touching Bakugo's shoulder. "Get off of me," Bakugo sneered, shoving him away. "Incoming heroes!" A voice called from above, drawing their attention to the sky. They had stopped watching All Might. And now, he was flying down at them, a broken and sharp metal fence poised and ready to strike. "I have a special gift for the one who wants to run." He grinned, releasing the object with a burst of power to boost it. Before he could react, Izuku collided with the broken fence. He yelped in pain as he was roughly pinned to the ground, shoved him to his stomach. The metal poles stuck to the earth, and he was painfully trapped. Yamada! Deku! Kirishima and Bakugo yelled, but All Might crashed down beside them and gave a large punch to Bakugo's gut. Bakugo was thrown backward a good amount of many meters. Hurling up his breakfast, he flew back forcefully, losing all air in the process. He crashed down roughly on his back, skidding on the ground and creating rubble as he slid back from the impact. While Kirishima went to create a blast of air to throw the older alpha back. Only for All Might's foot to collide with his side, sending the redhead flying back. It was foolish to think you could beat me. There are those who should be heroes, and then there are those who should think of the ones they will be responsible for when they are injured or killed. All Might stated with a low growl lacing his tone. While the two alphas hadn't heard him, the two both had been thrown too far out of earshot. But that didn't matter, the comment wasn't meant for them. Izuku knew whom it was meant for. Though that didn't mean that the Omega would take the pro's comment wholeheartedly. His father's words reminded him of why he was trying to be a hero in the first place. And All Might had nothing to do with it. And within a mere second, the metal was shot into the air by the shadows, while the capture weapon-like shadow that still rested on Izuku's arms, grabbed the fence from the air and hurled it towards All Might, successfully forcing the large alpha to the ground. While Izuku grabbed both alphas with the shadow capture weapon and used the shadow to propel them away from All Might. DMN. I didn't expect him to do that. And while normally I would take off after them. These things are so heavy, All Might thought to himself as he pushed himself up. The trio landed in a back alleyway, Izuku falling onto his back once they landed, the feeling of cracked ribs making him groan quietly. Son of a beach! Bakugo groaned as he sat up, while Kirishima turned his neck at an angle to crack it, groaning as his joints cracked and popped. We need to work together, we can't fight him. Izuku whispered, the pain in his ribs limiting his breathing. Yeah. Yamada, are you okay? That was a whole fence. Kirishima questioned hurriedly, only then just realizing that Izuku had not only used a large amount of his quirk but he also got hit, hard, by a metal fence. I'm fine, Izuku stated quietly, holding his side as he sat up, his breathing ragged. While Kirishima looked at the boy skeptically before turning to Bakugo. Bro, we need to find a way around him. We need to run. Kirishima stated unwaveringly, while Bakugo growled quietly. I won't say it again, I won't run. I'd rather if I lose than run. The alpha breathed while Kirishima growled in frustration. Bro dash dot. Don't you dare say you'd rather lose. You don't accept defeat like that. You never have Kaken and I'd rather spend a cold day in hell than ever see you choose to lose. Izuku hissed, while both alphas stared at the green net in shock. Though Bakugo fell completely silent at the Omega's use of the old nickname. We aren't losing. And regardless if either of you hates me, we have to work together right now. So, unless either of you has something to say on how we can beat him, I don't want to hear any more arguing. Izuku commanded as he stood to his feet, the boy waiting a moment in silence, refusing to raise his head to see either of the alpha's expressions. Demon nerd. Against that crazy speed, no matter how you run or hide, you can't avoid the fight. Bakugo chimed in, while Izuku sighed quietly, thankful that neither seemed to comment on his command. But we don't have a chance. Not against All Might dashed. Izuku implored. I'll kill you if you don't shut up. Bakugo growled, his face contorted with rage. Izuku froze and obliged, leaning farther into the wall. He won't budge because he's got that stupid FING power to withstand all attacks, Bakugo continued in an irritated voice. I figured that out with those consecutive hits earlier. So, Kirishima chimed in. Meanwhile, All Might ran along the ruined main street. He passed broken buildings and wrecked additions to the arena. He scanned every place, looking around himself as he jogged. Where is young Kirishima? Could he be heading for the exit? All Might thought to himself. Where are you looking? Bakugo yelled, jumping out of a shaded place between buildings behind All Might, both explosive arms outstretched and ready. They were behind me, huh? All Might mused, stopping and looking back. Bakugo had sweat and 1 or 2 vomit stains on his face. His face was scrunched up, anger clear in his expression. "You're pissing me off," Bakugo yelled, blasting All Might in the face with one hand and touching down with the other, steadying his fall. All Might had covered his face by making an X with both of his arms. He was able to ward off the attack as Bakugo landed. Bakugo's head snapped up and he fired off another medium blast. Frustrated with everything, and put his anger into his explosions. The frustration was of course about Kirishima and Izuku. Because who else would the blonde think so much of? Deku. Shitty hair. Bakugo roared, firing off another powerful explosion. Behind All Might within the smoke, a flash of red lightning and scarlet-colored hair whizzed behind the man. All Might was too focused on Bakugo to turn around in time. But something was different. Kirishima had Bakugo's right grenade gauntlet on his right arm, ready to fire off. "We give him everything we've got at point-blank range," Bakugo growled quietly, while he sent off the signal for the Omega to join the ambush. Izuku landed square behind All Might, next to Kirishima, the shadow capture weapon levitating around his arms and shoulders. Bakugo fired off a blast and got high into the air from his own force, away from the danger zone. All Might then glanced behind him and saw what was to happen. "Shoot!" Bakugo roared. "Sorry not sorry, All Might." Kirishima thought to himself, removing the pin from the grenade gauntlet. His normally bright crimson eyes were small and cold, almost emotionless. The gauntlet sparked briefly for a mere second. And then, boom! The largest blast ever to be seen in this entire match was unleashed. Fire furiously sprung out, its white-hot roars echoing as the explosion took form. The powerful blast launched and enveloped All Might instantly, sparks and smoke flying all the way. Kirishima quickly hardened his body and used his free arm to grab Izuku and shield the injured Omega, while Izuku quickly formed the shadows to create a shield around the redhead and himself. The two were blown back roughly, landing on their backs while Kirishima's body and Izuku's shadows shielded them. And the two continued to watch as the blast grew and continued to do what it was best at, exploding. "Bakugo! You use something like this?" Kirishima shouted as he pulled himself and Izuku up to their feet. The redhead still using his body as a shield for the greenette. "Run, idiots!" Bakugo yelled, using his explosions to propel himself forward in the air, far away from the fiery action. Kirishima and Izuku looked up and nodded. Kirishima's red lightning surged around him as he powered up, cradling Bakugo's item while he grabbed Izuku's arm and wrapped it around his shoulder and chest, forcing the boy to latch onto him as he shot himself and the Omega into the air, following after Bakugo as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop. "Don't you dare say that you'd rather lose?" Izuku's voice echoed angrily in Bakugo's head as he flew. He grit his teeth and mentally cursed himself. He shoved the thought out of his mind and focused on himself and the red blaze of light and shadows beneath him. "Ow!" All Might wheezed, coughing on the ground. "They got me." A compromise between running and fighting. Not a bad, horrible plan. He looked around. They also limited the damage to the city by hitting places I'd already demolished, the hero noted. "I believe I taught them that a while back, no? I see, they're actually very smart. But they fall apart in a second when it comes to each other. I suppose young Kirishima has taken my warning seriously. Though what about young Bakugo?" All Might thought as he stood a little off balance. Kirishima sparked with bright red energy as he ran, his free hand clutching Izuku's ankles tightly as the boy was held piggyback style on the redhead's back. Bakugo still fired off his explosions above them, keeping himself in the air. The two alphas both headed speedily still in the direction of the exit. Young Yamada had made sure to grab the both of them, and they both protected him. Young Kirishima used himself to shield Yamada. And young Bakugo became fiercer once Yamada was down. I suppose they've become closer than what I originally thought. Young Kirishima, young Bakugo, I pray that you both are not placing your trust in someone who will only betray it. All Might thought as he coughed into his hand, pulling it away to reveal a small blood stain. Now, All Might bent his knees, ready to take off after them with a burst of OFA speed, his blue eyes shining dangerously. Your teacher is going to do his best. Almost at the escape gate, Izuku called to Kirishima and Bakugo as they ran still. I'm not blind, damn it. Bakugo shouted back. Not the point, bro. As long as one of us gets through, we pass. Kirishima shouted back cheekily. He sent that blast from here all the way to where we were in the middle? Bakugo muttered, studying the wreckage of their present surroundings while flying, courtesy of his explosions. It doesn't even look like that DMN teacher is chasing us, Bakugo thought darkly. What the hell? Don't tell me we actually knocked him out. Hey nerd. Shitty hair. Bakugo yelled, shifting his arms so that he lowered himself closer to Kirishima and Izuku as they ran on. I thought you said there was no demon way we could beat All Might. There's no chance in hell he could have gotten knocked out by that, idiot. Next time he comes up, it's my turn to use the gauntlet, got it? Bakugo shouted while Izuku looked behind them, while Kirishima nodded. Yes, and then? All Might asked innocently, somehow speeding between them in a blink of an eye, looking in an intrigued manner at Bakugo. Bakugo whipped around to face him, swinging his arm with him. He was about to pull the pin, but All Might swiftly smashed the suit item. The blonde's other grenade gauntlet burst into tiny little green and silver metal pieces, utterly destroyed in a second. What are you surprised about? All Might inquired, doing the same quickly to the other gauntlet on Kirishima's arm beside him. Though the punch caused Kirishima to let go of Izuku, the boy then flew off of the redhead's back as he flew out of sight. Sheet! Yamada! Bakugo and Kirishima exclaimed while All Might paused briefly, looking over both boys to see where Izuku landed. Only for the pro hero to be pulled to his knees as multiple tendril-like shadows wrapped around the alpha, pinning his arms to his sides while it forced his knees to buckle. Guys! Izuku shouted, appearing from behind the pro. While Kirishima and Bakugo smirked slyly at the sight of the Omega poking out from behind the large pro hero. Lights out, All Might! Bakugo shouted as he aimed both of his open palms at the older alpha. A larger explosion preparing to emit from his hands. Not a bad move, hero. All Might muttered quietly as he grabbed onto one of the tendrils that were wrapped around him. Though you should always expect your opponent to be prepared for your next attack. All Might roared as he then snapped a few of the tendrils and stood up swiftly. The man then snapped the rest of the tendrils as he grabbed the ones that were still connected to the Greenette's capture weapon. The alpha then swung Izuku around in a circle before swinging the boy over his head and roughly slamming him into the cement, successfully knocking the air out of Izuku as silent scream escaped his throat. Though once All Might released the tendril, Kirishima and Bakugo fired their attacks. Now die, heroes! All Might boomed, giving a good knee kick to Bakugo, sending him flying back into the top story of a building on the right. Bakugo! Kirishima shouted, trying to run to him. All Might, however, grabbed his right hand and yanked him back before he could pass him. Who do you think you're talking to? Bakugo yelled, flying out of the building and launching down at All Might. The teacher drew Kirishima back in a flash of his red lightning, throwing the redhead at the boy at the right moment. The two collided, and Kirishima gasped for air. Bakugo never reached All Might, prevented by the redhead's body he had thrown. All Might, now a semi-grip on both of them, smashed both students into the ground. The earth erupted in smoke, dust, and rubble, destroying the place even more. No! Uraraka screamed. Tsuyu buried her face in the brunette's shoulder, unable to watch. Iida watched with wide eyes, and Yoorozu covered her eyes slightly. No other teacher had been this rough. No other teacher had gone to extreme lengths like this. What was going to happen to their friends? That's wonderful, kids. All Might grinned, letting go of the two alphas and lifting a limp Izuku high into the air by his right wrist. The boy groaned and whimpered slightly at the pain of his scars slowly ripping due to the overuse of his energy. The dust cleared a bit, and Bakugo could be seen struggling against All Might's right boot, which trapped him on the ground, while Kirishima was similarly trapped next to Bakugo. You eventually cooperated and faced me, All Might stated. However, you three, that was a prerequisite for this exam. Overwhelming speed. His strength and stamina are overwhelming assets. It's simply power. Kirishima thought as he glanced up at All Might, still straining against the pro hero's boot. Facing off against him, I'm reminded of that again. This guy is the freaking #1 hero, who won that fight for us at the USJ. He's the greatest hero. Bakugo was jarred out of his thoughts. Izuku had regained some strength and was struggling in the air. His wrist was firmly grasped in All Might's large hand, and his legs swung as he tried to free himself with the other. His short frame was of no use here. Damn it. Izuku bit his tongue, trying to wiggle out of All Might's grip as he still hung in the air, attempting to pry away All Might's hand. What kind of face is that, young Yamada? All Might tilted his head. With a violent toss, All Might cast him aside. Izuku crashed down on the ground and skidded to a halt, rolling all the while. Take me out for a while with maximum firepower, All Might said, looking at Kirishima while keeping a good hold over both alphas. And then the three of you make a speedy run for the exit gate, and you all win and pass as long as at least one person gets through. That was your plan, right? All Might mused. Izuku bit his lip, straining to get up and stand. However, I've destroyed young Bakugo's gauntlets, All Might sighed. You've lost that firepower that bought you time. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Izuku now looked at the same place, All Might's face. The pro hero looked deadly calm as he spoke his next words. It's over. Shut up. Bakugo roared in outrage. He flipped his palm up. It sparked, and then exploded into a huge blast that was nearly equal to the explosion that the gauntlet from before had released. All Might was caught up in it as it had been directed towards him. Smoke and slight flame enveloped the area where all three alphas were located. All Might was blown back and off of Bakugo and Kirishima, whom both took their chances and immediately stood, fueled by pure rage at the spoken outcome of the fight that they had yet to finish. Bakugo balanced himself out within the smoke. His right arm twitched and he gnashed his teeth in pain. The uncontrolled explosion had hurt him, though while Bakugo prepared to attack once more, despite his pain. Kirishima bolted for Izuku, who was getting up. He grabbed the Omega by his shirt collar, lifting him to meet his eye level slightly. His breath and touch felt hot on the Omega's skin, and Izuku's eyes were wide at the close distance the Alpha held him, although his eyes stung from the smoke. I'm going to send you flying, Kirishima growled. Turning to face the vague outline of the gate within the smoke, he hoisted Izuku over his shoulder. Bakugo's going to hate this, but it's the only way we'll win, Kirishima yelled, preparing himself to throw the grenade. Wait, Kirishima! Izuku shrieked, not prepared at all. Go! He roared, throwing the Omega forcefully in the direction of the gate. He even added a small one for all boost to the throw, to be sure that Izuku would make it far enough. The blast singed Izuku's costume a little bit, but the Omega was too busy freaking out. He flipped over in the air multiple times, his partner's throw getting her closer to the gate. Are you serious, Kirishima? Izuku screeched, now going down slightly as gravity tried to work against him. Never mind that now. Izuku shook his head, flying still towards the gate. While All Might is still up in the air from the blast, the exit gate is open. Reaching far ahead with both arms, Izuku strained to fly closer to the gate. New Hampshire smash. All Might gave the air a fierce punch, and the smoke he was trapped in cleared instantly. He was blown back by his own gesture, but at least the sky was clear. He wanted to be blown back. When the force of his punch moved him backward, he slammed into Izuku's flying body instantly. He had aimed for the Omega's soaring frame. Izuku cried out in pain, his back arching awkwardly as he collided with the teacher. Damn it! Bakugo swore, blasting himself up into the air towards the two, while Kirishima soon followed after the blonde. Come, now, you're being naive, heroes. All Might chided, while Izuku smashed into a bus near the gate, bouncing off of its now damaged walls. He fell roughly to the ground, glass coming down in some tiny shards around him. All Might was still in the air, watching over Izuku's crumpled body as he too came back down to earth. The gauntlets were so I could blast things without risk. Bakugo yelled, coming up behind All Might as he fired his hands to stay in the air, Kirishima landed as he began to charge up one for all, preparing to blast the teacher with everything he could. Bakugo raised his arms and set them in front. His body strained as he prepped a huge blast, getting closer with every passing second to the teacher. His nerves screamed in pain, but he ignored the jolts of agony as he looked murderously down on his target. "I was stupid to think I could take you on without taking risks," he shouted angrily. "So, get away from him." Kirishima growled as the two alphas fired off their large attacks, more smoke and fiery heat being the product of the blast. Kirishima's blast had caused a large air blast that contributed to Bakugo's explosion. Bakugo's explosion enveloped the pro-hero once again, and Izuku shakily got to his knees. He shielded his eyes from the blinding light above him, the heat reaching down and making itself known to him. That's the same blast he used on Ochako in the sports festival. Izuku realized. "Go, Deku, hurry!" Bakugo yelled, recoiling in pain and falling from the air. He held his aching arms and gnashed his teeth. The pain was getting much, much worse. Though the redhead immediately caught the blonde as he hurtled to the ground, though Kirishima's arm was broken from the blast. Izuku nodded and tried to stand, but felt a burst of agony. Doubling over, he shut his eyes and clenched his jaw. Earlier his back was. "I can still beat you, shitty half-butted villain." Bakugo shouted at all might, launching himself at the pro the moment his orange and black boots touched the ground. All Might flew out of the smoky haze Bakugo had created, aiming for the blonde himself. "Make yourself useful, demand it." Bakugo yelled at the Omega, lifting his pained arms at the teacher. Bakugo fired off another equally large explosion, roaring in pain from the effort. "I'll keep going even if it hurts." Izuku strained as he watched Kirishima harden his body and run after Bakugo, hoping to help the blonde. Izuku got up, stumbling forward. His vision was fuzzy, and his sight doubled the amount of exits gates she saw before him. He was in pain, but slowly he summoned the shadows to once again take their place as a capture weapon around his upper torso as the boy lunged forward. "If I head towards the gate, then All Might will try to stop me. Kaken and Kirishima can take advantage of that." At the same time, All Might burst out of the smoke of Bakugo's most recent explosion. He jumped and aimed for the Omega, trying to reach her while she was vulnerable. But Kirishima had other plans, propelling himself between them quickly and plowing into the pro-hero, his body completely hardened as he used OFA to power up his movements. Yet this was not to be. As Kirishima yelled with the effort, All Might dodged the second attack and grabbed Kirishima's head. Despite the boy's jagged exterior toga cut into the pro's palm, All Might made a swift turn in the air and raced down to earth in the opposite direction of where he was originally heading. The boy firmly in his grasp, All Might slammed him down on the ground, kicking up more rubble and debris. Izuku heard this and turned around with fear in his heart as his shadows hovered around him. "It's time to sleep. Good night, young alphas," All Might said, his cut hand down holding down Bakugo as his right foot was placed on top of Kirishima, holding down the redhead. "I'm sorry. I may be the villain now, but I'm still your teacher." Bakugo's right hand twitched a couple of times in the air. Bakugo's hand planted itself on All Might's right arm, blasting away weakly. "What the dash?" All Might was cut off. "Hurry up," Bakugo whispered, his breathing ragged. "I'll win the way I want to," Bakugo snarled, biting All Might's hand that still held his head. "I'll destroy myself before I accept defeat at your hands." Got that? Izuku turned away, shutting his eyes to ward off the tears. "Kaken! Kirishima!" Izuku screamed in his head as he clenched his jaw, the pain in his arms now becoming apparent, though he didn't take the time to care. Whipping shadows and large gusts of wind soon caught All Might's attention. He looked up and away from the alphas, turning around to look behind him. Izuku was sprinting at All Might, slight fury in his shadowy step. "Don't tell me dash." All Might thought as time seemed to slow. Izuku Yamada had a lovely smile normally. It could save the world within itself. But here, his smile was forced and deadly. He was fearfully angry. "All Might," he yelled, nearing the frozen hero. "Get out of the way." With that, he landed a shadow-powered punch to the pro-hero's face. The blow was fearsome and forceful. The impact of the gesture knocked All Might backward and down, and the shadows cleared instantly. All Might leaned over, coughing. At the same time, Izuku took the opportunity and snatched Bakugo and Kirishima up, using his shadows to keep his grip on the alphas. Darting away using his shadows to shield them from any other incoming attacks, while he also used the shield to create a powerful wind current around them that helped push the Omega forward. All Might saw him dashing for the gate then. "I won't Desi," tried, but doubled over again, coughing blood into his hands as his muscular body began to steam. They're unconscious, Izuku thought quickly, sprinting towards the exit. "Geez," All Might wheezed. The pro-hero glanced down at the blood on his smoking hand. "Hit me with everything you had, huh?" He smiled a bit. He looked back up at the greenette, who was now very close to the exit. Everyone in the observation room began cheering for Izuku. His trademark red shoes passed through the gate, and he burst through the exit, running as though his life depended on it while carrying the two unconscious alphas. Tears of exhaustion, pain, and joy lingered in his eyes. His smile had softened but did not lose its fierce gleam. Shadows hovered and snapped around him, though soon dissipating as the boy fell to his knees in exhaustion. His blood loss now finally catching up to him. Team Bakugo, Kirishima, and Yamada have passed. Exam over. A monotoned announcement stated. They did it. Ochako cheered, jumping up and down. They made it. Tsuyu echoed happily. That was nerve-wracking, but I'm glad they passed. Momo let out a breath, placing a hand over her heart. I can't believe they pulled it all together. Iida beamed. All matches for Class 1A's practical exams have been completed, the robotic voice intoned. Kiss. Recovery Girl murmured, pulling back her lips. Thanks, Recovery Girl, Izuku coughed, laying on his stomach, drained of all energy as he was healed. The elderly woman merely smiled as she watched the Omega fall asleep once more, the two alphas at either side of him sleeping as well. All Might, you don't know how to hold back, do you? Recovery Girl scolded, walking towards All Might, who was still muscular. If you had hurt these students any more than you already did, they would have had permanent damage. Yamada's back in particular. I was barely able to heal it. This was true. His back had been a huge injury sustained from the battle. And Bakugo probably won't wake up for a while, Recovery Girl muttered, tapping a large syringe on the ground. These three will stay here and rest. I see. I apologize once again, Recovery Girl. All Might stated as he bowed to the woman. Yeah. You should go, All Might, you don't have much time left, and you used quite a lot of your energy in that battle. Recovery Girl advised while All Might nodded, the alpha then walking out of the medical office. Young Kirishima, you've changed so much since we first met, you are no longer that scared boy anymore. I will trust your judgment, as you have trusted mine. A lot of things happened that day. Most learned their weaknesses and moved forward a step. Others got a new outlook on what it meant to be a hero. Some were thwarted by high walls. A few felt the feeling of hopelessness. A couple even moved towards a brand new goal. And the rest? Well, that's a whole other story, for another time. With these mixed and bittersweet feelings, the time for exams had finally ended. Why, Shigaraki, are you so curious about the boy, Izuku Yamada? Kurogiri asked. Tamura Shigaraki held a photograph of Izuku in one of his hands, keeping his pinky up so as not to disintegrate it. It showed an image of him at the sports festival. He had just passed through the gate, finishing first in the beginning round of the festival. Confetti swirled around him, and his green eyes sparked with adrenaline and determination. And his smile was wide and pure. A lot was captured in that photo. Shigaraki, a man with glasses and a cigar, knocked on the pub door of the villain's hideout. You've been the talk of the town for quite some time now. It was the villain, Jiren. I hear you're starting something big, the beta grinned, exhaling a puff of smoke, while Shigaraki sneered behind the hand he used for a mask. Just tell me who they are already, Shigaraki growled, gently placing the picture face down so as to not allow Jiren to see. Jiren smiled and stepped back a bit, opening the door wider. Kurogiri looked over, interest in his hazy yellow eyes. Shigaraki did the same, although his face could not be read beneath the hand on his head. "I saw a picture of you." A voice droned. "But you look even more disgusting in person." A man, who was maybe 18 or at most 22, stood in front of them. He had blue eyes and a strange skin condition. It was like patchwork, with little metal items fixing the whole thing together, acting as staples to piece the brown skin together with the white. His black hair was spiky, and a leather jacket rested over his white shirt and black pants. "Wow, the hand guy." A blonde girl in a school uniform beside him squealed. "You were friends with the great Stain guy, right?" "Right." She put her slender hands to her face, her yellow eyes gleaming above her pink cheeks. "Let me join to the League of Villains." The Alpha smiled sweetly. It looked like she had fangs, almost, among her perfect white teeth. Certainly, a fearsome ass. Both of them were. The villains were on the move again. They were starting over a third time. Every time our heroes drove them back, they only returned stronger. An eternal cycle of pain, suffering, and more. Only to perhaps end in a worse way than anyone could ever hope to not be privy to. Things were only beginning once more. But I'm killing him. The statement was blunt, murderous, and all too serious. While any onlooker would see an incredibly furious Omega charging down a hallway, with a just as equally fuming Alpha behind him. While anyone that knew Aizawa and Hizashi personally would see two incredibly protective parents who were on a warpath. And you would have to be a DMN fool to try and stop them. Normally, at least one of them stays level-headed enough to calm the other, or pull the other away from the fight. But at that very moment, neither were calm, and neither had any plan of stopping the other from killing the symbol of peace. Neither had seen the battle for themselves, but they heard enough from their students and they saw the state Izuku, Kirishima, and Bakugo were in. So, they were not only beyond sad at the attack on their son, but they were sad at the attack of two of their students as well. "All might!" Aizawa roared. The Omega saw red as he came upon the Alpha. "Aizawa, I can imagine that you heard about the battle, but I would just like to say dashed." "All might," stammered the Alpha in his skeletal form. Though the man wasn't able to finish his statement before a hard blow was landed to the man's chest, causing the pro to double over as he coughed and wheezed for air, all the while he coughed up blood. "That was for my son. And this," Aizawa hissed, venom lacing his every word as he raised his hand and slapped All Might across the face, hard, "was for my students." Aizawa glared harshly at the still coughing Alpha, though the man merely wiped the blood from his mouth as he held his stinging cheek. "Aizawa, I truly am sorry. I hadn't meant to go that far. On either three of them." All Might apologized as he bowed to the Omega. "Be grateful that I value my students' belief in heroes. Because if I didn't..." Aizawa trailed off slowly as he leaned down to All Might's head. The man still standing in a bowing position. "I wouldn't hesitate to tell them how truly despicable you are. So, this is your only warning. Stay away from my children. And never harm my students ever again." Aizawa commanded coldly, his tone icy and venomous as the Omega then turned and passed his husband as he walked away. All Might's expression was a mixture between shock and fear as the Alpha tried to explain himself to the other blonde. "Present Mike, I dashed." All Might started, only to be cut off as Hizashi raised his hand for the man to go silent. "I truly have nothing to say to you. You harmed my son. That, as his father, is something I can't forgive easily if at all. You also hurt two of my students. That, as a teacher, is something I can't forgive easily if at all either. But you heard my husband's warning. So I suggest you heed it. Or he will be the very least of your future troubles." Hizashi threatened venomously as he turned and followed after his husband, leaving All Might alone in the hallway as the pro could only sigh to himself. "Kurogyari, get rid of these fools," Shigaraki grumbled. "They're everything I hate in one set. A brat and a rude freak." "That's funny coming from you." The new guy chuckled. Now, Tamura," Kurogyari tried to appease him. "They came all this way, the least we can do is hear them out. Give them a chance. Besides, Jiren is a respected broker in the underworld, they're bound to be valuable." "I don't care what you do," Jiren exhaled another puff of cigar smoke. Just get me my commission, Kurojiri, and allow me to introduce them. The gray-haired beta in glasses stepped between the two new people. First, this cute high school girl. He gestured to the blonde on his right. Her name and face were kept tightly under wraps in regards to the media, but she's on the run as the suspect in a series of deaths through blood loss. The blonde grinned, her semi-messy hair done up into side buns. She wore an oversized school shirt, her navy skirt peeking out slightly. Black knee socks and brown shoes made up the rest of her clothes. The shirt she wore imitated that of a sailor, with a red tie at her neck and a white and blue collar. She wore no obvious jewelry and stood in a stance of what you might expect of an eager fangirl. "I'm Toga." She pointed to herself with a smile, bouncing from foot to foot excitedly. "Himiko Toga, Alpha. It's hard to live the way I'd like to. I want the world to become an easier place to live. Want to be Mr. Staney. I want to kill Mr. Staney. Please let me join the League of Villains, handyman." "Is she nuts or something?" Shigaraki murmured to Kurojiri. "She can hold a conversation for the most part," Jiren shrugged. "I'm sure she'll be of use. Next, this guy over here." Shigaraki shifted his skeptical look towards the male, who had his hands in his pockets as he looked around the place distastefully. "He hasn't committed any flashy crimes, but he holds fast to Stain's ideology," Jiren stated. "I'm uneasy about this," the guy said, picking at his loose white shirt. "Does this league have a justified reason to even exist? And don't tell me you're going to let this crazy hoe in." The male questioned as he gestured to the girl next to him. "Hey you," Shigaraki called. "I'm more partial to the crazy girl right now, as she's done more than you. What exactly are you bringing to the table, HM? Introduce yourself first. You're an adult, right?" "I currently go by Dabi." The male looked at Shigaraki. "That's not what I asked," Shigaraki pointed. "Your real name, in full, and your second gender. I would much rather not have any mishaps happen that I am not aware of, or prepared for," Shigaraki commanded, while Dabi merely smirked. "I'll tell you when it's time. Also good to know that at least you're not sexist," Dabi smirked. "Anyway, I'm only here to carry out the hero killer's will." "You don't have to say what you haven't been asked," Shigaraki grumbled, getting up slowly, with a slight swing in his body. "Geez, everyone's so hung up about Stain. Stain this, Stain that. Frankly, I'm kind of starting to dislike it." "Shigaraki, you mustn't dash," Kurojiri was cut off. "Shut up." Shigaraki spat, more venom in his raspy voice. "I don't feel good about either of you." With that, he lunged at the both of them, targeting one face per hand. Dabi lunged forward as soon as he saw Shigaraki move, his hands also outstretched, excreting some brown sludge. In a flash, Toga also launched herself at Shigaraki, wielding a few blades on each arm. Kurojiri, acting quickly, used his quirk and made different portals. In the end, Dabi's arms went through one, and the exit portal made his arms go above his head. Shigaraki's hands teleported to a space behind him, and Toga held on tight to her knives as the same was done to hers. A crazy gleam was in her eye, and everyone froze when their attempts to attack were thwarted by Kurojiri. "Good. You both have that drive, don't you? You both aren't afraid to attack." Shigaraki muttered, taking his hands away from the void that they were stuck in and walking forward. All portals disappeared, and the two new people did the same. Kurojiri craned his extended neck, his void matter flowing around him. His yellow slits watched Shigaraki intently as he walked past Dabi and Toga, heading for the door. "What the F dash dot?" Dabi hissed. "I will tell you if I see you fit once I get back," Shigaraki stated unwaveringly. "Where are you going?" Kurojiri asked. "Shut up," Shigaraki said again, opening and slamming the door as he went through. Kurojiri's head floated back to his body, nestling within the special metal guard. "I don't want to complain about a client," Jiren said, scratching his head while looking at the closed door behind him. "But he's a different type of character." "I thought he was going to kill us," Toga giggled. "He makes me sick," Dabi muttered. "Are you both all right if he gives you our final answer at a later date?" Kurojiri inquired. "I believe he knows what to do," but it'll take just a bit more time. He has a goal, though this one is different than the one that you both will be involved in. Kurogiri stated while Dabi and Toga both nodded. Everyone, Mina sniffed, holding back tears. I'm not looking forward to hearing all of your stories about at the training camp. Kaminari, Mineta, and Ciro all looked solemnly dejected and sad behind her, drained of all joy. We don't know for sure if you guys aren't coming. Izuku tried to console his friend. Maybe there will be a last-minute twist or something. Stop, Izuku. Ciro sighed, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. If you say that, you might jinx it. If we failed the exams, then we'll be stuck in a boring summer school of hell. And since we didn't pass the practical part of it, if you guys don't get it, you're dumber than monkeys. Denki took 2 fingers and poked Izuku in the eyes, who yelped and backed away. Come on man, that's too much. Ciro frowned. Besides, I don't know either. I slept the entire time and Mineta got distracted and ran. And since we don't know how they're scoring it. Izuku, are you okay? Ochako asked, coming up behind her friend, who was rubbing his pained eyes as Denki continued to fret with the others who had failed. Someone slammed open the class door at that moment and all heads turned to look at Mr. Aizawa. Once the bell rings, get in your seats, Aizawa ordered as everyone took their seats. The bell rang only a moment later. Morning, Aizawa nodded, walking behind his teaching podium. Unfortunately, there were people who did not pass the final exams. Mina, Mineta, Ciro, and Denki looked even glummer when that was mentioned. So, when it comes to the training camp in the woods, everyone is going. Aizawa grinned an unnerving smile. It's the last-minute twist. The 4 exclaimed, tears of joy in their relieved eyes. We get to go to the camp? Denki asked excitedly. Yeah, Aizawa sighed. The good news is that no one bombed the written exam. 5 failed the practical, badly, 2 teams of course, and Sato failed as well. What? Sato yelped. Crap, I knew it. Yamada got me through, but I didn't score high enough to pass. The beta groaned. Hey, at least you get to go? Izuku tried. Allow me to explain, Aizawa said. For the practical battles, the teachers made sure to leave a way for the students to win, otherwise no one would have stood a chance. It was interesting to observe how you all worked together with your partner to pass. But didn't you promise that the teachers wouldn't hold back? Ojiro inquired. That was just to get you on edge, Aizawa shrugged. Besides, the training camp will focus on building your strength. Those who failed need those lessons the most. We were never going to separate you. That was just a logical deception we used. A logical deception? Denki repeated. They tricked us all. Iida clenched his fist in disbelief as the 5 failed students began cheering. I should have expected this. Iida then bolted up from his seat, his hand high in the air. Mr. Aizawa, this is another time thing that you've lied to us about. Iida said. Aren't you afraid we'll lose faith in you? Iida questioned. Little blunt, Iida, also watch it. Hitoshi hissed quietly. That's a good point, Aizawa said. I'll consider it. But I wasn't lying about everything. Failure is a failure. We've prepared extra lessons for the 5 of you. At this, the happy cheers from the ones who bombed the practical ceased, and a slight gloom took them over again. Frankly, they'll be far tougher than what you'd face at summer school, Aizawa sighed. This, of course, was not something that anyone would want to hear. But it was heard. This is going to be great. Ojiro grinned, holding up a little blue booklet as the school day had ended a while ago. I'm so glad we're all going together. Looks like we'll be at the training camp for a full week. Iida noted, flipping through his booklet on the camp. I'll have to find a bigger suitcase. Izuku frowned, looking over to see Iida's booklet. Yeah, I don't even have a bathing suit, Denki remarked. Guess I need to buy some stuff, Hitoshi commented, looking over Iida's shoulder as well to look at the booklet. Like night vision goggles. Mineta raised his hand, already up to something perverted. Guys! Hagakure said, coming to stand in the middle of where most of the students were gathered. Since we're all off tomorrow and we've finally finished exams, I have the best idea. What if all of Class 1A goes shopping together? Hey, We've never hung out as a class before. Denki grinned. Bakugo, you need a ride there? Kirishima asked. I can't think of anything more annoying, Bakugo grumbled, walking away. Are you coming, Todoroki? Izuku asked with a smile. I'm sorry, Izuku, Todoroki sighed, putting his bag together. I'd love to, but I visit my mom on days off. It's okay, Izuku. And it's fine, Todoroki. We have a good group already, and people are welcome to join if they wish. Ochako chimed in. Right? Izuku nodded, walking out of the class with Ochako and Hitoshi on either side. See you guys tomorrow then. And say hi to your mom for me, Todoroki. Izuku exclaimed. Give her my regards as well, Iida called back. The Alpha walked up to the trio, joining them as they walked away. Yeah. Todoroki nodded, watching them leave. I'll set up a time on the group chat. Denki said, pulling out his phone. Got it. Shiro grinned, also getting his device out. Oh gods. I'll never get any sleep. Hitoshi groaned. See y'all tomorrow. Hagakure crowed, bouncing out of the classroom. The next day, the people who came gathered in a huge mall. Palm trees, bright colors, and people surrounded them, all taking part in the shopping aesthetic. Everyone stood in a huddle, looking around excitedly. Oh, I love this place. Mina crowed, jumping up and down. There are so many different places to be and things to buy. So many stores to shop at, and they're all super cool and hip. The Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, everybody. Mina exclaimed excitedly. They don't just try to cover the various body types due to quirks by numbers. Izuku began muttering, examining the mall around him. But they have designs that fit a wide range of ages, from teens to seniors, so dash. You're going to scare someone, Izuku. Hitoshi joked as he nudged the boy gently. Whoa, aren't those UA kids? A man in the passing crowd pointed at them. It's Class 1A. One of his buddies said, craning his neck to get a better look. Well, it wasn't all of 1A. A decent amount of the class had shown up, though. Kirishima, Shoji, Lida, Izuku, Hitoshi, Tokoyami, Mineta, Jair, Ochako, Hagakure, Momo, Mina, and Denki were all there. I saw them on TV. Another friend piped up. The sports festival was awesome. They called, waving their arms. Hee hee, Ochako laughed nervously. I can't believe some people still talk about it. The beta fidgeted as a few other onlookers pointed at them. I want to track down a new duffel bag, Jairu said, using her hands to show her desired bag size. Yeah, maybe we should go together, Momo smiled. Let's see, I need a lockpicking kit and a small drill, Mineta remarked, looking at the many store signs. Only to be slapped harshly on the back of the head by Hitoshi. Guess I should buy some outdoorsy shoes for this thing. Denki shrugged. Oh, that's a great idea. Hagakure bubbled. Aizawa said your shoes should already be broken in though. Iida protested, waving his arms. But wait, maybe it would be a mistake not to factor utility into the equation. Iida muttered. Why don't we split up and look around? Kirishima suggested. We could meet up back here when we're done, and go grab something to eat. I'm down. Mina grinned. Perfect, let's see that we're back here around 3? Kirishima smiled. Right. Everyone else chorused before running off in their smaller groups. Hitoshi inevitably got dragged away by Shiro and Denki. The blonde Omega stated that he needed Shiro's help, and the other Alpha refused to be the only man going down with the ship. While Mina somehow grabbed Ochako without anyone realizing and sprinted off with the girl. And then only Izuku remained. And then there was one, Izuku laughed to himself. Though happy to see that his brother was making friends, despite his insistence that he only wanted and had Izuku as a friend. Oh, it's someone from you, nice. A raspy voice exclaimed near Izuku, while the Omega then looked around to find the owner of the voice. Izuku looked around to find the voice, only to have a taller person come to his left. I want an autograph, the person rasped, slinging his arm around Izuku's small shoulders. Ah! He yelped slightly, uncomfortable. You're the one who won the first round of the thing, right? The guy in the black sweatshirt asked. Why, Izuku stammered quietly, his voice barely audible, not making eye contact. Wow, UA is amazing. I can't believe how many people watch and remember us. Aren't you one of the boys who ran into the hero killer, too? The random guy asked, his arms still around Izuku. You're practically famous. You sure do know a lot, Izuku muttered weakly, still not facing him. What can I say? I'm just a big fan of yours. The man purred. I wanted to talk to you about a problem of mine. A problem? Well, more like two. But we can discuss the second one in a minute. Now follow me and don't make a scene. All these people here. They're just sheep. I could get rid of them all in a matter of seconds and it would be too late for anyone to stop me. The man threatened while Izuku shivered, though ultimately nodding carefully. The man's hand was still wrapped securely around his neck. Shigaraki walked him over to a large plant in the center of the mall. The plant was a variety of large green plants, all contained in a short stone wall. A bench protruded from this wall, and the two sat, seeming like old friends to any onlooker. But of course, no one looked. Not one looked. When it comes down to it, Shigaraki sighed, I hate pretty much everything. The hero killer pisses me off the most right now. As if I'm some lower-level villain compared to him. Shigaraki growled. But if you're a villain, wouldn't you be on the same side? Izuku asked through gritted teeth. Not technically, but the media does what they want, Shigaraki grumbled. And that's what my problem is. It's like suddenly everyone is obsessed with that stupid guy. The Nomus that I released in Hosu. He upstaged all of it. I'm not receiving any second thoughts. Why? Despite what he claims to believe, all he did was get rid of the things he didn't like. Shigaraki leaned closer to him now, looking at his freckled face. That was you? Izuku stuttered, the boy desperately trying to remember the name of the man who had attacked the USJ. Hitoshi had told him. But what was it? Not to mention All Might. The man's a walking fake. He deserves to die. He needs to. Shigaraki stated more so than asked any question while Izuku tensed up next to him. The boy of course had his reservations with All Might. But he would never wish for his death, and something inside of him was telling him that this man wasn't kidding. Though I need to confirm something with you. Because if it's true, this could go very differently. The man stated coldly, his tone turning dark and foreboding. Izuku froze up, his muscles tense and ready for action. This may not be a coincidence, you know? The guy rasped. Izuku moved his eyes slightly, trying to glimpse the person. This feels like it's destiny. Izuku inhaled sharply, his green eyes going wide with fear. The hand around his slender throat held one finger up. That was another hint, but he still couldn't place it. His mind was frantic with worry and fear. Though if I'm remembering right, we haven't seen each other in over 5 years, though it could be that demon doctor always kept you away, huh? That was a hint as well. And finally, Izuku's eyes widened even more. The boy was left speechless as he turned his head ever so slightly. A face concealed within a black hood tilted to meet his gaze. Messy blue hair covered his red eyes slightly, and his scarred face grinned creepily. Though just as always, that smile didn't scare him. He recognized it immediately, just as he recognized the face, despite the more severe and various scars that decorated the man's face. And by the Omega's reaction, Shigaraki knew. He knew that this boy was his Izuku. Why don't we spend some time catching up, baby brother? We'll play the question game, Shigaraki smiled while Izuku practically went limp in the alpha's hands. Shigaraki was taking a stroll through the mall, his black hood pulled low over his face. His hands were jammed in his pockets as he mulled over his arguments with Stain. He hadn't known the guy very long, and the author never documented their horrible exchanges, but his blood boiled every time. Someone mentioned him. He was dead. Good riddance. Shigaraki definitely had a just cause and didn't need some infamous hero killer's ideals to drive his actions. Just wait, hero killer. These people think they're safe, as if nothing can touch them. He examined the people milling around him. Some children played tag with their siblings while keeping in sight of their parents. And Shigaraki couldn't help but flinch slightly at the flash of the memories when he and his baby brother played the same game. He would always let the boy be it, and he would always trip so his baby brother could tag him. His baby brother's smile and laugh plagued his mind. He wished that the memories would leave him and stop tormenting him with the longing he felt from them. He wished that they would stay away, so his mind would not be plagued with the hope that his brother was still alive, that the heroes hadn't killed him. But with the sudden presence of this Izuku Yamada, Shigaraki couldn't help but give in to his curiosity. Although his baby brother was quirkless and his hair was pitch black, and he was Izuku Midoriya, just as Shigaraki used to be Tenko Midoriya, though the alpha couldn't help but look into the boy and pray in the back of his mind that it truly was his baby brother. And once again Shigaraki began to focus on the people around him. Some friends just went from store to store for the heck of it. Couples of all ages even held hands as they walked, a pair of people occasionally holding ice cream in their hands. It was bliss. And it was disgusting. I don't know if they are naive or just ignorant. People are dying somewhere at this very moment, but these idiots keep smiling. They don't have a care in the world. Shigaraki mused to himself. Whoa, hero killer gear. One boy next to Shigaraki said as he passed. Are they making that stuff? One of his buddies asked, leaning over to inspect the merchandise as Shigaraki paused. You'll get in so much trouble if you buy that dashta. Sure. The first guy rolled his eyes with a grin, taking an imitation of Stain's BFLD and putting it on. But how does it look? Rad. The second guy laughed, pulling out his phone and snapping a picture. But on the other hand, you've got sympathizers who couldn't care less about your ideals. And yet they still follow you. Shigaraki thought as he continued to walk on. Toga and Dabi flashed across his mind, replacing the image of Stain. What's up with that? He frowned. Aren't we doing the same thing? In the end, we both destroy things we hate. More flashes of events, like at the USJ, flashed in his head. What gives? What's the difference? Suddenly, Shigaraki stopped, his eyes widening as something caught his attention. That boy. Izuku Yamada, he was right there. And all thoughts of Stain left his mind, as he saw his opportunity, and took it. Act natural, Shigaraki purred, his hands still on Izuku's neck. Remember, don't make a scene. We're just going to continue our little talk. Besides, I don't want to have to deal with people screaming, it can get quite annoying. Shigaraki whispered while Izuku was left in a state of shock, though he couldn't help the whimper that escaped him as his tears began to spill from his eyes. And once Shigaraki felt the tears hit his hand, he immediately loosened his grip, leaning over Izuku's shoulder a bit to see the boy's face, only for Shigaraki to have to let go of the boy's throat quickly to avoid disintegrating Izuku as the Omega turned quickly and enveloped Shigaraki in a tight hug. The Alpha could only laugh gently as he wrapped his arms around the boy's shoulders and torso, holding Izuku close to him protectively. It's all right now, baby brother. You're safe now. I'll protect you, Shigaraki promised as he began to gently pet the boy's head, careful to make sure that all fingers weren't touching the boy. Tite Tenko, I thought you were Jigon. Dich they said YUWR. B but you're N not An, you're AA. Izuku wailed as he buried his face into his brother's shoulder, while Shigaraki continued to coo to the boy. No. I won't leave you. I never will. I am your big brother. Don't worry, I'll save you from all of this. Shigaraki promised, though only then noticing how a few onlookers began to stare and point at the two brothers, clearly confused as to why a small teenager was crying and hugging a hooded and sketchy-looking man. Let's go, baby brother. They won't harm you anymore. You can tell me your stories once we're back home. Shigaraki commanded as he kept his arms around Izuku as he led the boy to walk with him out of the mall. W8? W what? H harm me? Then home? Where's home? We need to go to the P-Pros. They can help. Sure T they'll understand. I was all J, just a mistake. T then you can stay W with me. Why you like our family, they're kind and dashed. The pro heroes? No, we won't dare go near them. And we have no other family Izuku, it has always been just us, father and mother. We have no other family. Shigaraki stated while Izuku raised his head to look at his brother. And no, we have a family. Uncle Sho, Uncle Zashi, Mama's brother and husband. And they're pros. We can go to them instead. We dashed. So, they are the ones who took you. They aren't our family, Izuku. They are the ones who took you from father and me. They are our enemies. Shigaraki stated coldly while Izuku then dug his heels into the ground, forcing Shigaraki to stop. Izuku then backed away from his brother slightly, only leaving enough space for Shigaraki to keep an arm barely wrapped around his shoulders. They aren't our enemies. And no pro-hero is? Izuku stated while Shigaraki's eyes widened. What have they done? What have they done to you, baby brother? They've done something to you. They've given you a quirk somehow and changed your appearance. They've done something to your head. Shigaraki stated as he used his free hand to cup Izuku's face, while the boy could only stare at the alpha with pure confusion. What? No, they haven't done anything to me. They weren't the ones who dashed. They've manipulated your mind. But it can be fixed. I'll make sure it is. Don't worry, Sensei can help you. Shigaraki stated while Izuku stared at the man wide-eyed. Sensei? He used to call someone Sensei. Who is it? Why would they help? Why does he not believe me? Izuku thought to himself, only to yelp once Shigaraki began to pull the boy along with him once more. Izuku? Who's this? Shigaraki then stopped as he pulled Izuku to his chest once more, only for Izuku to peer over his brother's shoulder to look at Ochako, while the girl stared at the two skeptically. Ochako, this is ... Though before Izuku could complete his statement, Shigaraki quickly pulled the boy's head back, covering the Omega's mouth with his hand while Izuku shrieked at the action. Though Ochako caught a glimpse of the man, and she recognized him immediately. The girl gasped as she then realized that Izuku hadn't ever seen Shigaraki, at least not the way she and the rest of the class had. Why you let go of him? Ochako commanded, her voice trembling, though the girl still held her ground. While Shigaraki merely sneered at the girl, Izuku stared at his brother in confusion and worry. Why you heard me? Let him go, Shigaraki. Ochako commanded once more, though being sure not to make any sudden movements, not wanting to risk the safety of her friend. Shigaraki? That name. Itoshi told me. Izuku paled once he realized, the boy then staring up at his brother with utter horror. The boy then squirmed slightly in the alpha's hold, while Shigaraki merely tightened his grip while cooing quietly to the boy. The man took Izuku's sudden fear as the result of being found by one of the hero students. DMN hero brat. Shigaraki thought to himself as he then began to quickly walk through the crowd, Izuku being dragged alongside him. Hey! Stop! Let him go now! Ochako screamed as she began to chase after the two, as a few onlookers began to turn their heads to look at them. But what the hell do you think you're doing? Kirishima shouted, appearing in front of Shigaraki and Izuku, while Shigaraki growled in annoyance. Such brats. Izuku, close your eyes now. Don't worry, we'll go home in just a minute. Shigaraki whispered as he lowered his hand from Izuku's mouth. Though Izuku knew what he was going to do. His brother had always done the same thing whenever he would get angry, he would disintegrate anything close to him. And right now, Izuku's friends were what was closest. No, he'll kill them. But if they get him. Izuku thought to himself as Kirishima then began charging forward towards the two, while Ochako appeared from behind. The two seemingly trapping Shigaraki. When it was the exact opposite. Tenko, please. Run. Izuku begged in a hushed tone while Shigaraki looked at his brother quickly. Izuku, I'm not ... Please. Tenko. Izuku cried in a whisper. While the boy was horrified to have learned what his brother had done, and what he has become. He was petrified to imagine what would happen to him if he was caught. Shigaraki stared at Izuku for only a moment, though to the brothers it seemed like a lifetime. Though when Kirishima was nearly in reach of Shigaraki, the man ducked out of the way of Kirishima and ran, leaving Izuku trembling as tears ran down his face. And before Kirishima could run after the man, Izuku grabbed the boy's hand and held him back. Izuku! Oh my gods! Are you okay? Did he hurt you? I'm so sorry. I should have grabbed you before Mina grabbed me. Izuku, please say something. Ochako begged as she grabbed Izuku's shoulders and pulled the boy into her arms. Izuku merely buried his face in the beta's shoulder. We need to go after him, he dashed. No. He said not to make a scene, he'll kill these people if we chase him. Izuku muttered as he interrupted the redhead. The boy tightened his grip on the alpha's hand. Yamadash. Izuku. Please tell me he didn't hurt you? Can you look at me please? Kirishima begged as he knelt to where he could look up at Izuku. Though Izuku couldn't bring himself to look at either of them. Kirishima, go find Yamada. Maybe it'll help Izuku if his brother is here. Ochako commanded while Izuku had to choke back a sob at Ochako's words. All right. Kirishima agreed as he slowly backed away before sprinting off to find Hitoshi. Are you okay? Hagakure cried, enveloping Izuku in an invisible hug. We shouldn't have split up. Kirishima cursed himself mentally. Too many people know our faces, Hitoshi stated, the alpha pulling Izuku back into his arms while the omega immediately latched onto his brother. So, all he did was talk to you about Stain and he told you to not make a scene? Momo asked while Jiru stood next to her, looking between Momo and Izuku worriedly. That seems to be right, Iida sighed. Yamada, are you sure there was nothing you could have done to stop him? Iida asked while Hitoshi growled lowly in warning, as Ochako slapped the blue-haired alpha's arm in retaliation to his question. He had his hand around his neck, Iida, and he also had his hand over his mouth. He could have been killed if he tried to do anything. And he's never seen Shigaraki before, he wasn't at the USJ, so he was in even more danger because of that. Ochako scolded before turning to the brothers, Hitoshi merely nodding his head in appreciation to the beta. He disintegrates stuff, right? Denki asked what it. Gods, are you okay? The blonde Omega fretted as he came up next to Izuku, placing a gentle hand on the boy's shoulder. That's not important, we have to tell the pros, Izuku stated as he pushed everyone who was crowding him away. All except Hitoshi, who kept a gentle hand on the boy's back. Ochako reported the incident to the mall, which temporarily closed afterward. The police underwent an investigation soon after, but in the end, they could not find Shigaraki. The police took Izuku away from his friends, saying that the rest of the group should heed Shigaraki's warning and head safely home, in case something else happened. Though Hitoshi called their parents and stayed with Izuku until they got to the station, having to wait out in the waiting room for Tsukachi to be done interrogating Izuku. Izuku talked to Mr. Tsukachi, the officer in charge of investigating the League of Villains. He relayed every word in their conversation, all except the parts where he learned that Shigaraki was his brother and the man promising to take him home. Though relaying how Shigaraki had appeared then left. He asked Izuku a few more questions before leaning back and sighing. It sounds like they aren't a monolithic organization. The officer remarked. The part where he wants to defeat All Might hasn't changed. The officer studied Izuku's quiet demeanor, how he only looked at his hands, gently tracing the vine of scars that decorated his arms and hands. Anyway, thank you, Yamada. Tsukachi smiled. You're welcome, Izuku mumbled. I just wish I could have prevented this. Don't worry about it, Tsukachi assured him. You held yourself well, in fact, when your life and others' lives were at stake. Most people would panic. But the fact that there were no victims is thanks to you staying calm and stopping your friends from making any brash decisions. I'm glad you helped us here. Izuku and the officer soon walked out of the interrogation room, Aizawa, Hizashi, and Hitoshi standing by the door waiting. Hey, little listener. Let's go home. Hizashi stated as he hugged Izuku, though the boy could only stare numbly at the floor, guilt and shame weighing heavily on his heart. Once the family left, Tsukachi made a phone call. All Might, we have our information. Shigaraki only talked to the boy about Stain, mainly just asking questions. The officer stated while a sigh could be heard on the other line. But they have no relation? He doesn't know Shigaraki? All Might asked. He said this was the first time he met Shigaraki. The officer replied, though All Might sighed over the phone. This meeting today may very well be a coincidence, but I have a feeling the next time won't be that way. He or another student could be highly targeted. We'll continue to be on alert, of course, but UA should be ready to take some drastic measures to ensure everyone's safety. Tsukachi commanded. I don't doubt that, All Might murmured. The stronger the light, the greater the darkness. The pro muttered over the phone. You should also consider leaving UA. Tsukachi said gently. I've only been teaching for a little over 3 months, All Might protested lightly. That's why I said before that you weren't cut out for it, Tsukachi sighed. Both men were silent, facing the dark sky above them. Let's capture All for one properly this time, Tsukachi said. Yeah, All Might agreed solemnly. This time that I'm counting on you again, Tsukachi. Yeah. Tsukachi nodded. Izuku, tell us what's wrong, it's clear there is something else. Aizawa commanded gently, the man pulling the younger Omega onto the couch with him once they arrived home. Though finally, Izuku's dam broke. And the boy began to sob as he latched onto the older Omega. While Aizawa quickly enveloped the boy into a tight hug, all the while Hisashi and Hitoshi joined in on the hug from either side. Izuku, did something else happen? It's all right if you told the police or if you didn't. We can understand if you were scared. Hisashi stated gently. I lied. I helped him get away. I told him to run. They were right. I'm no better than a villain, Izuku confessed as he continued to sob. Though the other three went wide-eyed at the confession. What? Izuku, no, you're not a villain, you're so much better than that. Also, we can understand why you let him get away. He threatened to kill innocent people and your friends, and you were just putting innocent lives first. That's not a bad thing. Aizawa tried to reason with the boy as he cupped Izuku's face gently and led the boy to look up at the older Omega. I lied to the police. Izuku muttered. No, you told them that you let him get away, you just didn't say what you said to him to make him leave. That's not truly lying, Izuku. You've done nothing wrong. Hisashi explained. And not about that. Izuku murmured while Aizawa gently began to wipe the boy's tears. What else, Izuku? I'm sure it couldn't have been anything that bad. You haven't done anything wrong. Hitoshi chimed in while Hisashi hummed in agreement with his son's statement. I've met Shigaraki before. I know him personally. Izuku stated coldly as he looked down at his lap, unable to meet his family's eyes. The boy's tone turned icy, though the malice wasn't meant for his family. He meant it for himself. What? Aizawa asked quietly, the Omega and the two Alphas left in pure shock. Shigaraki is Tenko. He's my brother. I'm the brother of a villain. Izuku stated bitterly, his tears once again falling down his face. And while the Omega prayed that he could just hate his brother, hate him for what he has done, and for what he has become. The boy just couldn't bring his heart to stay committed to such an act. The other three could only stare at Izuku in shock, though quickly they all once again hugged him tightly. They knew this wasn't his fault. Izuku didn't ask for any of this. And they knew that he was most likely blaming himself for actions that were not his own. Just as he had done with his father's actions. Why are you not mad? Don't you hate me now? Izuku asked timidly, the boy having been pushed back into Aizawa's shoulder. Izuku, we could never. This isn't your fault. You don't get to choose the family you're born into. And you can't control the actions of someone else. You've done nothing wrong. And we understand why you didn't tell the police. Don't worry, it'll all be okay. We will all be okay. Aizawa promised while Izuku could only laugh out a broken sob as he latched onto the older Omega once again. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think we've had too much excitement for a while. So, can we please just take a few days to hibernate? Hitoshi asked while the other three chuckled at the young Alpha. I'm all for that. Not leaving the house. Staying in bed. Sounds like paradise. Aizawa agreed. Sounds good to me. Izuku chimed in, the three then looking to Hisashi for his approval. Know what? Yeah, let's do that. Ice cream and movies and lots of naps. Hisashi cheered while his children joined in. Though Aizawa merely rolled his playfully at his husband. But first we need to get to summer vacation, not to mention the summer camp. Aizawa stated as the other three groaned in unison. The next day Class 1A was at school was the day of UA High School's first semester closing ceremony. All students gathered in the huge auditorium in the school building, awaiting the program. The students of Class 1A sat in their assigned seat rows like they had in their room. Principal Nizu was currently speaking. From the entrance exams. Getting into Class 1A. The USJ attack. The sports festival. The internships and the hose incident. All of that led up to the final exams, which had now passed. Class 1A's first semester at UA was over, and summer vacation was about to begin. But that didn't mean everyone could only think about having fun. They needed to be prepared for the impending evil to become true heroes. No one would have time to just stand around. Breathing hard, Kirishima came to a complete stop. It was twilight on the same day, and he had gone out for a run on the familiar beach. Others like Iida and Todoroki had gone to visit their brother or their mom, and people like Hitoshi and Izuku collapsed in their rooms, exhaustion finally sinking in. They all had their own way of spending this day, now that it had finally come. A deflated All Might came up and offered Kirishima a water bottle with a smile. The redhead looked up and thanked him with a grin of his own, straightening. The two turned and looked out to the sea, watching the bright sunset. Things were about to change. For better or for worse. Welcome back to our summer special. A female news anchor grinned at the camera. We have a special guest here with us today, All Might. We'll be looking back on All Might's achievements and dashed. She was cut off as the TV was powered down. Kurogiri set the TV's remote down on the bar counter, being the one who shut it off. He then turned to his left, to a person sitting at the bar. I figured it out now. Stain and those Class 1A brats only annoy me because they reek of that stupid All Might. I'll show that idiot hero that he's not unbeatable. Shigaraki grinned to himself as he got up from his bar stool and walked to the door. He opened it, went through it, and closed it without a word. Kurogiri watched him leave, then looked down at the spare photograph they had of a certain greenette. Izuku Midoriya, currently Izuku Yamada. He murmured. Quirkless until age 10, when he suddenly manifested a quirk and grew in his power until he ended up in the top 8 of the world-famous sports festival. He also fought Stain with 3 friends of his, Ichem? The man deemed him worthy somehow of being a hero, allowing him to live when he had every chance to slit his throat. Kurogiri said to the staticky TV, while the man on the other side merely chuckled darkly. This will certainly be an interesting endeavor. Meanwhile at UA, the teachers were preparing for the summer training camp. Eraser, can you confirm your class's quirks? Vlad, king of Class 1B, asked. The training camp is being modified to adapt to the training they require. Aizawa nodded, beginning. Seat 1 hashtag, Yuga Aoyama, Naval Laser. Seat 2 hashtag, Mina Ishido, Acid. Seat 3 hashtag, Tsuyu Ajui, Frog. Seat 4 hashtag, Tenya Iida, Engine. Seat 5 hashtag, Ochako Uraraka, Zero Gravity. Seat 6 hashtag, Hitoshi Yamada, Brainwash. Seat 7 hashtag, Mashireo Ojiro, Tail. Seat 8 hashtag, Denki Kaminari, Electrification. Seat 9 hashtag, Ijiro Kirishima, Hardening. Seat 10 hashtag, Koji Kota, Ani Voice. Seat 11 hashtag, Rikido Sato, Sugar Rush. Seat 12 hashtag, Mezu Shoji, Dupli Arms. Seat 13 hashtag, Kyukajiro, Earphone Jack. Seat 14 hashtag, Hantasiro, Tape. Seat 15 hashtag, Fumikage Tokoyami, Dark Shadow. Seat 16 hashtag, Shoto Todoroki, Half Hot plus Half Cold. Seat 17 hashtag, Tor Hagakure, Invisibility. Seat 18 hashtag, Katsuki Bakugo, Explosions. Seat 19 hashtag, Izuku Yamada, Shadow Swipe. Seat 20 hashtag, Minoru Mineta, Pop Off. Seat 21 hashtag, Momo Yorozu, Creation. Aizawa listed as he and the other teacher continued their preparations. Unbeknownst to them, the villains did as well. Sensei is good, Shigaraki remarked, making a card tower. I tried so hard to find out where those brats were going, and he figured it out in an instant. But he showed me up. It was worth having a team on standby, wasn't it? Kurogiri asked as the card tower collapsed. I suppose. They have their orders correct. They know what they are allowed and what they are not. Shigaraki questioned. Yes, Shigaraki. They know what is off-limits. Kurogiri answered. I heard back from the Union today, a voice said as the door to the bar the two villains were in opened up, a cloud of smoke blowing in. You can expect a DLVRY tomorrow. It was thrown together quickly, so it might not look like much, but the quality is guaranteed. Jiren stated as he leaned against the bar, Shigaraki sneering slightly at the scent of the man's cigar. I must apologize for the unreasonable request, Kurojiri said. Tell me, Shigaraki, Jiren said as he continued. Do you know why the union accepted this outlandish order of yours? It's everyone's high expectations of you. Once your league steps into the light, the sideline scum will follow suit. And that only spells profit for humble brokers like me. You'll be so busy you won't be able to keep up, Shigaraki rasped. Looking forward to that, Jiren chuckled as he began to walk out. Though if you're trying to overcompensate for your weak scent, beta, I suggest something less potent than that appalling cigar. Shigaraki stated as he pointed to the man's cigar that hung lazily in his mouth. Jiren merely clicked his tongue as he pulled the cigar out of his mouth, clicking his tongue in irritation. Well, boss, at least I don't reek of burning asphalt. Jiren spit back, while Shigaraki merely chuckled, as he removed the hand that covered his face. Well, at least I can stand the scent of another alpha or an omega for longer than 5 seconds. Shigaraki mused, reciting an incident that had come to pass between the two, while Jiren merely grumbled before taking another puff of his cigar. Anyway, thanks, Jiren mumbled as he walked out of the bar. Shigaraki smirked triumphantly the entire time. The board is set with my pawns and their prey, Shigaraki grinned at Kurojiri. Finally, the real game can begin. Now that your first semester is over. Aizawa droned. It's time for summer vacation. However, don't think these will be months of rest for you. At this camp, we'll push you to go beyond your limits. You're aiming to become plus ultra. Yes, sir. Class 1A chorused. I'm so excited. Ochako squealed, running up to Izuku. I've been looking forward to this camp all semester, Izuku. Ochako cheered while Izuku smiled at the girl. Though the boy couldn't share her excitement, the weight of his guilt and shame still dampened his usually cheerful mood. Despite the insistence from his family that he had no responsibility for what had happened and that the shame and guilt should not befall on his shoulders. But that didn't mean that Izuku believed them. Yeah, me too. Izuku agreed weakly, while Ochako then looked at her friend skeptically. Izuku? Are you alright? You seem different. Are you feeling sick maybe? Ochako asked gently, bringing her hand to feel the boy's forehead to check for a temperature. Oh no. I'm alright, Ochako. I promise. I guess I'm just tired and a little shaken up. Izuku admitted while Ochako's eyes widened before she looked at Izuku sympathetically. Oh, Izuku. I wish you would have told me. If what happened at the mall is still getting to you, then I would have gladly hanged out with you, Ochako stated as she hugged her friend, while Izuku returned the hug. It's alright, Ochako, I'm fine. I'm not scared really. I guess I just feel bad. Because I let him get away. Izuku explained while Ochako then looked at her friend determinedly. Well, you have no reason to. You were trying to make sure Kirishima and I didn't get hurt. And it's not like you knew that was Shigaraki in the first place or that he was a villain. I bet you were probably just really confused, huh? Ochako questioned as she squeezed the boy's shoulder gently. Though Izuku couldn't help but bite his tongue as his chest ached in shame and guilt at Ochako's assumption. Shigaraki told him immediately he was a villain, and despite that, he still jumped into his arms. He would have gone with him if it wasn't for Ochako. He helped him get away. He knew. And he knew Shigaraki far longer than anyone else. Why, thanks, Ochako. The camp will be a good distraction for me anyways. I'm ready for it. Izuku cheered weakly, pumping his fist into the air, forcing himself not to cry. Ochako cheered alongside him as she copied his action. Though Ochako soon saw the glassy state that Izuku's eyes were in, the girl immediately went back into overprotective friend mode. Wait, Izuku. Are you about to cry? What's wrong? Did something else happen? Though before Izuku could answer any of the girl's questions, a swift hand yanked him away from the girl and dragged him over to the gate of the school, away from the group of people, and out of sight. Though Izuku only squirmed and kicked at the dirt as he was dragged, reaching behind him to scratch at the hand that was dragging him. Izuku snapped his head quickly to see who it was that grabbed him, only to sigh in relief when he saw Monoma. "Anito! G-gods, you scared me. Sorry for scratching you. I didn't know it was dash dot." Izuku began to apologize, only to be cut off as Monoma shushed him. "Izuku, you were close to crying and you reacted as if I was a kidnapper. What happened?" Monoma asked, his tone serious. "And nothing major. Don't worry. I'm fine." Izuku tried to reassure his friend, only for the alpha to give him a displeased look in return. "Izuku, I've known you for a while now. And I can tell when you're talking absolute bullshit. Now for the last time. What happened?" Monoma commanded more so than asked. The boy was unwilling to allow his friend to gaslight himself. If I tell you everything. Promise not to hate me or tell anyone ever." Izuku asked hesitantly, holding out his pinky finger for Monoma to promise him. "You have my word, Izuku. Not a soul." Monoma swore, locking his pinky with Izuku's while the Omega could only sigh, hugging his torso as he looked to the ground, trying to think of the best way to start. Though Monoma merely opened his arms to the boy, inviting him in for a hug, Izuku quickly jumped into the boy's arms, taking comfort from the affection while Monoma pets his hair gently. "Would it be simpler if you explained it like this? So that way you don't have to look at my face?" Monoma asked, knowing that having to make eye contact with someone while trying to explain something usually made Izuku uncomfortable. "Yes, please," Izuku answered. "Very well then. I'm all ears." Izuku was sure to keep the explanation somewhat brief, though still covering all of the bases. From Izuku's incredibly traumatic childhood, how his brother was Shigaraki, and to them all. Once everything was explained, Izuku expected Monoma to react horribly, awaiting for the boy to shove him away and go tell someone, immediately regretting having told so much. Though Izuku was surprised when he felt Monoma tighten his grip, leaving no room between the two. "Nito?" Izuku asked quietly. "How in the hell are you still so good-hearted?" Monoma asked breathlessly, continuing to hold onto the green-haired boy tightly. "What? I've met people who turned into complete scumbags because of the most minor inconvenience, and yet you've been through all of that. You went through so much shit, even from the symbol of peace. And yet you're still you." Monoma murmured as he finally loosened his grip to look Izuku in the eyes. "Yeah, well, I guess I just knew better than to change myself," Izuku stated questioningly, not truly knowing exactly how to describe it. "You're a different character, Izuku. But I suppose that's the best part," Monoma stated with a chuckle, ruffling Izuku's hair gently. "But rest assured, I won't utter a word to a soul. You can trust me." Monoma swore while Izuku smiled at him appreciatively. "Thank you, Nito. It feels better to have told someone who isn't direct family. Doesn't make it feel as bad, you know? I understand. And just know, Izuku, none of it, not even a mere second of each event, was at all your fault. And you shouldn't continue to blame yourself," Monoma commanded as he hugged the boy gently, while Izuku happily returned the hug. "Thank you. No need to thank me. Besides, I am your first friend other than your brother, correct? This is my job," Monoma stated playfully while Izuku gently hit the boy's arm. "May beat you to that spot. But nice try," Izuku remarked playfully, while Monoma merely rolled his eyes. "Izuku? There you are. I got worried when you got dragged off," Ochako shouted as she began to sprint forward to the two. "Oh shoot. I don't want her to worry. She already almost saw me cry," Izuku muttered, though Monoma heard him regardless. And the alpha decided to do what he does best. Make a scene. "I heard some of Class 1A is taking extra courses," Monoma called obnoxiously, catching Class 1A and Class 1B's attention. "Does that mean they failed the final exam?" he crowed with glee. The boy walked forward slightly to allow Izuku to slip away from behind him. "That would be so embarrassing, especially since they're supposed to be so much better than my class. All of you must be wallowing in shame." A quick chop to his pale neck from Kendo shut him up. He fell to the ground, and Kendo grabbed his collar. The redhead looked up and smiled at Class 1A as she dragged him onto their separate bus at the school's front gates. "Don't mind him," she called. "Nomus scary," a Class 1B student mumbled. "Nice to see you outside of the sports festival," a girl named Tokage smiled. "Guess we're not rivals now." A girl beside her nodded, named Kodai. "Time to get on the bus." Kendo called to her classmates, who immediately started filing on. "The girls of Class 1A and B?" Mineta drooled, looking at all of the females' skirt areas. "It's like a buffet of melons and butt." "Dude, you're being a piece of shit right now. Get yourself together," Kirishima growled as he scrunched up his face in disgust. "Attention 1A, our bus is here," Iida directed, waving his arms. "Everyone line up in seating order." Iida ordered as he made chopping motions with his arms, standing in front of Class 1A's bus. The sun was bright as all buses began driving away. The sky was clear, too, with only a few clouds. Aizawa was driving and he talked as he did so. "Here's the deal," Aizawa started. "We'll be on this bus for about an hour before our first stop. Make sure you stay focused. Why aren't we blasting some music?" Denki asked, standing up slightly to catch the teacher's attention. "No one should be standing," Iida yelled at Denki and Oyama, the two both standing. "That is a safety hazard. Please stay seated," Iida ordered. The seating arrangements were very comfortable for most everyone in the class. Hagakure was with Mina, and Kaminari with Kirishima. The second row behind them had Tsuyu with Uraraka, and Izuku with Iida and Hitoshi, the three seated on a larger seat. The third row was composed of Aoyama and Todoroki, with Jairu and Yoazu next to them. The fourth row had Tokoyami with Bakugo and Kota with Shoji. The final row behind them had Mineta and Sato in one aisle, and Siro with Ojiro in the next. Everyone was talking loudly, sleeping, or just watching the road. It was a busy bus, and no one was listening to Aizawa. Aizawa merely stared at all of them, before shrugging and returning his eyes to the road. They didn't have to listen. His students were way too hyped about what lay in store for them. 1 hour later, the class was off of the bus, stretching. "Finally," Denki groaned. "I need it off of that bus." Kirishima groaned as he stretched out his back. "Let me through, I gotta pee." Mineta whined. "This isn't much of a rest area," Denki noted. "Yeah," Jairu agreed. The place the bus had stopped was like a small cul-de-sac. The ground was a dirt one, and the small empty space had rails that looked out onto a huge forest. A car was by the lone bus, and it was just a remote area. "Where's Class 1B?" Hagakure asked. "You don't think we stopped here just so you could stretch your legs, do you?" Aizawa inquired as Mineta ran up to him. "Where's the toilet?" Mineta whispered in a frantic voice as all of Class 1A looked surprised at their teacher. The car door then opened. "Hey, Eraser," a female voice called. "Long time no see," Aizawa inclined his head. Pink boots and blue boots planted down firmly on the ground. "Your feline fantasies are here." A brown-haired woman in a pink cat-like outfit and skirt winked. "Say Miobi." "Perfect, cute and cat-like." The blonde woman in a similar blue costume beside her crowed. "You can call us the Wild Wild Pussycats." Both women posed cutely, and a boy in a red hat looked up disdainfully at them. "These are the pro heroes you'll be working with," Aizawa told his frozen students. "They're a 4-person hero team who specialized in mountain rescue." Izuku piped up, his eyes shining as he recognized the two women instantly. "The Pussycats were founded when we were kids. This marks their 12th year working as a dash." Izuku was cut off when the blue girl suddenly shoved a paw glove at the greenette's face. "I'm sure your math is wrong," the blonde woman smiled threateningly, her extended claws sharp against Izuku's hair. "I'm 18 at heart." "Understood," Izuku mumbled, his voice masked against the paw glove. "Man, that's rough," Denki winced, looking at the greenette with sympathy. "Everyone, say hello," Aizawa instructed. "Hello. Nice to meet you," everyone chorused. "We own this whole stretch of land out here." The rosy-dressed woman pointed towards the horizon of a pure forest. "Everything you see is ours." The summer training camp is there, at the base of the mountain. What? Class 1A exclaimed, looking to the small and very distant place that she pointed to. Then why did we stop up here? Chaco asked. Could this mean? Tsuyu faltered. No way, Sato shook his head. Why don't we get back to the bus, huh? Shiro smiled nervously. I second that. Denki said quickly, turning around and trying to walk away. It's 9:30 a.m. right now, the rosy cat lady purred in a low voice, her tail twitching as her claws extended. If you're maybe around noon, you'll reach the camp. Guys? Kirishima shouted nervously, taking a step back. Run for it. Mina yelled, and everyone began sprinting back towards the bus. Any kiddies who don't reach the camp by 12:30 don't get any lunch. The pink cat woman called. The students raced past Aizawa, who just stood there, not caring. Sorry, ladies and gents. The blue cat giggled, bouncing down and blocking the bus with outstretched claws. Training camp has already started. Her paws touched the ground while everyone shrieked, skidding to a halt. The earth beneath them began to quake until it began to tumble around in the air. They were thrown up, knocked against each other, and violently jostled by the moving dirt and rocks. What's going on? Ochako screeched. In a sudden burst of movement, all of Class 1A was thrown over the railing in a huge landslide. Every student tumbled down from the height, shrieking as they fell into the forest area below where the bus had parked. The ground had tossed them over, acting like an earthquake in the process. You can use your quirks to do what you want. The pink cat lady called down. You have 3 hours. Come to camp on your own 2 feet. You'll do that by going through the beast's forest. Groaning, Class 1A got to their feet. The name of the spooky place didn't soothe them. The trees were tall, with vines encircling them. There was a slight fog in the area and the ground was unstable. The whole place gave off a creepy and uneven vibe. It needs to stop, Jiraiya groaned. It's no use complaining, Kirishima sighed, brushing himself off. We have to go dash. I held it. Mineta whined, racing past him and dashing into the forest. Before the midget could disappear to whiz, a stony and vine-ridden creature stepped in front of him. It's a beast! Shiro shouted. Everyone tensed up, staring at the creature. Mineta was transfixed, frozen in place out of fear. The creature growled loudly, a low rumbling sound as it lifted a giant paw to crush the small boy. Calm down, kind beast. Kota ran at the being. The creature didn't listen. Instead, it brought its paw down even harder and faster. Acting quickly, Izuku summoned a shadow to yank Mineta away and whisk him to safety as he used another shadow to encircle the beast, trapping it in a cage of shadows and wind. Kota, your quirk didn't work? Izuku cried as he looked back, Mineta weeping in his arms. Suddenly, something fell off the being's face as it lumbered over to him. A dirt clod? Izuku realized. I get it. With Pixie Bob's earth quirk. Izuku muttered. Dirt and rocks flew past Kota as he stood frozen, piecing the monster back together in patches. Izuku squared his shoulders and threw his purple burden to a far tree, at a safe distance. The beast towered over him, and he stood his ground, ready for a fight. Izuku jumped out of the way of a swiping claw as he used his shadows to swing from the trees and land on top of the beast, once again summoning the shadows to trap the monster in a cage of shadows and wind. Todoroki used the distraction and sent ice towards the monster's feet, keeping its limbs frozen to the ground. Izuku jumped off the beast's back and landed outside of his trap next to Todoroki, while the dual-haired boy quickly pulled Izuku up and pushed the boy behind him. Recipro burst! Iida yelled, running with full power at the creature. He aimed one good kick, his powered leg kicking and destroying half of the creature's head in one swipe, while Izuku released the beast from the trap he had created. Bakugo fired up his hands, launching himself up and also destroying the rest of the head and the arms. Both boys touched down after their runs. Kirishima, leaping high into the air with OFA, punched a powerful blow into what largely remained of the creature with a hardened and superpowered fist. The force of his gesture destroyed the rest of it completely, wind pressure making the debris fly everywhere. You guys defeated that thing instantly, Sato said in awe, walking up with Shiro to Todoroki. You did it. Shiro grinned. You did it. And I did too. Mineta whined, not letting go of the tree he had been thrown against. You're amazing, Bakugo. Kirishima cheered. Not yet, Bakugo growled, catching the redhead off guard. A little ways ahead of them, a similar creature was rising out of the ground, forming in the dust and fog. It launched itself high into the air, and Class 1A gathered together in a huge group in the forest. They searched the sky and the area, hearing many different noises as they tensed up. How many of them are there? Denki asked. Should we run? Mina inquired. If we don't make it in time to the facility, we don't get lunch. Sato grimaced. This isn't a joke, guys. The training camp has started. So, we are expected to do our best. Hitoshi commanded as he came up next to Izuku. All right. Momo called to everyone. The best point of action is to get through here using the shortest route. The Alphan woman commanded. Ribbit, Tsuyu agreed. All right, 1A, let's go. Iida nodded. Yeah. The class chorused, ready for anything. Shoji used his dupli arms to scout out the area ahead of them. I spot 3 up ahead. He relayed the information quickly. With 2 flanking each side. 7 total. Jairu confirmed the information with her ear jacks. They're coming. All right. I got this one. Shiro called, swinging up and wrapping a flying earth beast in tape, throwing it by its torso down to the ground and thereby subduing it. He swung away to safety, dropping down nearby. He called for Sato and Kirishima to say they were up next, and the sugar eater powered up after eating the white grains of sweetness. Kirishima hardened himself and powered up OFA, running in with Sato against another monster, punching away and making the next creature crumble within an instant. Tokoyami directed Dark Shadow towards another creature, and the Shadow Spirit attacked the dirt being. Ojiro helped out with his powerful tail, and Aoyama delivered the final blow. Using his naval laser, he shot and destroyed the last of the Earth's monsters. Mineta, weeping tears of fear, ran at another Earth creature, unleashing a blinding flurry of purple ball. The detailed monster was stuck to the ground instantly, and it gave off an extremely displeased roar. Mineta then called Denki up and booked it as the blonde ran up the frozen-in-place on the creature's back. 1.3 million volts. Denki called, unleashing his electric quirk on the monster. The creature was wrapped in a shroud of lightning, but the battle had been decided. When the light flashes cleared, all that was left was a scorched and smoking husk of lifeless dirt. Denki fell to the ground, his stupid face on as he made idiotic train movements with his arms. While Hitoshi quickly grabbed the boy with his capture weapon, dragging the boy along with him as he ran. Eventually throwing the boy over his shoulder as he swung through the trees, avoiding and kicking any beats that came in sight of him. Flocks of birds. Kota cried, stretching his arms out as many different birds of the forest swarmed the next monster. Remove this evil beast and restore peace to the woods. Take that. Mina shouted, throwing acid shots on the monster's legs and melting her target's limbs instantly. Oh no! Hagakure shrieked as she ran away from a large monster that had vine-like tentacles. I'm completely helpless. It's gonna eat me. The girl cried out with fake fear. Perfect distraction, Hagakure, Momo murmured, surveying the entire thing. Hagakure and Mina high-fived as they passed each other, and the pink-skinned girl let loose a huge spray of acidic matter. This melted the legs of Hagakure's pursuer, and it too crumbled to the ground. Everyone, please take cover. Momo yelled. Everyone on the ground who had downed the 2 creatures or was in the process of fighting others ran away. They took cover at a safer distance, then turned to watch. A sudden blast destroyed one of the stone beasts, courtesy of a cannon that Momo produced. Her school shirt fluttered around her bare stomach, blown slightly by the force of the shot. You did it, Yaomomo. Mina cheered as Momo prepped quickly to shoot the other one. A short distance away, Uraraka dashed over to another dirt monster's blind spot. Taking a quick chance, she tapped it with both hands, activating her quirk through the pads of her fingers. She hightailed it out of there as the creature began to squirm in the air, floating. Now, Tsu, Ochako called. Using a vine, Tsuyu swung herself up and wrapped her extendable tongue around the monster. She then used her momentum to swing the creature up and away. The beast flew up and away as soon as she let go, dropping down and hiding behind the same tree as Uraraka. The brunette released her burden, and the monster came crashing down, combusting into pieces of stone and earth. More are coming, Shoji warned. Ice encased the next oncoming beast, courtesy of Todoroki. Bakugo fired up his hands and ran at the monster, at the same time as the ice began to trap it. He blasted the creature, only to also destroy some of its frozen bonds. "You're in my way, Icy Hot." Bakugo snarled, sprinting alongside the dual-haired boy as they both dashed ever closer. "Pick another route, then," Todoroki replied dryly as he ran. Both boys worked together to disable and destroy their beastly target. In a matter of seconds, it was over, and all that remained was ice and earthy bits. Shoji called out some more directions then, giving an update on the monster's status. 3 more creatures were coming up now. 2 of them were grounded, and the third could fly. Iida and Kirishima ran at these 3, pumped up by adrenaline. "Kirishima, now!" Iida yelled. Jumping high into the air, the redhead aimed for the nearest creature. Her right hand curled swiftly into a fist, and his lightning sparked vividly around him. He aimed a huge and powerful blow, destroying the beast instantly. He touched down afterward, stumbling a bit. Iida took on another earth creature, and with 2 quick kicks, he was able to destroy it. Momo and Mina were working on getting some acid shots inside her cannon to take down the final flying one. "I need someone to distract it or get it to stay in a certain place for a few seconds." Mina shouted. "I got it." Izuku shouted as he once again used his shadows to swing through the trees, only this time, he used the shadows to throw him up into the air, landing on the creature's back as he used his shadows to pester the beast around his face and to its sides. The creature turned, originally heading for Kota and Mineta, irritated at the shadows that swiped and hissed around it, creating a wing gust that kept the creature put in the sky. Todoroki took his chance, making a frozen mountain that captured flying dirt at its peak. "Izuku, jump!" Mina shouted. And without a second thought, Izuku fell off the back of the beast. His shadows disappeared within an instant. Momo now had a clear path, and it only took 1 acid shot to get rid of it. Izuku cheered as he continued to fall to the ground, his shadows quickly wrapping around his arms as he landed on one of the trees. Hitoshi landing next to him, having originally gone to go catch his brother. "And that's what I'm talking about," Kirishima crowed, shaking a still stupid Kaminari. "Come on, you guys," Hagakure called, waving them over to the path. "If we stay quiet and hurry, we can avoid more monsters." Everyone agreed, and they all stuck close together. Shoji, Kirishima, and Bakugo took up the front, with Jairu, Todoroki, and Izuku at the back. Everyone else in the middle was on high alert, relying on the capable fighters flanking their path, along with the excelled hearing students. Of course, being quiet did not help. Pixie Bob's earth quirk would find them no matter what. "Oh, you're finally here." Pixie Bob giggled, standing with her paws on her hips in front of the facility. "That took quite some time," Mandalay, the rose cat lady, smiled, standing beside her blue friend. "It's already 5:20 p.m. Todoroki walked out of the woods slowly, wiping his dirty face and squinting somewhat at his teacher and the pros. Bakugo held his cramping arms, gritting his teeth in frustration as he followed. Iida dragged along behind them, his engines sputtering pathetically. Izuku coughed as he stumbled out alongside them all, tired as they all got out. Ochako was puking as she walked. Mina held the brunette's hair back as she rubbed her back comfortingly, Ojiro's tail arched, and Kota had lost his voice. Mineta bled, Tsuyu and Aoyama were having stomach issues, and Shoji's dupli arms were tired. Jairu's earjacks were sore. Sato and Kaminari were completely brain-dead, and Mina seemed to be all out of acid, though she and the brunette held onto each other for support. Momo was practically starving, Tokoyami's dark shadow didn't want to come out anymore, and Siro's elbows were raw. Everyone was exhausted, hungry, and in need of a shower. "What do you mean, 3 hours?" Shoji asked in a tired voice. That's all the time it took for us, Mandalay shrugged. The Alphan woman had forgotten that she was an actual pro-hero in comparison to the students. I'm going to die of hunger, Kirishima groaned, holding his stomach as he crumbled to his knees. I thought you guys would take much longer. Pixie Bob grinned, the Omegan woman finding the situation a bit too amusing. You all beat my earth beasts much better than I anticipated. You all did great at especially, you five. She pointed a clawed paw out at Iida, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Izuku. Were you able to act without hesitation because of experience? She inquired, liking her lips strangely. She suddenly lunged out at them, arms outstretched. I call dibs on these kittens. She cried with glee. I'll groom them myself. She darted around them all, and each tried to shield themselves from her pointed jabs and touches. Bakugo was extremely irritated at her perky and overconfident manner, while the other four just felt purely violated. Everyone watched, glad that she wasn't fawning and prodding at them. Was she always like that? Aizawa looked at his tortured children, not doing anything. She's a little desperate since she's about the suitable age for, you know. Mandalay replied. Speaking of suitable age Izuku got a slapped paw to his freckled face again before he could continue. What about it? Pixie Bob grinned creepily, her cheerful demeanor turning cold. Whose child is that? Izuku yelped, afraid, pointing at the little boy in the red hat standing by Mandalay in front of them. Oh, he's not ours. Mandalay held up her paws as she looked down at the child. He's my cousin's kid. Come on, Kota. Say hi to everyone and introduce yourself. You'll be seeing them all of this week. Hi. Izuku smiled brightly, walking over to the boy and bending down slightly. My name is Izuku Yamada, Omega. I'm from the hero course at UA. It's nice to meet you. He held out his hand for Kota to shake, but he only turned away. It was then that the greenette noticed the shadow of his pointed glyph. Mandalay was not impressed with his behavior, however. Kota! She scolded. He just said hi to you. Try again. Go up to someone else and greet them. He grimaced but grudgingly obliged. He stomped his feet, going up to the nearest people. This consisted of Iida, Kirishima, and Bakugo was not pleased with his choice and scrunched up his nose slightly. Recognizing this, Kota felt no remorse as he punched Bakugo in the ball. He then targeted Kirishima just because. Kota! Izuku shrieked, rushing over to the boy. Iida, sensing danger, ran to Bakugo's side while steering clear of Kota's range. He did not want to be targeted. He also ended up near Kirishima's side, as both boys groaned in pain and held their wounded regions. Bakugo flipped Kota off, who didn't notice. The black-haired boy only looked up at Izuku before walking away quickly. You shouldn't abuse their SCRTMS. It's unforgivable. Iida waved his arms, chiding the small boy as Kota walked away. The last thing I want is to hang out with some wannabe heroes, Kota sneered, not giving the students a second glance. That brat's got some spunk, Bakugo grunted, smirking through his agony. Reminds me of you, Kirishima winced. What the hell did you say? Bakugo shouted angrily, rounding on the redhead. Shut your demon mouth, shitty hair. Enough playing around, Aizawa droned. Get your stuff off of the bus. Once your bags are in your rooms, we'll have dinner in the cafeteria. After that, you can bathe and sleep. Tomorrow, your training starts in earnest. You better get a move on. Aizawa instructed. Oh, before you all go eat, the showers and your bunks aren't like what you're used to at school. All omegas and female betas will be placed on one side, while all alphas and male betas will be on the other. Mandalay informed. Wait, what? Izuku, Denki, Todoroki, Momo, and Mina all shrieked in unison. We get two of the hottest girls in class on our side. This place is heaven. Mineta smiled creepily while Mina and Momo both scrunched their noses at the beta. Actually, know what? We can make an exception. Girls, if you want to stay on the omegas and female betas side you can. Pixie Bob interjected, immediately getting a creepy vibe from the small purple-haired boy. Mina and Momo merely sighed as they nodded. while Denki, Izuku, and Todoroki all looked at each other before shrugging as they all headed inside. Your bags! Aizawa raised his voice slightly, while everyone groaned as he pointed towards the bus. They did as they were told, however, and soon they were all at tables. Platters of food and drinks scattered the table, and it all smelled heavenly. It looks so good, Ochako squealed, immediately digging in. Dishes were passed around, and laughter filled the air. Most people talked about the day while eating. The exhausting hours they had spent fighting in that forest had built up their appetite immensely. So, I heard you all got stuck with the tiny little bunker, right? Ciro remarked to Jairu. Is the guy's room bigger? Jairu inquired, taking a bite of rice. Yeah. Mina leaned back in between them, grinning. So, does that mean we can come over to check it out later? Hagakure asked. Sure. Whenever you want. Ojiro responded. Kirishima and Denki were wolfing down bowls and bowls of rice. They were acting like they hadn't eaten in days. It tasted amazing to them, along with all of the other food, and their feelings were shared by almost everyone. Today's the only day we'll be cooking for you, Pixie Bob warned, walking by with a tray. Eat as much as you can. Thanks. Class 1A chorused, grateful. Oh, Kota! Mandalay called to the boy, who was standing by a box of produce. Can you bring me those veggies? He complied silently, his glare never leaving his shadowed face. Izuku watched him go, pausing as he ate. No one else seemed to notice the boy, nor did they ask any questions. Something was off, he knew it. But what? And what could he do to help? Either way, dinner was over quickly, due to the filled appetites and the decrease in food. Everyone then filed off afterward, soon ending up in the hot spring baths of the facility. The girls and the Omegas were separated from the boys by a high wooden fence, all in their sections. At first, it was awkward for Izuku, Denki, and Todoroki. The boys did not leave the small corner that was on their side. Not stepping foot into the water. That is until Ochako and Mina both grabbed the three and pulled them into the water, reassuring them that it was all right, seeing as everyone kept a covering on. Despite how small they were, the towels hardly covered anything on both the girls and the three boys. And eventually, they all began to relax and started up a bit of a water fight. They splashed each and swam around, all glad to have the dirt and grime wash off of them. It was pretty peaceful, and after a while, some of the girls sat only halfway into the water, the temperature of the H20 getting to be a little steamy. Not that anyone minded. Denki had laid out across one of the rocks next to Mina. Ah, Mina sighed. That whole fiasco in the forest was worth it if we get to do this every time. Mina cheered as she raised her arms into the air. I second that. Denki cheered, copying the pink-haired girl's action. The dinner was so yummy. Hagakure bubbled, flicking some water onto Tsu. It won't be so easy for the rest of the week, Momo reminded them. We have to try our best here to grow. Right. They all nodded. I'll join you on your rock, Ochako. Izuku laughed, being sure that his towel covered everything it should before joining the brunette. They all continued talking, letting the humidity tire them out even more. It was certainly a peaceful way to spend the evening. However, the bliss didn't last much longer. Like with the locker room incident, Minetta's loud voice carried. And as usual, he was thinking pervy thoughts. As Minetta rambled on the other side of the fence about how NDE girls were better than food, the girls and the Omegas started to freak out. Suddenly, some creaks could be heard. The group fearfully looked up, expecting to see Minetta climbing up the fence to peep over at them. Instead, faces of relief replaced the ones of panic. It was Kota's profile they saw up on the fence. He was turned towards the boys' side of the fence, ready and waiting for that perverted son of a bit dash. He was ready and waiting for that pervy grapist. The group heard Iida and the others guys trying to get Minetta down as he climbed the wall, but grew fearful when they heard him getting closer. At the right moment, Kota stuck his head over. This made Minetta freeze in place, not getting to the top of the wooden fence exactly. Before learning to be a hero, become a human first. The boy growled, slapping Minetta off of the wall. You cockblocker! Minetta cried as he fell, his bare butt landing on poor Iida's face. Thanks, Kota. Denki called up with a grin. Kota looked back, only to see a bunch of exposed high schoolers in the water. An extremely embarrassed blush made his face flush, and he jolted backward in shock. He then promptly passed out, proceeding to fall off the fence onto the boys' side of the wall. Kota! Izuku screamed, his body moving before he could think. His shadows grabbed the fence as he leaped off of the shared rock and over the fence. In nothing but a barely modest towel. He jumped onto the other side of the fence and caught Kota right before his head could hit the rocky ground. His shadows disappeared as his burst of energy faded, and the greenette panted hard, trying not to think of what could have happened if he wasn't faster. Why didn't you guys try and catch him? Izuku shrieked angrily, rounding on the boys on the side of the wall he was currently on. Wait, he was on their side. He was on the boys' side. In nothing but a towel. What the hell, Deku? Bakugo yelled, jumping out of the water. Why the F are you over here? Kota. He was FF falling and dashed. Izuku blushed intensely, averting his gaze immediately as he steadily lost his confidence. Yamada, how unlike you to invade on our side. Iida reprimanded, covering his eyes. His body was almost completely exposed, the small towel just barely covering him. I can't believe I'm saying this. But please do it more often, Mineta drooled, his nose bleeding. F you, grape-headed bee. Bakugo shouted angrily, suddenly outraged at the pervy boy. You and your daring ball wanna go? Bakugo shoved the purple guy into the water and held him down, nearly drowning him. Most of the guys sank lower into the water. This covered their exposed torsos, and small towels were wrapped around their waists. They had more cover than Izuku did at the moment. Izuku held an unconscious Kota closer to his chest, trying to get some semblance of cover. He was falling and no one did anything. Izuku said heatedly, not liking the stares of the males. You okay, Izuku? Todoroki called from the other side of the fence in a worried voice, followed by concerned echoes of the other girls and Denki. I don't need another tea towel, Izuku said softly, holding Kota close. Izuku. A low voice said to his side. Izuku flinched as he looked up. Hitoshi. Toshi. Izuku sighed, while his brother quickly stood in front of the boy, hiding the omega behind himself. While Izuku's forehead gently touched Hitoshi's shoulder. A silent show of thanks. While Hitoshi merely patted the boy's head. Here, Hitoshi said, wrapping a larger towel around his exposed shoulders with his arms. Thank you, Izuku mumbled, clutching both the boy in his arms and the new towel, trying not to make eye contact with anyone else. At least someone here has decency. Iida sighed with relief, uncovering his eyes. Though glaring at the boys who hadn't turned around. Oh, thank God, Ojiro breathed, turning around. The boy had been one of the only ones to do so. This was getting slightly awkward. It still is, but dashed. Pathetic grape yesterday. Bakugo roared as he finally let Mineta breathe as he threw the boy halfway across the pool, the beta nearly colliding with a rock if it weren't for the small inch of space he was given. I need to go. Izuku squeaked. Yeah go, Hitoshi ordered as Izuku ran away, shutting his eyes tight as he ran. Don't run, you could slip dash. Hitoshi called after him, only for the last thing Izuku heard from the boys' side be the sounds of a verbal fight. Between who or why Izuku did not know. He focused on the matter at hand instead. Getting Kota to someplace where he could rest and get checked upon. He ended up at building manager's office, where Mandalay was. Mandalay asked no questions at first, only standing from her chair and taking Kota from Izuku. The alpha laid him gently on the couch in the room, wiping off the blood from his nose with a tissue. Izuku then explained what happened upon request. I'm glad he allowed those two girls to stay on your side. Eraser warned me that one of your boy peers was a little girl crazy, so I sent Kota over to make sure everything was okay, Mandalay said, removing the boy's hat and placing a cold cloth on his forehead. I'm just glad he's all right, Izuku sighed. You must have moved pretty fast to catch him, especially if gravity was pulling him down on the boy's end, Mandalay noted. The last thing I want is to hand with some wannabe heroes. Kota's words from before yelled in Izuku's head. He frowned, curiosity getting the better of him. Working up his courage, he turned to Mandalay. He doesn't seem to like heroes very much, he started quietly. Mandalay looked at him from the sides of her eyes. It's funny almost. Was obsessed with them when I was his age. I was always fascinated by heroes. I wanted to be one. I just thought it was a bit unusual. Izuku continued. You're pretty observant, Mandalay sighed, leaning back in a chair. He's not alone, per se. There are quite a few people in our society that don't approve of heroes. If he'd had a normal childhood, he may have even wanted to become a hero himself. What happened? Izuku asked. It was Mandalay's cousins, Pixie Bob said, entering the room with a tray of tea. Kota's parents, that is, they were heroes too. But they were murdered. A small intake of breath could be heard, followed by the widening of emerald-colored eyes. It was a villain, 2 years back. Mandalay looked down. He was still so small. They were killed while protecting citizens. It may have been the most respectable way to go to but. Mandalay sorrowfully recalled the boy's agonized face when he saw that of his dead parents, biting her lip. How do you even begin to explain to a child that his parents died honorable deaths? She asked quietly. They were his entire world, everything but to him, his parents had left him behind. And all during the time he was trying to grieve, everyone around him kept saying his parents' sacrifice was noble. He doesn't seem to like us that much either, since we're also heroes. I'm sure he feels like he's stuck here because he has nowhere else to go. Heroes just don't make any sense to Kota. If his parents hadn't been heroes, they would still be here. The eyes of a child can't yet fully understand something when it's thrown in their faces. Izuku looked down, biting his tongue. He was sent back to years with his father. On that fateful night, he watched as his father murdered his mother in front of him. And he was unable to stop it. He knew the pain that came with losing a parent, especially when you're too young to understand. And his heart aches for the boy. And yet, he had no response. It was 5:30 a.m. People filed out of their cabin rooms sleepily, yawning and stretching. They were all in their blue and white gym uniforms, but the clothes did feel like pajamas to the groggiest of students. All Class 1A wanted to do was crawl back into their beds. Good morning, class. Aizawa inclined his head as he stood before them. Today, we begin a training camp that will increase your strength. Our goal is to increase your skills exponentially so that each of you earns a provisional license. This license comes through a test that all pros take before they start working or actively fight villains. To beat that test, you must be prepared for it. This license will allow you to face and fight the dangers that continue to fester in the shadows of society's background. Proceed very carefully. Look alive, Bakugo. Bakugo caught the ball Aizawa tossed him, about as large as a softball. Try throwing that for me, Aizawa said. Yeah, sure. Bakugo raised his eyebrow. Like in the fitness test at school, Bakugo stated more so than asked. That's right, Aizawa nodded. When we first started school, your record was 705.2 meters. Let's see how much you've grown. Bakugo walked over to an empty spot a little ways from the group. Mina realized they were checking their progress as students, and most of the designated Baku squad subtly cheered Bakugo on. He smirked, knowing he had this in the bag. Drawing his arm back after winding it up, he yelled at the ball to go to hell. The ball soared in a flash through the air, boosted by a powerful explosion. A few of the girls held onto their hair to keep it from flying all over their faces due to the wind pressure, trying to keep their eyes on the ball. The ball disappeared from view, falling into the forest after a long run. Bakugo planted his feet from his throw, his eyes closed. That was 709.6 meters, Aizawa sighed, unimpressed. Making Bakugo's eyes shoot open. That's it? Denki faltered. Bakugo's look of rage kind of freaked out most of 1A. He stared dead on at Aizawa, who held the digital measuring device that examined the blonde's throw. Now everyone was on edge, realizing that if Bakugo just barely improved, then. You've had a full semester at UA, Aizawa droned, giving them all a deathly stare. Due to various experiences, you all have improved in some way, shape, or form. Those improvements have been limited to mental prowess and technical skill, with a slight stamina increase here and there. As you can see, Your quirks themselves have not improved much on their own. That's why we're going to focus on improving your powers," Aizawa stated. The teacher's creepy grin made just about everyone freeze. "This will be so hard, you'll feel like you're dying," he chuckled, holding up a hand. "Let's hope you all survive." Class 1B was very tired. They got up much later than Class 1A, too. They all stood in a group in front of their cabin areas, looking at their teacher. "We're going to strengthen our quirks?" Kendo repeated. "Class 1A is already training," Vlad King replied, looking unimpressed with his exhausted students. "See if you can catch up." He began walking away, motioning for them to follow. "Last semester, 1A was in the spotlight," Vlad King said as he led them into the forest. "Next semester, it'll be 1B's turn. From now on, you're shooting for the top. Don't let me down. We're such disappointing students." Tetsu cried in his mind, the alpha loving the manly harshness of their teacher's words. "I get you want everyone to improve their quirks," Kodai said to Vlad King. "But we have 20 unique powers in our class. What kind of training will help all of us get better?" "Yeah, can you be more specific?" Boaz asked. "When your muscle fibers are overused," Vlad King began, "they break and grow back tougher, thicker. Quirks are the same way. They improve the harder you push them. They're stronger after every workout." The class neared a brightly sunlit exit in the forest path. Vlad King directed them over to it as he spoke. The closer they got, the more the students' eyes adjusted to the light, and then everything came into full view. "In other words," Vlad King smiled wryly, "you'll have to break yourselves." All students yelped as their vision became more clear. Their eyes widened and all felt very uncomfortable. Is that the right word? Whatever the case, they were not looking forward to what lay before them. Bakugo was standing in front of an oil barrel, full of boiling water. It was perched over a fire to keep it hot, and the ash blonde roared in pain as he moved his hands in. Bringing them back out, he let loose huge explosions up into the air. He yelled all the while, just outraged at the whole agonizing exercise. The hot water expanded his sweat glands, and his perspiration acted like nitroglycerin, the cause of his explosions. If more nitroglycerin was made, the more explosions he would have, and with greater power behind them. Todoroki was actually in an oil barrel, filled with regular water. His job was to learn how to regulate the temperatures of both his ice and fire and learn to use both sides of his power simultaneously. He spread mounds of ice around and in the barrel, and then did the same for fire. He switched back and forth, breathing heavily. The exertion is pretty exhausting. He was having trouble getting the water to the needed temperature and keeping it there, but he slapped the barrel once more, determined to succeed as he used his ice on the next switch. Zero was on the edge of a small cliff, shrieking in pain. His job was to never stop sprouting tape from his elbows. His raw arm joints ached with pain, but the exercise increased the utility of his quirk. This would strengthen his power and eventually make him able to produce a nearly infinite amount of tape. He was supposed to build up his stamina and quirk usage by repeatedly making the sticky strip lines of material. Ojiro and Kirishima worked together, locked in combat. While Ojiro just used his tail to fight. Kirishima could only take the blows in his hardened form. This increased the stamina and the strength of both of their quirks, while Kirishima would have to do training with the other side, to his quirk later with someone else. Upon another hill, Kaminari was giving electricity and receiving it back full throttle to a battery. The battery had a high capacity for extreme voltage and was designed to flow back into the source almost immediately. This would help Kaminari not go stupid so often, allowing him to handle more volts of his electricity. Kota was on the other end of Zero's cliff, screeching his heart out. Being a shy person, he relied on sign language and didn't talk a lot. To strengthen his weak and quiet voice, he was tasked with performing loud and excessive vocal warm-ups. Only Bird's hearing senses were somewhat harmed in the process. Hitoshi was training with Pixie Bob in a clearing closer to the woods. The woman was throwing attacks at the boy as he had to dodge them all, while also learning how to go onto the defensive, and trying to use his quirk on Pixie Bob. His goal was to find a way to make the woman answer him, despite her knowing his quirk. He relied mostly on his skills and capture weapon, hardly ever being able to use his quirk in major combat made him sloppy with his training. So this exercise would help build up his vocal cords while teaching him how to apply his quirk in an actual battle. Aoyama was over in an open area, leaning backward slightly. He faced the sky with a grimacing expression of pain, shooting a large and wide beam at it every 2 seconds. His goal was to try and lengthen the amount of time he could shoot his navel laser without getting major stomach cramps, but right now he was in agony. This was pure hell for him. Tokoyami was in a cave right beneath Siro's cliff. In there, he was struggling to master Dark Shadow. As the dark spirit grew unbearably strong and angry, the darker a place was. Tokoyami's yells of effort and frustration marked his battle with the Shade Beast, as Dark Shadow was always more docile and obedient in the light. Uraraka was in a plastic hamster ball, turning upside down and all around continuously as she rolled erratically down a hill within a zero-gravity environment. This was to help decrease her nausea from quirk overuse, all while increasing the maximum amount of weight she can use her quirk on at a time. Iida was running around at a full sprint, dashing past his hardworking peers. He was building up his endurance and stamina, trying to keep his fast pace even when his engine sputtered. His goal was to extend and prolong the amount of time his engine power-ups could last, as they always lasted under 30 seconds at the most. Tsuyu was up one side of the cliffs near everyone. Her long tongue was latched onto the ground at the very top of it, and its haft was tested as she climbed. She only used her frog-like feet and hands to support herself on the face of the cliff, trying to increase the abilities of all of her muscles. Sato was off to the side, chowing down on cakes and different kinds of sugary delicacies. He worked out all the while with weights, trying to make his power-up last longer. He also tried to keep a hold over his cognitive abilities, as his sugar rush had some negative side effects once it started winding down. Momo was beside him, also eating. She was consuming sausages and other bite-sized proteins to increase the number of lipids in her body. She then used these lipids, multitasking to use her quirk and make the little Russian dolls from the practical. She was charged with making as much as she could of anything in shorter amounts of time, testing her endurance. Near them, Gyra's earlobes were hard at work. Her ear jacks were chipping away at the rocky hill in front of her, honing the tips and making them stronger. This constant exercise helped her move them more freely and for longer amounts of time, with perhaps some clearer sounds, now that her tips were becoming more refined. Mina was beside her, her hands on the same rocky face of the hill. She was constantly secreting acid from her palms, her body burning on the inside in protest. She was supposed to keep up the high strong acidity levels of her burning substance, and also keep up the amount that she produces in a constant fashion endurance and not have her scrambling with weaker acid in a fight or a situation. Mineta was a good distance from them all, sitting on his knees. His head bled as he pulled purple ball from it, setting them down into a pile in front of him. He was getting severe and painful headaches as he sprouted more and more sticky ball, producing them only to take them off and add them to the gluey pile before him. This was also to increase how much he could take off of his head without bleeding, getting better results in any scenario with a quirk that he could use freely. Hagakure and Shoji stood a ways away from the purple midget, working in a team. Shoji's task was to hone his senses of his dupli arms, with his eyes and ears being the main focus. Hagakure was supposed to work on her stealth and maneuverability, making herself better at being invisible so she wouldn't get caught under the pretense of her breathing or footsteps. "Oh man, this is pretty intense." A boy named Kaibara gulped, his voice cracking. "Operative types will be raising your limits, maxing out your power," Vlad King said with crossed arms. "And the rest of you? You'll mostly focus on strengthening body parts related to your quirks. Normally, these changes will happen as you grow dashed. But we don't have time for that," Aizawa interrupted the Alphan teacher walking past his students up to the other grouped class. "Your class has a lot of work to do." Bakugo's explosions and different cries of students could be heard behind him. Fire, ice, tape, and lasers were only some of the things that stuck out behind him. Aizawa was quite literally walking away from the pinnacle of chaos. "Once we team up with 1A, there'll be 41 students here," Kendo whispered to her friend Yanagi. That's a whole lot of quirks for just a few teachers to manage on their own. Which is why we called them, Aizawa said, hearing the redhead speak. That's right. A new green-haired cat lady called with glee, bouncing over to them all. 4 kittens in one litter. Your feline fantasies are here. Mandalay winked, twirling by the new cat person. Say meow. Allow us to lend a helping paw. The new cat person spun around, throwing off sparkles that rivaled even Aoyamas. We're champions serving up justice. A new brown cat man purred, striking a pose as he hopped in with the other 2. With our tails. Perfect, cute, and cat-like heroes. Pixie Bob crowed, sliding in right next to them all. We're the wild, wild Pussycats. The 4 chorused in sync, taking up a grouped and practiced position. Demenit. Bakugo yelled in the background, his arms experiencing some extreme agony. My name is Ragdoll, Beta, and my quirk is Search. The green cat girl said cheerfully, not dropping her pose. I can look at up to 100 people and know everything about them, like their location and weakness. I'm Pixie Bob, Omega, and with my Earth quirk, I can create the ideal training ground for any student. Pixie Bob smiled, also staying in place. I'm Mandalay, Alpha. My quirk is Telepath, Mandalay grinned. I can advise multiple people at once in their heads. The name's Tiger, Alpha. The final and newer member growled with a sly cat grin. And I'm here to beat you guys to a pulp. I have questions about you. Aways stumbled over his words, the fierce statement of Tigers catching him off guard. Demenit. Bakugo yelled again in the background. All of you kids with strength quirks, it's time for Tiger's boot camp. Tiger called, pointing a claw at Class 1B. Class 1A is already sweating, so catch up quick. Off to Class 1B's side, Izuku was sweating. He was in the middle of the vigorous arm and leg move lunges, not allowed to stop until Tiger allowed him to. A few students looked over at the green net warily, not wanting to join in his pain. Come on. Tiger hopped over to him, putting his fists together and watching the boy perform the given exercises. Show me what you got. With a grunt, large and seemingly blade-like shadows attacked Tiger, artfully dodged backward, while slicing at the tree. Tiger took advantage of his unguarded side and punched the boy away from him, Izuku slamming into the tree with a groan. Tiger dodged the barrage of shadows until they disappeared. As Izuku compared this training and the beating he had taken from All Might back at the practical. If you don't push yourself, you won't shred your muscle fibers. Tiger chided. And then you won't build up your stamina with your quirk and you'll end up getting yourself or someone else hurt. Yes, sir. Izuku wheezed, trying to stand. What was that? I can't hear you. Tiger barked. Yes, sir. Izuku shouted, much louder now as he shakily got to his feet, bowing. Geez. We're screwed. Class 1B thought fearfully. You want to be plus ultra, right? Tiger growled. Show me what that means. Yes, sir. Izuku cried, his voice cracking as he stayed in his bowing position. We're going to die, Class 1B thought with dread. A lot is going on at UA, Vlad King explained to his kids. So it's hard for us to spare a lot of staff for a bunch of first years. Based on your experience and quirks, Aizawa continued. These 4 were the most logical choice for everyone. They'll be able to help you enhance your abilities in this short amount of time. Aizawa explained. Don't fall behind Class A. Do me proud. Vlad King grinned. Yes, sir. All of 1B chorused. Izuku fell to the ground on his back, his chest heaving. It was a breaking point like this that made him think again, as his mind was already on his past training. First with his father, a time he wished he could just forget. Then with Aizawa and Hisashi. More so it was the training of his mind and body to finally accept his quirk. Then it was training with Hitoshi. The boy had helped him hone in on his physical skills more so than quirk skills. Then Nizu, Aizawa, and Hisashi all combined, where he finally began to work on his actual quirk. And the UA, where it all came into one. I've come a long way in such a short time. Izuku thought, staring up at the sky and gritting his teeth with determination as he clenched his scarred fist. It's up to me to move forward and make my family proud. To show that I belong here. Izuku got up immediately from his reclined position on the ground. He took up a fighting pose, summoning his shadows to help push him past his limit. Tiger was dancing right in front of him, goading him on for his training. That's right. He bellowed. Tear that weak force apart and make it stronger. Yes, sir. Izuku yelled, his shadows waving between his thick hair. Little did everyone know that a small boy was on the training grounds. He wasn't in the way, necessarily, but he still hid from sight in the shadows. Kota stood behind a large tree, the one that Izuku had been kicked into. He listened to his training segments and watched everyone else train in front of him. His scowl had never left his young face. Everyone was gathered by the outdoor cafeteria, watching the Pixie Bob and Ragdoll. The two cat ladies were in front of them, a table full of raw and wholesome ingredients for dinner. Meat, vegetable, dishes, and more lay before them, waiting. Remember, we're no longer cooking for you. Pixie Bob stated. You guys have everything you'll need to make yourselves a good and hearty meal right here. You'll be starting with curry. Ragdoll crowed, producing a few recipe papers and displaying pictures. Yes, ma'am. Everyone groaned on their last leg. Aha, Ragdoll giggled, jumping up and down. You guys must be exhausted. But that's not going to be an excuse for making sloppy cat food. I see. Iida perked up. It's important when saving civilians from a disaster to provide for their physical needs. This is a great opportunity. Let's make the most delicious curry in the world, everyone. Iida shouted. Yeah, okay, everyone grunted or groaned, not enthused. Thank you, Iida. Aizawa thought, watching 1A's rep get everyone in order. Hey, Todoroki! Mina called, waving an arm. Todoroki looked up from where he crouched. He had just lit up a small fire using his quirk beneath a mini grill-like contraption, a ways away from the pink-skinned girl. She stood by a similar grill with a few other girls beside her. Can we get some fire over here too? She asked, holding up tongs. Bakugo. Siro turned to the blonde, getting an idea. You could use an explosion to light a fire, too, right? This is so beneath me. Bakugo grumbled, flinging a sparking hand at the kindling he and Tokoyami had set up. Bakugo, that's too mudash. Well, there goes a perfectly good grill, Tokoyami grimaced, looking at the charred remains of their mini-grill that Bakugo had just exploded. Entirely. If you rely on others too much, Momo observed, making a lighter with her quirk. You'll never learn to start a fire yourself. We should focus on acquiring new skills. Yes. New skills. Jairu raised her eyebrows. Here, let me, Todoroki said, bending down. He lit up his left hand with flames, reaching beneath the grill. He allowed the fire to catch on Uraraka and Mina's kindling and retracted his hand when finished. The fire took to the starters and the wood, growing to be a decent size for cooking. Thanks, Todoroki. Ochako grinned, pumping both hands in the air. Burn, baby, burn. Mina crowed with glee, finally glad to have the lighting part over with. But not too hot, okay? Ochako talked to the fire, also tired of finding other ways to create a flame. Todoroki smiled softly to himself, standing up. Quite some time later, they had finally finished. The curry was a thick brown with meat and vegetable bits. The process was certainly messy along the way, but the students didn't care as they dug in. They were all hungry, and the food still tasted like heaven. Whoa, you're starving, Momo. Mina looked over her shoulder. Yes, Momo replied between bites. The more I eat, the more things I can make with my quirk. Like how poop works, Siro added unhelpfully. Yaoyorozu was silenced by the comment. It grossed her out so much that she couldn't even think of eating anymore, with how casually Siro had said this. Jairu, angry, whacked Siro hard on his head. Apologize. She demanded. Okay, I'm sorry. Siro whimpered. I didn't mean it in a bad way. Kota stood a good way away from the outdoor eating area. He then walked away, not being able to stand the sight of the students. Izuku walked away from the grills then with his first bowl of food, before catching sight of Kota's small disappearing figure in the far shadows. Kota! Mandalay called near one of the tables. It's time for dinner. Where are you? Izuku watched him continue to walk away, something that he couldn't describe resting on his heart. Kota ended up on the edge of a secret cliff. It was near the facility, but far away from all the action. Out here, the stars could be seen clearly, and the sounds of the night were peaceful to listen to. The only thing that marred the tranquil image was the loud growling of Kota's hungry stomach. He ignored it, just staring up into the night sky as he sat. You must be hungry, Izuku ventured softly, walking up. Here, I brought you some curry. Kota whirled around, a glare on his face. Izuku continued to walk up, the curry bowl in his hands. He had silently followed him here, but the way he angrily stood made Izuku believe that it was not the smartest thing to do. No way, he grumbled. How'd you get here? Sorry, Izuku apologized, walking closer. I followed your footsteps. I thought you might want some dinner before all of the food gets cold. Whatever, Kota growled. I'm fine. I don't want to hang out with you, so get out of my secret hideout. This is your secret hideout? Izuku looked around, noting how good of a place it was. Spending your entire life trying to improve your quirk? Kota sneered. It's dumb. All you want to do is show off. Get lost. Izuku looked down slightly. About your parents that I was wondering, Izuku said quietly. Were they the water hose heroes? Kota's eyes widened, and his expression soured even further. Did Mandalay tell you? He demanded. What? No. Izuku replied, realizing too late that he had gone out into dangerous territory. It's well, sorry that I heard about what? What had happened and based on that information I figured. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, then held the curry dish with both hands. I remember reading about that horrible incident a few years ago, he continued in a low voice. Kota's position faltered, then he drooped entirely. His hat masked his face as his head turned away abruptly. Izuku could hear the frustration in his voice as he spoke. Go away, Kota said roughly, not looking at Izuku. Everyone here is so crazy. They call each other stupid names like hero and villain, and then kill each other because of it. Always focusing on their quirks that if they hadn't been showing off, they'd still be here. Idiots. Izuku looked down again, his head lowered. It's not just heroes. Kota hates quirks too. He hates the whole superhuman society. Izuku thought sadly. We're done here, Kota growled. Go back to camp with the other losers. None of you understand, so just go away. Kota screeched, the boy curling in on himself slightly. While Izuku only looked at the boy solemnly, keeping his head facing the edge of the cliff. Hey, Izuku said, his hands gripping the curry dish as he bit his lip. What am I doing? I understand. Far more than what you think. Kota stopped in place, turning back to Izuku. Huh. He breathed. I know how it feels to lose a parent or two. I know what it does. I know. Izuku muttered weakly. The image of his mother's dead body plaguing his mind cruelly. And the Omega had to stop himself from crying. Kota watched Izuku, not saying anything. I know you feel alone. Abandoned. And at fault somewhat. But you need to know. I found my family. And I know you can too. You just need to give them the chance. Will you just leave me alone already? Kota yelled, rounding on him. The boy trying to conceal his glassy eyes. Go away. I'm not sorry, Izuku murmured, looking at the boy slowly. I have a habit of rambling sometimes. Here, I'll leave the curry. With that, Izuku set the plate down and began his walk back to the facility, quiet and alone. The curry had gotten a bit cold from not being touched after so long, but he left it there all the same. Kota dropped his defensive stance, watching him go. Shut up, he whispered angrily, lowering his head and clenching his fists. As his small yet stubborn tears began to roll down his face. All of you, just stop it. Kota's screeches pierced the early morning haze everyone was stuck in. Most students shook out of their stupor with his vocal warm-up wake-up call. However, there were a few who were still very out of it all. Remedial group, Aizawa growled, using his scarf to forcefully yank Sato upright. Keep at it. Why sir? The group mumbled sleepily, ready for this hell to be over. Yesterday's extra lessons for the 5 who failed the practical exam were harsh. They went on until 3 in the morning, so everyone was a living zombie. Kaminari, Mineta, Mina, Ciro, and Sato were all having trouble honing their senses. That day, I told you it'd be tough, Aizawa reminded them. Remember, we're not here just to improve your quirks. You have those extra lessons so we can try and fix those mistakes in the future that we all saw on your practical exams. The 5 students flinched, groaning. Ragdoll watched from behind Aizawa, giggling all the while. Iida zoomed past the 5 kids, and Bakugo's angered yells mingled with Kota's in the background. Think carefully about why you're more tired than the others. Aizawa chastised them, yanking back slightly on Mineta with his scarf. You have much to work on here. Yes, sir. They all chorused more vigor in their exhausted tones. Uraraka, Aoyama, the same goes for you, Aizawa said, turning around. Your team didn't fail, but you were very close. The brunette and the blonde were a good distance behind him. Ochako was having trouble holding back her bile as she made a huge rock stone float in the air, walking slowly to control it and ease her stomach. Aoyama walked out of the portable bathroom next to her, clutching his abdomen and looking sick. I'd say you passed the finish line by only a hair, Aizawa sighed. That bad? Ochako shrieked, almost losing control of her rock. Oh dear, Aoyama whimpered, holding his stomach ever tighter now. Don't lose focus, Aizawa said, moving over to the edge of the rocky hill that he was on to observe his other students. Each of you can move faster. No matter what you're doing, remember where you started from. Don't forget who you were before you, Aizawa ordered. Shoji and Hagakure were practicing again beneath him, playing some more essential hide and seek. Bakugo was back at the oil barrel with the boiling water once more, and Izuku was near him. Much less force and effort were behind his tired lunges and stretches, and Tiger watched with disdain. Always keep in mind why you're sweating, Aizawa continued. Remember why your limits keep getting tested. That's what it means to improve. Bakugo, glaring at the boiling water with fierce eyes, took Aizawa's words to heart. How I got here? He growled in his mind. Who I am, Todoroki thought, glancing up at Aizawa and stopping his fire ice exercise. Where I started. Izuku thought, pausing his arm moves. His mind slowly went to a darker place that he had been avoiding since the mall incident. Meow 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 meow. Pixie Bob crowed, kicking her feet happily, pulling everyone's attention to her. More importantly, tonight's going to be fun. We're pitting classes against each other in a test of courage. I know you've been training hard today, and later you'll get to play hard. How's that for a reward? It just sounds like more training, Kendo mumbled. And training in the dark, no less, Jiraiya groaned. Revelry in the dark, Tokoyami murmured, seeming to give everyone a pointed stare as he glanced behind him from his cave. How much can we do in one day? Kendo sighed quietly. Least we get to beat Class A, am I right? Monoma chuckled hollowly, at the end of his line. Don't slack now. Pixie Bob called. Make sure you keep on pushing yourself as you were. Yes, ma'am. Everyone chorused in sync. Remember where I came from. Izuku repeated softly. No one but himself heard the boys muttering. Hey, Tiger growled behind him, a deathly aura surrounding him and scaring Izuku. You're not plus ultra yet. Ah. Right. Izuku forgot about the alpha's aura, rushing at him. He was ready to spar again. The quick and steady chops of a knife could be heard. Bakugo was swiftly cutting carrots with a kitchen blade. His movements were fluid, and Ochako looked on in surprise. Whoa, Bakugo, she said. You're really good with that knife. Weird. What do you mean weird? He asked angrily, looking at her while slicing and dicing faster. How could you people be so dim and bad at everything? Look at that, Denki noted, walking by. He's not blowing stuff up. I'm too tired for this, Kirishima muttered, his eyebrows twitching. The boy bone dead tired from having to do 2 times the training due to the other side of his quirk. Everyone was busy making dinner. They all had their own jobs, of prepping the ingredients or cooking. Whatever was necessary, someone was there to do it. Izuku set down the firewood he was carrying, kneeling to clean out the wood-burning stove he was supposed to restock. Yesterday. Did something happen with the kid? I saw you go after him yesterday. Todoroki said, carrying a pot of something. Yeah, Izuku trailed off, looking around to see if he could spot the boy. Hudda, I don't see him. He's gone again. Maybe he's at his hideout. Izuku thought, looking down and letting out a breath. He really does hate us. He hates heroes, Izuku said, putting the firewood in the stove with gloves. I mean, the whole superhuman society in general, with quirks and all. And I couldn't say anything to help him. Izuku stopped, closing his eyes and thinking back to his past. Think back to the happy memories he actually remembered of his mother and elder brother. So many memories. What would you have said in my place, Todoroki? He asked quietly. It depends, Todoroki murmured. Of course it does. Izuku sighed, frustrated with himself. Wouldn't it be annoying to have a stranger try and reason with you? Todoroki inquired, crouching down beside the greenette. Izuku opened his eyes, looking at the dual-haired Omega beside him. What's important is the actions he took or is taking. Todoroki went on. If words are going to move someone, they'll have to be pretty powerful. Action will have to follow. Looking into Izuku's green eyes, Todoroki recalled the sports festival again. He had said just a few words, enough to be a common phrase in any other scenario, but his words about the dual-haired Omega's quirk being his own. That's what saved him from himself. Izuku blinked and looked askance. That's right, Izuku murmured, putting more wood in the stove again. I'm just a stranger. I can't say anything to him. Todoroki spent another second looking at him before standing, taking the pot up again. I don't know what you want to do with him, he said. But poking your nose in a delicate situation may not be the best thing to do right now. You seem to have a knack for that. Yeah, Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck with his gloved hand and looking up at Todoroki. I guess I do. You guys? Iida shouted. Your hands have stopped moving. Izuku and Todoroki immediately went back to work, spurred by Iida's orderly comment. We're going to make the best meat and potato stew, Iida said to himself, peeling potatoes and rivaling even Bakugo's speed. Dinner went the same way as last night. Most ate, and a few talked about the day. When all was done, they washed their dishes, and everyone went out into an open area near the facility by the forest. It's time for the test of courage, Mina squealed. Woo! Mineta, Kaminari, Sato, and Shiro cheered, dancing around her. It pains me to say this, Aizawa said disdainfully, making the 5 who failed the practical exam freeze. But the remedial group will be skipping that tonight. You have classes with me. Aizawa's scarf shot out and restrained them all before they could scatter. Now trapped, they protested and whined. But Mr. Aizawa would not allow them to participate, and he dragged his captives away from the group. Okay, so, Class 1B will be first to be the scarers, Pixie Bob said. This will be a haunted walkway scenario. Class 1A will leave in pairs every 3 minutes. In order to make sure that you guys don't cheat when heading back, there's a checkpoint that has a name tag for you. Be sure to bring it back to prove your worth. Revelry in the dark, Tokoyami murmured. He said it again. Ochako thought nervously. The scarers aren't allowed to make contact, Ragdoll told 1A. They've already gone on ahead into the forest to prepare their quirks to spook you. Joy, Jiraiya muttered. The class that makes the most people PSS their pants wins. Tiger boomed. Now, draw lots to determine your partner. Pixie Bob crowed, holding out a paw full of slips of paper. Everyone drew, and Izuku looked at his. First team, Tokoyami and Shoji. Second team, Bakugo and Todoroki. Third team, Jiro and Hakigure. Fourth team, Yaoyorozu and Aoyama. Seventh team, Tsu and Uraraka. Eighth team, Ojiro and Kirishima. Ninth team, Lida and Kota. 10th team, Izuku and Hitoshi. Oh, Toshi, we're together. Izuku shouted excitedly while Hitoshi nodded with a gentle smile. Sweet. You and I do horror movie marathons all the time. We got this. Hitoshi stated confidently as he came up next to his brother. As the first pair went into the forest, screams could be heard in the forest, and wild shrieks unnerved many. Ribbit Kitty and Uraraka Kitty, it's your turn. Pixie Bob giggled, motioning the fifth group onto the path after 12 minutes had passed. I'm scared, Sue, Ochako said after a few minutes of walking had passed. Jairu and Hagakure must be the ones we hear, Sue noted, holding out her hand. You can hold my hand if you want. I'm not scared. Ochako obliged, and felt a stronger sense of comfort. A little ways ahead, a couple of 1B students were waiting for their next victims. That was awesome, Kodai. Hananuki laughed, his head popping out from a bush. You've scared everyone so far. Yeah, Kendo agreed with a grin. You're the star of the night. I can't get over how funny Bakugo and Todoroki were. Hananuki wheezed. Bakugo was walking in front of Todoroki. Both were pretty chill with all of the scares so far. Kodai suddenly floated partially out of the ground, in a creepy manner. Her wide eyes gave a creepy stare too. Bakugo and Todoroki both froze slightly, slight surprise overcoming them. A small sound or grunt that could be transcribed as came from both of them. Hananuki was sent into another fit of laughter when remembered their expressions. I thought they were tough, he laughed. Hey, do you smell that? Kendo suddenly asked, cutting him off. I think something's burning nearby. Now that you mention it, it's kinda smoky out here, Hananuki agreed. A pink mist or fog began rolling in. Maybe Bakugo and Todoroki got so disinashta. Hananuki suddenly collapsed, his eyes closing as he fell out of his bush onto the ground. Hananuki! Kodai cried, watching him fall. Kendo suddenly understood, scared. Kodai! Don't breath in. Kendo screeched. The redhead covered her nose and mouth with one hand as the pink fog grew thicker. She used the other to enlarge it and shield Kodai from the mist, closing it around her gently and warding it all off. Her eyes darted around frantically. The smoke is poisonous, she called shakily to Kodai within her giant fist. The smoke rose up as it grew. Back at the facility, Pixie Bob's nose twitched. She smelled something foul. Do you guys see that? Izuku asked, suddenly pointing at something in the distance. Black smoke. Mandalay trailed off. Did someone set something on fire? Iida sighed. In truth, the answer was yes. A scarred hand rested on a large tree trunk, blue flame catching all around it and spreading quickly. Dabi's piercing blue eyes lit up as he smirked, watching his handiwork take effect. Now it begins, he murmured. Hey! Pixie Bob shrieked, suddenly trapped in a form-fitting pink aura, getting yanked backward and away in the air. What's the big idea? Take them down, Dabi ordered, Mustard making more and more gas. Those who believe they deserve the title of a hero. Toga creeping up behind Tsu and Ochako. We, the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. Moonfish groaned as he stumbled along, searching for prey. That will tear them off of their pedestals. First, Magna grinned, holding a cement block over a bleeding Pixie Bob. Let's get rid of these feral cats. The groups that remained behind backed up, now worried. Mandalay, Tiger, and Ragdoll were on high alert. Pixie Bob! Izuku cried, running forward, only to get cut off and held back by Tiger. This is bad, Mandalay muttered, taking up a defensive stance. Izuku looked at her, but then something clicked in his head. Something very important. He whirled around, now truly scared as he ran in the opposite direction, towards the cliff. Slipping past everyone as they hardly noticed the boy sprinted off. The little boy stood on the edge of a cliff, his eyes wide. He saw the pink smoke rising and the blue fire raging in the forest. He was frozen in place, knowing that something was wrong. A black cloak swished behind him, and the poor little boy was unaware of the impending danger that leaked closer to him with each silent yet heavy step.